Welcome to the Mastery in Full Stack App Development course. In this course, we will be building a full stack wallpaper application complete with an admin panel. But before we begin, let's take a look at the app. So let's see the app feature. So you can see that on the home screen, we are able to see some wallpaper images, and once we scroll down, we will make more API calls. So here we are implemented the pagination. Once the user scroll down, once the user come up on the bottom, so at that point of time we are making API call, and that will bring the data. Okay, so we will learn how to make pagination. Okay, so let's suppose if I click on like, so it will like that image and we can dismiss that, and if we click on download, so it will start downloading the image. Okay, now you can see that it's in the image is get downloaded, and when we click on this, we can again like the image, we can download that all this thing, and we can share the image as well. So if I click on share, so it will open that functionality, and we can share on WhatsApp or whatever place. And if I click on WhatsApp, and let's suppose if I want to share myself, okay, so you can see that this image is here, and now we can able to share this image as well. Okay, so let me close that WhatsApp. Okay, now going back, and we have also implemented the ad mob as well, so we will learn how to implement the ad as well. We have a category screen where you can see all the different categories, and when we click on any category, like let's suppose beach, so it will just make API call and return the beach wallpapers. So we'll also learn that how to implement that. Now when we click on any image, so it will again open the show wallpaper screen, and whenever user will click go back, so it will show the ad. Okay, and we have a search functionality as well. Here the search functionality with along with the debouncing. Let's suppose if I search for the cherry blossom, say cherry okay, so you can see that it's bringing all the image related to cherry. Okay, so this is the thing which I also implemented the debouncing here, so we will learn like what is debouncing and what is the importance of it as well. Okay, we had also implemented this like screen. So yeah, so this is the front end side. We have also created the back end side. If I show you guys, so once you open the admin panel, this is how the whole wallpapers screen look like this. You will make scroll down, we will see more images on the bottom. Okay, and you can see that okay, so we are scrolling down, we are making API calls. Now let's suppose if I want to add any another wallpaper, so you have to just click on add wallpaper, and you have to just upload the image, and you have to write the title, and you have to choose the category. Okay, if you want to add if that category doesn't exist, so you can create another category, and you can choose the file and choose the image as well, and you have to just click on create category, so it will create a category, and after that you will able to see that all the images. Okay, after that we will also publish this app on the Play Store, as I have already published this app on the Play Store. You guys can install this. I will provide this link in the description box. Okay, and you can see that this is our dashboard. After that we will also learn how to deploy this how to publish this app on the Play Store. Okay, and we have also on the backend panel as well, like the backend as well. We will also learn how to create the backend. As you can see that we had created this Node and Next.js server. So after this completion, of course, you will be guys able to build any kind of products, any kind of projects or products. We will be using the React Native for our apps frontend, MongoDB for database, Node.js and Next.js for the backend. Plus, we will create an admin panel using Next.js. Throughout this course, we will not only learn how to build a fully functional app, but also gain a valuable skills in version control with Git, and also know how to deploy your frontend and the backend, and even publishing your app on the Play Store. But before we begin the tutorial, please like this video and let me know in the comment section from which country are you. So let's get it started. In this video, we are going to do project setup, and after that we will understand the folder structure, and after that we will create a repository on GitHub and push the code on GitHub. Okay, so first of all, what we have to do, we have to type React Native on the browser. Okay, now after that click on this first links, and after that you have to click on get started. After that, if you scroll down this page, there is one command called npx create React Native, something like that. Okay, so you have to just copy this command npx react native latest in it. So just copy this command to create React Native project or to create a new application. After that, you have to open a directory or whatever place you want to create a project. So I'm going to create my app inside this tutorial directory, inside this wallpaper app, wallpaper something. So I have to open this, and after that I'm going to open the terminal like this. Okay, Just by clicking on the right side, you can open your terminal. Another way could be just click on this file explorer and just type cmd to open a terminal. Okay, now I'm going to open the terminal like this. After that, you have to just paste this command, and at the place of awesome project, you have to write your project name. So my project name is called wall hub. Okay, so after that, it will install some dependency and some module for the React Native, and it's gonna took some mile, like it could be 2 minutes, 3 minutes up to the internet. So let's wait for some minutes. Now as you can see that we had downloaded the template, and after that it has installed all the dependency, and it has initialized our git repository. After that, to open this project in our git in our VS code, what we have to do, we have to type and just press the tab. So it will suggest a folder. So I got the suggestion of folder wall hub, and after that we have to just hit enter, and after that we have to type code and space dot, and after that we have to hit enter to open it on the VS Code. Now as you can see that it opened the app on the VS Code. Another way could be just to open the app in the VS Code. Just open your app, just open your VS Code and just drag and drop the project whatever you want to open it. Okay, so I've already opened this project. After that, to run this app to open this app, what we have to do, we have to run a command called npm start. Okay, so let me make it much more bigger. Npm start. So it will start the emulator. So for the first time it's gonna took some time, and after that you can see that it's so welcome to the metro. To run this project in a Android emulator, we have to type press A. So what is gonna do, basically it will install the basically it will no it will install the application in Android emulator. So as you can see that our emulator is started now. Okay, so it's gonna basically install the app, and let's wait for some second. Now as you can see that our app is running inside the emulator. Okay, and it's up to, like it's totally up to your PC, like how much, like it could be took 5 minutes to install the app in the first time, or 2 minutes, that up to your PC configuration. After that, once the app installed, let's you can see that this is the root file, and we are seeing all the things from this here. Like if you change anything from here, so it's gonna reflect it here. So what we gonna do, like this is using TypeScript, so we are going to use JavaScript instead of TypeScript. So what we have to do, we have to replace with tsx with the jsx. Okay, so after that I replace with the jsx, and I'm gonna remove this whole code. So I just control A and delete the whole code. After that, I'm using one extension called ES7 snippet, React ES7 snippet. What it's gonna do, basically this is the extension which I'm using, ES7 React Redux GraphQL. Make sure you also install this extension. Okay, now how is this extension gonna help me? If I just type R and FES and press enter, so as you can see that it create a one component for me quickly. Okay, so that's why we are supposed to use this extension. Now after that, we can see that this is the root app.jsx, and if we're gonna do some changes, and it's gonna show the changes as well there. Okay, and we have a package.json file where we having all the dependency. Currently in the dependency we have a React and the React Native and some dev dependency. Now after the project setup, what we're gonna do, we are going to create a repository on the GitHub and push this code on the GitHub. So first of all, let's open the GitHub. So I'm gonna just open the GitHub. Okay, now after that, let's create a repository. Click on new. Okay, now the owner gonna be 0° coder, and the repository name will be wall hub. Okay, and it's gonna be private for me, and I just create a repository. Okay, now after that, once you create a repository, you have to copy this command git remote add origin. Okay, now whenever we create a new React Native project, already git is initialized, so you have to just copy this command and just paste that command which you had copied, and after that we have to type git add. Okay, git commit. Okay, and the some message project initialize, and we have to type git push. Okay, now once you type git push, you have to copy this command again. Okay, to push on the main branch. So as you can see that our code is get pushed on the GitHub, and if I reload this, Now I can see the code here. Perfect. Now, so in this video, what we had learned how to create project setup, and we understand the folder structure and how to push the code on a how to create repository on GitHub and push the code. In the next video, we are going to do React Native vector icon setup. Thank you. In this video, we are going to learn that how to set up React Native vectors icons. Okay, so as you can see that we have multiple icons and we have to use in our project. So how we can set up this all? So to set up this React Native vectors icons, what we have to type? We have to type React Native vectors vector icon npm. Okay, now after that you have to open this page. Okay, now once you open this page, there is one command called npm I react native vectors icons. Just copy this command. Okay, open your terminal and let me stop the emulator. Okay, and have to just paste this command npm I react native vectors icon, and it will install this react native vectors icons package. After that, there is some configuration which we have to do. The first configuration which we have to do is that we have to go inside the Android app build.gradle file, and we have to just copy this code and we have to add it there. Okay, so let's go inside the Android app build.gradle and we have to just paste this code. Okay, now after that, as you can see that we are inside the Android app build.gradle and we have just paste this code which is there mentioned here. Okay, now after that, what we have to do, we have to again go inside the Android app build.gradle, and inside the dependency block we have to add this implementation code as well. So I just copy this code. Okay, again I'm inside the Android app build.gradle, and if I scroll down this page or code, so there is one block called dependency. So let's see where is the dependency block. So I scroll down. Now as you can see that we have a dependency block. Inside this, I have to just paste this implementation code. Okay, so let's paste the code. So here we have to paste the code. Okay, and we are done with the setup of React Native vectors icon, and after that we have to type npm start to run the server again. Now as you can see that our app again started running on the emulator. Now let's see how we can use the React Native vectors icons. To use the React Native vectors icon, what we have to do, first of all, we have to search React Native vector icons directory. Okay, here if I open this React Native vectors icon directory, this is the page. So as you can see that on this page we have a different kind of icons. Let's suppose I want an icon called this icon stiff. I'm gonna use this icon, right icon. Okay, so how we can use this icon? Basically I have to use the end design icon. Okay, this is the end design right icon. Okay, now I have to use it. So how we can use it? Just we have to write here import and design whatever the icon needs. So I have to just copy this and design, just paste that. After that we have to type from react native vector icons. Okay, as you can see that we have to type react native vectors icon slash and design. Okay, now after that what we have to do, let me remove this code. After that we have to do end design, and whatever the icon which I want to use, we have to type the name. So the name is, I'm gonna use the right icon, the name is right, so I have to use that. And after that as you can see that we are getting the right icon. So let me make the size much more bigger. So the size is gonna be 50 for now. Okay, now as you can see that we are able to see the right icon, and if I want to make a color as a black or red, we can make a color change as well. Okay, so this is how we had learned that how to set up React Native vectors icons. Let me thoroughly revise it what we had done. First of all, we had went to the React Native vectors icons npm page. We had copied this command and run on the emulator, run on the terminal, and install that package. After that, to set up the React Native vectors icons, we scroll down on this page and there is one command called apply from file, something like that. We just copy this code, we go inside the Android app build.gradle. Okay, we go inside the Android app build.gradle, we had paste that code on the line number 4 after the plugin code. Okay, after that we is again we go inside the Android app build.gradle, we had copied this code, implementation code, and we had paste inside the dependency block. Let me show you quickly. So as you can see that we have a dependency block. Okay, inside the dependency block we had pasted the React Native vectors icons after this Facebook. Okay, and to use the React Native vectors icons, we search React Native vectors icon directory. Here we have a different kind of icon. Let's suppose I want heart icon. Okay, so we get the heart icon and we have to just copy the name, like whatever the icon I want to use. Like let's suppose I want to use font awesome icon. Okay, so what we have to do, we have to do like this: import font awesome from React Native vector icons slash font awesome. Okay, and once you type the font awesome, now to use the any icon of the font awesome, just type font awesome. The first parameter, first the props, which is take the name. So I'm gonna name as a this name called heart. This is the fillet heart. Okay, now after that we can define a size, like whatever the size I want. Let's suppose I want 75 now, so I can just type the size, and the color which I want, it's called red. Okay, and now we are good to the, as you can see that the color gets changed, and this is how we can use React Native vectors icon. Okay, now why we have installed the React Native vectors icon, because in the next video we are going to set up the bottom tap navigation, and we're gonna use the React Native vectors icon in our project. Okay, so in the next video we are going to see that how to set up React Native navigation and bottom tab navigation. So see you guys in the next video. Thank you. In this video we are going to learn that how to set up React Native navigation, and we also learn that how to set up the bottom tab navigation. Okay, so as you can see that on the Figma we have a bottom tab navigation. Let me open the Figma quickly. Now we will also provide this Notion link on the description box, so you can also check it out. So now in the Figma you can see that we have a bottom tab navigation looking like this. Okay, where we have a home icon, category icon, search, and the heart icon. Okay, so first of all, let's to implement the bottom tab navigation, we have to install the React Native navigation. Okay, so what we have to do, just type React Native navigation. Okay, so it will open this page. You have to click on that. Okay, now after that click on read docs. Okay, once you click on read docs, you will get to this page. There's one command called npm install React Navigation Native. Copy this command, open your terminal. So let me open my terminal. Let me close this folder. So now I'm going to stop my emulator and just paste that command React Navigation Native. So it will install that package. So let's wait for some seconds. Now after once the package get installed, go to the browser, and again you can see that there's another package. If you're using Expo, there's one more thing. If you're using Expo, then you have to install this package, but we are using React Native CLI, so we have to just copy this command, like we have already installed this package React Navigation Native. After that we have to install React Native screens and React Native safe area context. So copy this command, again paste that and hit enter. Okay, so let's get in. After the installation, what we have to do, we have to we have to wrap the do it like this, like we have to use the navigation container. So let's copy this command. Okay, and I'm gonna remove this whole code and just do navigation container. Now inside the navigation, here we have to use whatever the navigation, like if you want to use bottom tab navigation, we have to set up that all. Okay, now let's see how we can implement the bottom tab navigation. To implement the bottom tab navigation, you have to click on guides, and there's called tab navigation. Click on that. Okay, now to install the bottom tab navigation, copy this command, again paste on the terminal and hit enter. So it will install the bottom tab navigation. Now if you scroll down, so as you can see that is example given for the bottom tab navigation, and this is how the bottom tab navigation gonna be look like. Okay, now let's do that, how we can quickly do it. So I'm gonna again start my server, and by typing the npm start. Okay, and we have to type A to run on Android. So let's type A. Okay, and again I'm going to remove whole code quickly. Okay, and I'm gonna write the code whole quickly for you guys, and this is the code reference which you can check it out. Okay, now I'm just gonna type RNFE, so it will create a React Native React Native export default component. Okay, and after that, instead of having a view, we're gonna have a wrap the component with the navigation container. Okay, and we have to import it from the React navigation native. After that, in the example, if you see that we have to use tab navigator. So first of all, what we have to do, we have to do like this: const tab is equal to create bottom tab navigator. Okay, and we have to do like this. Okay, now after that, we have to use tab dot navigator. Okay, so let's add tab dot navigator. Okay, inside this we're gonna have to define tab dot screen, whatever screen we're gonna have, tab dot screen, and it's gonna take two parameters. The first parameter is called name, so the name will be gonna be name or home screen, and the component, the second parameter is called component. So let me create a component quickly. So I'm gonna create one directory called source directory. Inside the source, I'm going to create another directory called screen. Okay, inside this screen, I'm gonna create one component screen called home screen dot jsx. Okay, and I'm gonna type rnfes to quickly create a home screen component. Okay, now I'm going to again go into the root app.jsx and just import that home screen component. Okay, now after importing that, let me reload the app. If I reload the app, now as you can see that we are able to see a bottom tab navigation. Okay, now we have to add the icon as well, all the things. Okay, and this is how we had so we will also see that how to update the icon, but this is how we have to set up the bottom tab navigation. Let's understand the quickly once more so you guys don't miss it again. First of all, you have to open the React navigation in the browser, click on read docs. Okay, you have to install this package React navigation native. After that, you have to install this package React Native Screen and React Native Safe Area Context. After that, you have to click on guides, click on tab navigation, copy this command React navigation bottom tab to install the bottom tab navigation. Copy this, and after that you can just copy this code and just paste on the root tab.js. But we can also create the code. So let's understand the code what we had done. In the root tab, we have just wrapped with the navigation container with all the children. Okay, and inside that, after that, we had initialize one variable called const tab, and the value is called create bottom tab navigator. Inside that, we have created one screen called home screen, and the component is called home screen. I'm gonna change the name as gonna be home screen. Okay, now to add an icon, what we have to do, let's suppose I want to add icon. So we have option called tab, or we have options parameter, and inside that what we have to do, tab bar icon, this property called tab bar icon. Okay, and we have to do like this. Okay, and we gonna get the some parameters that is called, okay, I think I forget it, so let me do something like this. So it's gonna be like this, I think so. So the first parameter which I'm gonna get is called color. So whatever the color is gonna be, and we're gonna get this focus and the size as well. Okay, now let's suppose I want to use home icon. So let's go to the React Native Vectors icon directory, React Native Vector icon directory. Okay, now just paste it here, and after that you have to just type home. Okay, and you get this home icon as well. So I'm going to use end design. Okay, so we have to again we have to import the end design as well. So I'm gonna name as icons and import end design from React Native Vector icons slash end design. Okay, after that inside here we have to return an icon as well. So first of all, we have to type end design. The name will gonna be home. So let's see, yeah, home. Let me copy this. Okay, And after that, copying that name, as you can see that we got some extra space. Let me remove it. After that, we're gonna define a size. The size gonna be a 25. Okay, now it becomes 25, and we're gonna define the color as well, whatever the color we're gonna define. So currently I'm gonna define the color, passing the color whatever the color is it. Okay, now we had defined a home screen component. Now after that, we're gonna have another uh, that is called category screen. So let me copy this again and paste it here. Now we're gonna change the name of home screen to the uh, collection screen. Basically it's not a collection screen. Okay, and we're gonna have another screen called that is called search screen. So let's again copy this code again. So basically we have to just copy this code, and we're gonna name as a search search screen, and the last icon which is called like icon. So like screen, we're gonna have a one like screen. Okay, so let's add that as well. Like screen. Okay, now we can see that we had created a five almost four bottom tab navigation, and we are just rendering the same component again and again. And now let's understand the code quickly. So what we had done, first of all, we had installed set up the bottom tab navigator. After that, we had created one screen called by using the tab.screen. We had passed the name, like whatever the name we have. Okay, and after that we had passed the component, whatever the component we have. And inside the options, like we want to add icon, so we have a options parameter, and inside that we have to pass the tab bar icon, and we are just returning a one icon. Okay, now after that, we had just copy and paste it again, and we had just changed the name. Okay, moving forward, we will create a screen, and we will update that screen as well. Now the next thing is that we have to add the icon, and we don't want to show this header title as well. So what we have to do, we have a inside the screen options, we have called tab bar label, tab bar label. Okay, tab bar shown label, and we have to make it false. Okay, so as you can see that now the tab bar label is get removed from the UI. Now let's update the icon as well. So as you can see that we have a home ice screen and different kind of ice screen. If you take a look at the Figma, so as you can see that we have a category icon, search icon, and the heart icon. So we have to update it all the icon. So let's go to the React native vector icon directory, and we have to open this, and I'm gonna type for this category screen. There's one icon called th large. So I'm gonna type it th large. My bad. Yeah, so I'm gonna use this th large from the font awesome 5. So let me copy this name, and we're gonna use it. So again I have to just copy and replace this, copy and paste that. At the place of InDesign, I'm gonna use this font awesome 5. Okay, so font awesome 5, font awesome 5. Okay, now for this collection screen, at the place of InDesign, I'm gonna use font awesome 5, and we're gonna replace with the th large. Now as you can see that now the icon get changed into the this large icon. Okay, now the next icon is called search icon. So let's type a search icon as well and update that as well, search. And I'm gonna use this undesign search one icon. Okay, so I'm already using undesign, and just replace with a search one. Now as you can see that the icon becomes search icon, and we have another icon called the heart icon or like icon. So I'm gonna type heart. Okay, heart icon, and I'm gonna use this undesign hearto icon. Okay, if you take a look, yeah, it's looking well. So I'm gonna use hearto icon of the undesign for this like screen. Okay, now as you can see that we have updated all the vectors icons. Now what I want that I don't want to show this header as well, like as you can see that on the top we are showing the headers. I don't want to show the headers. So how we can get rid of this? So we have property called headers shown as a false, and it will not show the header from any screen. Now as you can see that the header gets removed from the UI. Okay, now let me reload the app quickly. Okay, and if I close the app, let me close the app again and open the app quickly. And if I click on any component, so now as you can see that we are not able seeing the header shown, and if I uncomment this, we will able to see the comment header as well. Okay, currently we are passing just same component, like same component, that's why we are seeing a home screen in the all the screen. Okay, so this is how we create a bottom tab navigation and update the icon. So to update the icon, what we had done inside the options, we are having a tab bar icon property, and we had added this we are just returning on an icon component. Okay, in the next video what we're gonna do, we're gonna see that how to make it floating and like linear gradient background in React Native and the floating bottom tab navigation. Okay, so what we had learned in this video, we have seen that how to set up the React Native navigation. We have see the bottom tab navigation setup. In the next video, we are going to the styling the bottom tab navigation. In this video, we are going to learn that how to style the bottom tab navigation and make the floating bottom tab navigation as mentioned on the Figma. So as you can see that in the Figma, we have a floating bottom tab navigation. We have to style this. Along with that, we have also this linear gradient background. So we will also learn that how to make the linear gradient background. To make the linear gradient background, we have to install the package called React Native Linear Gradient Background. So we have to just copy this command. Okay. After that, we have to stop the server and just paste this command, and it will install the React Native Linear Gradient. Okay. Now after that, let's start the server again in pim start, and let's press A to run on the emulator. Yeah. Now after that, now as you can see on the Figma, we had given some margin on the bottom as well, some border radius and so on. So let's see how we can do it. So first of all, to achieve that, inside the screen options, we have to add some property of tab bar style. So let's add a property of tab bar style. Okay, and I'm gonna define some height, like the height gonna be almost 80, and the position I'm going to give as a absolute. Okay, to the parent it's gonna be absolute, and from the left I'm gonna give as a 20, as well as from the right I'm gonna give as a 20 as well. Now if you can see that it's it's taken a margin from the left and the right as well. Now after that, let's give some from the positioning from the bottom as well, 20. Awesome. Now after that, let's give us some border radius as a 30 for now. Now as you can see that it's become a circle border radius. Now we have to add a linear gradient background as well. Now after the tab bar style, we have to add a property called tab bar background. Tab bar background. Okay, inside that we have to do like this. We have to import the linear gradient, okay, from the React Native linear gradient, my bad, linear gradient. Okay, and we have to do like this, and we have imported the linear gradient from the React Native. So if I show you quickly, so I imported the linear gradient from the React Native linear gradient. Now it's gonna took a parameter called colors. Okay, so we can define a multiple colors. So let's add a color. So as you can see that I have already defined a one basically one linear gradient background. So let's copy the color quickly. So the first color and the second color, so I click on this and I just copy this color code and have to add it here. So let me add that, and let's copy the second color code as well. So I just copy that as well, and now I'm gonna paste that color code here as well. Okay, now after that we gonna define some. Now let's reload this because we are not able to see. Okay, now you can see that this is looking like this. Okay, now let's add some property. The first property is gonna be style. Okay, In this style, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna make flex as a 1, flex as a 1, okay, and the border radius which we have already defined, the border radius is gonna be a 30, which we have already defined, right? So as you can see that this is now become looking well. Now there's one more thing which I want to do, that is called start the linear starting of the linear gradient. So I'm gonna tell that the first color should be start from 0 axis to the from the 0 0 to y0, and it will end to the, and the end position will be something like that. Let me do, end position will be x0 starting from 0 and end y, okay, y1, okay, y axis 1, okay. I think it doesn't look any change, but yeah, it helps us to add the angle between the colors. So if I comment it out and let's see, is any difference between color? No. So you can get rid of it. But yeah, let's add the starting. The first color should be start from the 0 0 axis, and the end will be from the 0 to y axis, y1 axis. Okay. Now after that, you can see that the icon color is the white, and when we click on any icon, the icon size should get increased. Okay, so let's see how we can do it that as well. So first of all, what we're gonna do, we're gonna add one property called tab bar, tab bar tint color, tab bar tint active tint color, which is gonna be white. Okay, if that is active, so it should be a white color. Otherwise, inactive color, it's gonna be tab bar inactive tint color. If it's inactive, then the color code should be CCC, the gray color basically. Now if you check it out, the active tint color, oh my bad. Now if I reload this and if I again check it out, now you can see that if it's inactive, the tint color is looking like a gray color. Otherwise, it's looking like this. Okay. Now we have to do one more thing, that is called if if the icon is active, so the icon size should be greater than the normal size. So let's do that as well. So if that icon is focused, okay, if it's focused, then the height should be 40, and otherwise it should be 30 pixel. It should be 30 pixel. Okay. Now let's add the do it for this icon collection screen as well. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna check that if it's focused. If it's focused, then make the font size 40. Otherwise, make as a 30. Same for we're gonna do for the search icon. So let's do for the search icon as well. If it's focused, then make it 40. Otherwise, let's make it 30. Awesome. Now let's do for the heart icon as well. If it's focused, then make it 40. Otherwise, make it 30. Okay. Now this is looking better, right? So this is how we can design a floating bottom tab navigation in React Native. So let's summarize all this stuff thoroughly. So what we had done, first of all, inside that tab.navigator, inside the screen options, we had passed some parameters. The first parameter in the last video we've seen that tab bar shown label. So when we make it false, so it doesn't show the label like home, category, and the bottom. After that, we make it error shown as a false, so we remove the header from the header as well. Now after that, we have defined a tab bar style, which is like we have defined the height, and we make the position as absolute. We have given the left, right, bottom positioning of 20, and we have defined a border radius. After that, we had also defined a tab bar background, like whatever the background. So we are using linear gradient package. We have defined the colors, like color is 2 color, the first and the second color. We have defined the flex as a 1, so it will take the parent height and width, and we have defined the border radius. After that, we have defined the start and end axis, like the first color should start from the x0 axis and end should be from the x0 to the 1. Okay, so this is how we design the linear gradient background. Okay, and after that, there is one more thing which we have done. In this tab bar icon property, we are getting color focus in the size property. Okay, so we are checking that if our icon is if our screen is active, if it's focused, then the font size will be 40, otherwise make it 30. Okay, so this is how we have done that, uh, how to design this bottom tab navigation. Along with that, we have also seen that tab bar active in color, tab bar inactive in color. It means that if our tab bar icon is active, then color code should be white. Otherwise, if it's inactive, then it should be a gray color, as you can see that now. Okay, so we have seen that how to style a bottom tab navigation in React Native. Okay, in the next video, what we're gonna do, we're gonna learn that how to style this header component. Okay, so let's see in the next video. In this video, we are going to learn that how to design header component. So as you can see that on the Figma, we have a header component along with the first hamburger icon and the app icon and the notification icon. So first of all, let's download the app icon. This is the app icon. To download the app icon, we have to select that icon, click on export, then select the size and click on export logo. Okay, now open that. Now I'm gonna name as a logo. Okay, and I'm to just copy this. Okay, and inside source I have to create another directory. Inside the source I have to create another directory called assets, and inside that I have to just copy and paste the logo. Okay, now after that, as you can see that the source should be outside of the screen. So we have inside the source, we have assets and we have a screen. Okay, now let me close that all. Now I'm gonna create a one directory again, that is called components. Okay, components, and inside that I'm gonna create one component called header.jsx. Okay, and I'm gonna write rnfes to create a one component, header component. After that, let's go to the home screen, and I have to just import the header component. So we have to import the header component like this, header from the /component/header. Okay, now as you can see that we are rendering the header. Okay, now if you see this background color, our app background color is this color. So how we get the background color of our app? Just click on the square and we have to select the background color. We get the background color, just copy this, and after that I'm gonna name this style is equal to styles dot container. Okay, and let's add a container style. The container style will be background color as a this color. So let me add the color as well quickly, this color, and the flex is a 1. So let's give as a flex as a 1. Okay, so it's gonna take the full width and height. And let's go to the header component. In the header component, what we have, the first icon which we have, the hamburger icon. So let's get that React Native vector icons directory. There we have to type menu icon. Just type menu to get that icon. So I'm gonna type menu. Okay, and I'm gonna use the feather icon, this feather icon. Okay, now inside the header component, so I'm gonna import the icons and import feather from React native vector icons / feather. Okay, now the feather gonna be something like that. We're gonna have a feather. Okay, and the name is gonna be, let's add a name as well. The name is called menu. Okay, and the color which we want, that is called white. So let's add a color as well as a white, and the size will be, I think the size looks 30, looks cool. So let's add a size as well. Okay, perfect. Now after that we have to also import the image as well, the app logo. So as you can see that on this Figma we have a app logo. So let's add that as well. So inside the image we have to import source, and after that require the image require, and we have to /assets, and inside that we have logo.png, and I'm gonna style this. Style is equal to styles.app logo, and I'm gonna give some height and the width of this app logo. Okay, before that, style doesn't exist, so it should be styles.app logo, and let's add a app logo as well. So I'm gonna style that as well. And the first of all, like, we're gonna have a view style, and I'm gonna name as a styles.container. Okay, so for the container, let's add some property thoroughly. So for the container, I'm gonna write it like this: flex direction gonna be row. Okay, and justify content will be space between space between space between. Okay, before that, let's do one thing that is one of the most important. Let's add a app logo styling. The app logo height and the width, the height which I want, that is called 60, and the width which I want, that is called 16. Okay, now as you can see that the app logo is become looking well. Now the another icon which I want, that is called a bell icon. So I'm gonna just copy this and again paste it that feather icon, and we want a bell icon like this. So let's search on the React Native vectors icon directory and type bell. So I'm gonna use again this feather icon bell. This is looking well. Okay, so I'm gonna replace with the bell, and now you can see that we had designed the this header component. Now we have to add some property. So we're gonna make align item center, so to make it vertically center our items. So align item centers. After that, we have to give some padding vertical. So I'm gonna give some padding vertical as a 5. Okay, and after that, I'm gonna add a bottom border. I'm gonna add a one border as well. So border bottom basically border bottom color will be gonna be black. Okay, and border bottom width gonna be almost 1 as well. Okay, so it's gonna give some look like a real header, and let's give us some elevation as well of 10 for sure. Okay, now as you can see that we have designed our header component. Let's understand this quickly. So first of all, we had defined a content, we had created one component, header component. Inside that we had using view component, and we have inside the view we have created a container where we define the flex direction as a row, justify content space between, align item center to make the center it's a vertically, and after that we had given them padding vertical. The padding vertical will be 5, and bottom color black. So as you can see, there's something highlight is there, and the height and the width of the app logo is 60. Okay, now let's go back to the home screen, and I'm gonna give some padding horizontal of 20. Let's give it short. So how it's looking? So if I give padding horizontal as a 20, this is looking well, right? Now this is how we have learned that how to design header component. Okay, so let's summarize this stuff. So we have created one component, header component, and we have added some icon and the image, and we have defined the flex direction row, and justify content space between. Okay, so yeah, we have learned that how to design a header component in React Native. In the next video, we are going to do that designing of image card in React Native. Okay, and we're gonna also add to see that how to add hot and download icon. In the last video, we have seen that how to design the header component. In this video, we are going to design this image card where we're gonna show the image as well as like icon and the download icon. Okay, before creating that icon, so let's commit the whole things whatever we had done. So to commit the changes, we have to first type git add space dot and hit enter. After that, we have to type the message git commit message and header completed, whatever you can type the message. Okay, now after that, what we have to do, we have to style the image card, right? So let's go to the home screen. Okay, and after that in the components I'm going to create one component called image card. Okay, image card.jsx, and I'm going to type rnfes command to create a one React Native functional component. Okay, and export default. After that I'm going to the home screen component. Here what I'm going to do, I'm going to create one view. Okay, and inside view I'm going to just import that image card component here, and let me again import. So I'm going to import it to component right now. Okay, but we are not able to see any text because the text color is black, and let me change the color as well so you guys can see to this. So color will be white. Okay, now if we check that, so we can see that we are having a two component. If I make it 3, so it will become 3. Okay, so that's not a big deal. Now what I want to do is, let's go to the image card component. Now we are going to create this UI like this, where we're gonna have some border radius card. Okay, so how we can define this? So first of all, what am I gonna do, I'm gonna make this styles dot container. Okay, on this container what I'm gonna do, let's do that, let's see that. First of all I'm going to give the container uh, height. Okay, so let's give the container height. The container height will be almost 300. Okay, and the width will be 100%. Okay, and after that let's add a background color as well, so we can know how it's gonna look like. So I'm going to add a background color as a pink. Okay, now as you can see that this is how we are able to see the image card component. But in every row we are having a uh, two column, right? So let's make a two column. So first of all what I'm going to do, inside the home screen component I'm going to make a style. Okay, and let's add one more item here quickly. Okay, now you can see that the item is coming in the column direction. So what we have to do, we have to make uh, display flex. Okay, and the flex direction I'm gonna make is row. Okay, and now you can see that it's become in the row. But let's do one more thing. I'm gonna make justify content space between. Okay, now let's go to the image card as well, and I'm going to add some margin of margin of 10. Let's add a margin of 10, and after that let's check it out. Now as you can see that nothing difference looking like now, right? So what we have to do, we have to do one more thing, that is called basically, let me show you guys. So what am I going to do right now, if I go to the home screen, we are running two image card, right? So let me close the header component. Inside the image card, let me add a one border quickly. Border width will be 1. Okay, and the border color will be black. Okay, now if I reload it, let me reload the app. If I reload the app, so you can see that this is how it's looking right now still. So now inside this what we're gonna have let's make it 50%. If I make it 50% width, now you can see that it's looking perfect, right? If I make it 50%, it's looking well. Okay, now after that what app to supposed to do, let me know you guys. So after that we gonna have a image inside this, right? To let's add an image as well, and before that let's give us some border radius of 20 as well. Okay, and the overflow property will be hidden, so it doesn't gonna overflow as well. And now I think the margin 8 doesn't look well, so let me remove the margin 8 from here. So as you can see that once I remove the margin 8, it's look like this. So I'm just gonna add a margin left, margin right of 8. If I make it margin right 8, now I think it's looking perfect. Okay, now inside this view we're gonna have a image component as well. Okay, so let's add an image as well. So I'm gonna import the image from the React Native. here what we have to do, where we have to add a source. So I'm going to add a URI. So let me use any image from the browser. So I'm going to use this image for now, or let's use uh, this image font, something like this. So I have to just copy the URL, and I'm gonna assign one variable const image URL and just paste that URL. Okay, and at the place of URI value will be gonna be image URL. Okay, and I'm gonna style this image as well. So I'm gonna write styles dot cover image. Okay, now let me copy this cover image name, and we're gonna make it flex as a 1. Okay, now if I make it flex as a 1, now you can see that it's looking like this, which is looking too good, right? And if I reload it, so it's gonna first looking like this. Okay, so we have seen that how to design this image card component, but if you see this image, we have also a icon, heart icon, and the download icon. Let's add that as well. So we're gonna have a heart icon. So I'm gonna create like this one view. Inside this view we're gonna have a style, and I'm gonna make it styles dot icon container. Okay, let's add a two icon. The first icon is heart icon. Okay, so we have already added a heart icon inside this bottom tab navigation. So let's go to the app.jsx. So I'm going to app.jsx and just copying the heart icon. Let me copy that heart icon. So and design heart icon, I just copied that. Okay, and went to the image card component and add it, and we have to import the and design as well. So let me import the and design. Import and design from React Native vector icons slash and design. Okay, now we don't need this size. Let me remove this all the props. The size will be almost 30, and the color, which if you see there, the color is white. So let me add a color as a white. Okay, now it's looking well. Okay, but another icon we have, that is called download icon. So let's add a download icon as well. So let's go to the React Native vector icon directory, and here we have to open this page. Okay, and I have to search download. Okay, once I click on download, we get this icon feather. So let me use the feather icon. To use this feather icon, what I have to do, we have to import like this, import feather from React Native vector icons slash feather. Okay, now after that, to use that, let me copy paste again, and at the place of design I'm going to use feather, and the name will be download. So copy the name and add the name as well, download, and the color size will be gonna be same. Okay, now let's style this icon container. To style that, what we have to do, we have to make icon container as a position absolute. Okay, now you can see that it's come on the top. Now I want to make it on the bottom of 10. So it's gonna be like here at this place, and I want in the right direction, to right 5. Okay, now let's check it out. Yeah, looking well. And we're gonna have a height as well. So I'm gonna give the height as a 20, and let's add a border width of 1 as well. Okay, now as you can see that when I add a border width of 1, so you can see that the height is 20, and this is gonna look like this. So let's increase the height as a 80. Okay, now I make it the height as a 80, and now let's make it I think 100. The height gonna be 100, and I'm gonna make the justify content will be space between. Okay, not 100, let's make it 80. Okay, now it's looking well, and let me remove the border width, and let's add a different wallpaper icon. So this image, so I'm gonna use this image. So I just copy this open image in new tab, copy the image URL quickly, and let me replace this new image URL here. Okay, and this looks well. So as you can see that we have a heart icon as well as download icon as well. Now what we supposed to do, we gonna add a touchable opacity to the heart icon as well as download icon. So let's add that as well. Touchable opacity, touchable opacity from the React native, and let me wrap inside the icon, and we're gonna have a on press event. Okay, and let me just make a on press event right now. So now if we click on heart icon, you can see that it's become touchable opacity. It's looking like a button. Let's add this touchable opacity to the download as well. So touchable opacity, and I'm gonna wrap inside the feather icon as well. Perfect. Now if you see this screen, we have designed this image card component. Now what I'm gonna do right now, I'm going to create a array of data and map the data here. Okay, so what I'm gonna do right now, I'm gonna create one folder called data. Okay, and I'm gonna make it images.json. Okay, inside this what we're gonna have some data right now. So I'm gonna use this array. Inside this let me add some image quickly. So we're gonna have an image URL. So the image URL is gonna be looking like this. So let me copy some image URL thoroughly. Open image in new tab, copy this URL, add that image. Okay, we're gonna have some image as well more. So let me add another images. So this is the image. Open image in new tab, copy this URL and add that as well. Okay, now after that let me add one more. Let me just copy paste again these two images. Okay, now if I go to the home screen, I have to just import the data. So import data from data images.json. Okay, we get the data right. Now if I just console the data, so what you're gonna see that we are getting an array of data in the bottom, as you can see that. Now let me remove the console. So instead of using this view display flags, what I'm going to use, I'm going to use a flat list. Okay, to use the flat list, what we have to do like this, flat list. Okay, and the first we have to import the flat list from the React native. So as you can see that I imported the flat list from the React native, and the first props which we have to pass called data. So let me pass the data, which gonna be an array of object. Okay, and the second parameter is called render item. So we have to pass the our render item as well. Okay, so we're gonna get the item and the index. Okay, inside the render item, not like this, item and index. Okay, and after that what I'm gonna do quickly, I'm gonna return the image card component here. Okay, now I'm returning image card component. Now as you can see that this is looking like this, and let me remove this existing code which I don't need anymore. Okay, now if I reload this, you can see that image card component is looking like this. Okay, one row has a one image. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna make add one property called num of columns gonna be 2. If I make it 2, and let me reload this app thoroughly, so you can see that the number of columns becomes 2, and this is looking like this. Okay, one row has a 2 images. Okay, now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna pass this item and index as well. To pass the item like dynamic image, so we have to type item. Okay, and I'm gonna pass the index as well. Okay, so let's pass the index as well. So as you can see that we had passed the index. Now let's go to the image card component, and I'm gonna read the item. Okay, whatever the item I'm gonna getting, and at the place of URI I'm gonna make item dot image. Okay, now if I reload this, you can see that I'm getting nothing. So let me try again, and item dot image. So let's see what is we are getting inside the item. So inside the item we are getting index if I reload this again, so we are getting something like this index item. Okay, and inside that we are having a this. So what I'm gonna supposed to do, I'm gonna do like this. I'm gonna destructure that property item and index, and let me reload this again. So this was a mistake I was doing. Like I was not destructing the value while rendering item. So I just destructure the item and index, and I'm passing that item and index inside the image card component, and I'm reading the image. I'm reading the item value here, and I'm just rendering the item dot image and render that image as well. Okay. Now as you can see that inside the image card component, we had not given some. We need some more padding or some more spacing from the right direction. So let me add a spacing more. I'm gonna make it 8. Now it's looking well. Okay. Now after that you can also see that we need some margin vertically on the image. Before that, let me add some more data. So I'm just copy this data again and adding almost more data. Okay, and let me reload this app as well. Now as you can see there on the images, vertically there's two less gap, so let's add some gap as well. So I'm going to the image card component. Okay, and inside that what I'm going to do, I'm going to add a margin vertical of 10. Okay, now if I add a margin vertical of 10, this is looking like this, and currently I'm not able to scroll that, so let me close the app and again open the app. Okay, and if I again reload this, so this is how the app looking like this. Okay, so we have created this home screen with the image card. This is looking like a wow, right? So what we had done in this video, we had designed a home screen component along with the image card component. Now after that what we're gonna do, we're gonna do a one commit git add space dot git commit created image card component, created a image card component. Okay, in the last of the video we will add this functionality of heart icon, like functionality, and the download functionality, and I think we need some more padding from the bottom side. Let's add a from the bottom, it's gonna be 12. Yeah, looks better. So yeah, that's all in this video, I think guys. So if I check that, so we have created the image card with the heart and download icon, and in the next we have also seen that we have created one data array of data, and we are rendering the data with the flat list. Okay, now if I summarize this stuff again, what we had done, first of all we created one component called image card component, where we are having a style dot container. Okay, we have defined the container like height, width, and the background color. Okay, and the border width, we don't need any border anymore. Border color we don't need. We are having border radius, margin right, and margin vertical, and the cover image is flex 1. We have defined the icon contains a position as absolute. From the bottom we are giving the 12 positioning, and the right will be 8, and the height is going to be 80. A justify content space between. Okay, now after that what we are supposed to do, what we are supposed to doing, we had created one data inside the source directory. We created one folder called data, and there we have a called image.json, and inside that we are having some array of data which has just image, key, and value. Okay, now let's go to the image card component, and after that we are having app.js. Inside the home screen component we are having one flat list where we are passing the data, like we are reading the data, that JSON data, and just passing that data. After that we are having another props called render items, where you just passing this data to the our image card component, and after that we have defined the number of columns as a 2, so it is rendering 2 columns in a row. Okay, so yeah, in the next video we are going to see that how to create a nested navigation and setup of stack navigation. In the last video we have designed this image card component. As you can see that we have also learned that how to use flat list and how we define the number of columns and so on. We had also created this heart icon and the download icon. Now in this video what we are going to try to do, basically, now whenever we click on any image or any wallpaper, it should open up wallpaper data screen. Okay, so how we can achieve that, basically what is gonna happen now, Whenever we click on any wallpaper, it is opening the detail screen, and when we open that detail screen, that home icon should be highlighted at that point of time as well. Okay, so this is called nested stack navigation or nested navigation. So we will learn that how to achieve the nested navigation. For that, I'm going to install first of all stack navigation. So what we have to type, we have to type react navigation, react native navigation. Okay, now after that click on this react navigation. Okay, and click on read docs. Now we have to set up the stack navigation. For that, we have to click on hello react navigation. We have to copy this command npm install react navigation native. I just copied that, and let me stop our server, and after that we have to paste that command and hit enter. So it will install the stack navigation. Okay, now meanwhile if it's now the stack navigation is installed, now do npm start to serve our to run the server again. Okay, and now after that let me press E to start the server. Okay, now if you take a look to the Figma, what is happening now, whenever we are clicking on any wallpaper, it is opening a wallpaper details screen. Okay, and that is called nested stack navigation. Okay, so how we can do that, I'm going to create one folder like before. What I'm going to do basically, now instead of rendering inside the home screen, I'm just rendering a home component like home screen. But instead of rendering this home screen, we have to pass a home stack. Okay, stack navigation. So basically what I'm going to do, I'm going to create one stack navigation for home, and I'm just pass that stack navigation. Okay, so what I'm going to do right now, I'm going to create one folder called navigation. Okay, and let me rename the name navigation. Okay, and the name gonna define as a my navigation, my stack navigation. Okay, my stack navigation dot jsx. Okay, here what I'm gonna do, I'm going to do a setup of stack navigation. So how we can do set up the stack navigation? First of all, we have to initialize the const stack is equal to create native stack navigator. So I import the uh, navigation native stack. After that, we have to do like this stack.navigator. Okay, so I'm gonna make a one function export default. Okay, my home stack, my home stack, or let's make it home stack. Okay, and export default function home stack. Okay, and after that inside return statement, I'm going to just paste that code stack.navigator and stack.screen. Okay, and I'm gonna name is home, and let me import the home screen component. Okay, and after that, instead of rendering we have to copy this home stack, and if went to the home app.jsx, and at the place of component, if you see the component, we are rendering a home screen. Now I'm going to pass the home stack, and I imported the home stack as well. As you can see that I imported the home stack from the my stack navigation. Okay, now instead of naming the home screen, I'm gonna make it home stack. Okay, because this is now we are rendering a home stack. Now let's go to the home stack, and let's make it a home screen instead of just home. Okay, now we don't want to show the this header as well. So what we have to do, we have to write props called screen options, and inside this we have property called header zone as a false. So it will remove this header as well. Now as you can see that the headers get removed. Now what we have to do, the motive behind this stack, like creating a nested stack navigation, is that we want that whenever we click on any image, this icon should also highlighted, the home icon should be also highlighted. Okay, so we're gonna create one screen called show wallpaper screen. So let's create a one screen. Inside the screen component, I'm going to create a component called show wallpaper screen.jsx. Okay, and I'm going to create a one component by typing rnfes. Okay, after that let's go to the my stack navigator or navigation, whatever, and I'm going to just copy paste again stack.screen code, and the component I'm gonna pass called show wallpaper screen. Okay, instead of having a home screen name, I'm gonna name as wallpaper. So wallpaper screen. Okay. Now as you can see that I created one component called so wallpaper screen. Now what I want that whenever I click on any image card, it should open a so wallpaper screen component. Okay, so let's go to the home screen. We are rendering a image card component. Now here, what am I going to do? I'm going to add a touchable opacity at the place of view. So let's add a touchable opacity. Okay, and I'm going to add a on press event, and I'm going to call a function called handle navigate. Handle navigate, and let's create a function called const handle navigate. Okay, inside that, I'm gonna navigate the code. Like I'm gonna write the code that navigate the user from one screen to another screen. Const navigation is equal to use navigation. I'm going to use the use navigation hook to navigate from one screen to another screen. After that, we have to type navigation dot navigate and the screen name, whatever screen you want to navigate. So currently I'm going to navigate the user to the so wallpaper screen. So I just copy this name, go to the image card component, just paste that name. Okay, along that, let's call the function like this, handle navigator. I also pass the item, whatever the item I'm passing. Okay, and if I reload this, let me reload the app. Now if I click on show wallpaper screen, you can see that it's navigating to the show wallpaper screen, and you can see that the home icon is still highlighted, and that's why we are using Mr. Stack navigation. And if I click on back, so as you can see that it's coming back to the home screen. Okay, perfect. And so if we summarize this, what we had done at, so first of all we have installed a package called Stack Navigation. Okay, after that we just installed this package Stack Navigation. After that we went to the app.jsx. uh, Previously we have just home name and we are rendering the home screen, but we had created one component called home stack. So first of all we created one folder called navigation, and the file name is called my stack navigation. Here we had created one component called home stack using the stack navigator. And inside the stack navigator we are having a two screen. The first screen is called home screen, where we are just passing the home screen component, and the second screen is called show wallpaper screen, where you're passing the show wallpaper screen component. Okay, now we are also making the header shown as a false, so the header will not visible. Now when we click on and after that we had went to the image card component. Okay, and whenever user click on any card, we are navigating the user from navigating the user from home screen to the show wallpaper screen. Okay, and along with that, if you want to pass this data like this object, you can also pass the data and you can read the data as well. Now what am I gonna do? I'm going to the show wallpaper screen. Let's go there, and let's make like this style, and I'm going to make a styles dot container. Okay, and in the container what I'm going to do, I'm going to make it flex as a 1. Okay, and the background color is let me add a background color as well. So the background color is going to be same as this color, so I just copy that color as well, and let me paste that color. Okay, now you can see that the background color become like this. Okay, now here what I want that I don't want to show this I don't want to show this status bar here. So to hide that, what am I going to do? I'm going to do, so before that let me explain that what is this is called fragment. So this is just similar to the view, but this is called fragment in React Native or React, and I'm gonna call status bar. Okay, I'm just import the status bar, and I'm gonna make it hidden as a true. Hidden is true. Now you can see that the status bar get removed from the UI. Okay, now if we went to the content, if you see the Figma, if you take a look to the Figma, we are having a one back icon along with the three different icon: heart icon, download icon, the share icon. So first of all we are passing this props as well, like we are passing the item as well. So let's read the item. So read the item, what we have to do, we have to write const route is equal to use route. Okay, and after that we have to type const item, and I have to type route dot params dot item. Okay, and I just type route.params.item, and if I console the item, okay, so whatever we are passing the image, we will get the console. So we are getting the inside the image item.image and that image, right? So for that, instead of having a view as a view style.container, I'm gonna make it image background, okay, and let's make it image background, okay. And the source, let's add a source as well, and inside the source we're gonna have a URI, and the URI will be item.image, okay. Now I make the item.image, and if I click on this, you can see that it is taking the whole width of the image. If I click on this, so it has taken the whole width. Now let's add a different image as well. So add the image different. Let's add a one image by iPhone wallpapers. So I'm gonna use a different image for you guys suddenly to show you guys. So I just copy this image, and let me open image in new tab, and let me copy this URL. And instead of having this URL, I'm gonna replace with this URL right now. And if I reload this, and let's check it out. Currently this image is not showing. I don't know why. So let's use this item.image. That doesn't make sense anymore. Okay, so now you can see that our image is rendered on the UI. Now after that, what we want the next, that we want the back icon as well. So let's add a back icon. To add the back icon, what we have to do, we have to remove this, okay, and we're gonna have a called touchable opacity. I'm gonna use a touchable opacity. Inside that, I'm gonna use one back icon. For back icon, I'm gonna go to the React Native vectors icon directory, and let's check it out. Before that, let's add as well styles dot. Let's add a background color as well. Styles dot back icon container. Okay, I'm gonna name as a back icon container, and let's add a height and the width. The height gonna be of 40 for now, and the width gonna be 40 as well. And the background color which I want, that is called this color. So let's check this color. So to get this color, I'm gonna make this quickly one square right now, and let's fill this color with this color. So I got the color code, and I'm gonna paste this color code as well. Okay, now you can see that we are getting this something border radius of 40. Okay, and if you correctly check, let's add some border radius as well. So the border radius which I'm gonna do, basically border radius of 20, so it becomes circle. I don't know, make it circle, so I'm gonna make it 10. Okay, and let's check it out now. I think it's looking well, and we're gonna have some margin as well. So I'm gonna give a margin of 20. So margin left, right, horizontally, vertical, all that stuff. Now after that, let's add this icon. Okay, so for that icon, I'm gonna type React Native vector icon directory again, and let's copy the icon. So let's open this side, and I'm gonna type called back. Okay, so for the back, I'm gonna use this icon, icons, and the chevron back. Let's use that for this icon. Okay, now let's import the import, and I'm gonna import the icons from React Native vectors icon slash icons. Okay, and after that, inside this touchable opacity, I'm gonna do like this icons. Okay, and the name gonna be, let's add a name quickly. Name is chevron back. Okay, and the color which I want is called, color will be white. Okay, let's add a color as a white, and the size which I want, that is called 25. Okay, let's add a size of 25, and now let's check it out. Some weird happened. Okay, now if I click on this, you can see that the height is 25. It doesn't look well, so I'm gonna make it 30. Okay, Now you can see that the icon is not in the center. Let's make the icon in the center by going to the back icon container. So I'm gonna make it justify content as a center, okay, and align item center to make it vertically and the horizontally center. Align align items center. Okay. Now you can see that this is looking well, right? Now if I click this again, and this is looking perfect. Now whenever user click on this back icon, it should go to the back. To how we can add that, let's add that functionality as well. So I'm gonna add a functionality as well on press event and handle back press. So I'm gonna create one function as well for this. So let's create one function quickly. Const handle back press. Here what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna do something like that. Navigation. So first of all we have to use the navigation hook. Const navigation is equal to use navigation, okay, and after that I have to type navigation dot go back, okay. It will went to the go back. Now if I open this flower image and if I click on this, let me allow to go back, okay. Now we're gonna have these items as well, like we're gonna have a heart icon, we're gonna have this download icon and the share icon. Let's add the icon as well. So as you can see that on this image card we have already some icon. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just do copy and paste this icon container quickly, okay. So I went to the show wallpaper screen, and after this touchable opacity I'm gonna add this icon container, and let's import the and design and the feather as well. So I'm gonna import the and design quickly. Let me import the and design. After that I'm gonna import the feather icon as well by typing the feather, okay. Now let me reload this app. Now if I open this, we can see the heart icon and download icon. We need one more icon, that is called share icon. Let's check it out, that icon as well. So I'm gonna just type share, okay. For share I'm gonna use this icon font awesome share, okay. Now let's use that. So to use that font awesome icon we have to import again font awesome. So at the place of feather I'm gonna use font awesome, and at the place of feather let's use font awesome, okay. Now again we have to just copy this touchable opacity code again, and we have to replace with the font awesome, and the name will be gonna be share. So let's add a name as a share as well, okay. Now you can see that we got the all three icons, right? Now let's style the icon container. So as you can see that we are having icon container, okay, and we are having a three icons, heart icon, download icon and the share icon. So for the icon container what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna make position as a absolute, okay, and it's gonna be from bottom, it's gonna be almost 45, and it's gonna be on the right side of 20. If I make it 20, so it's looking well, and from the bottom it's gonna be I think almost 70. Let's make it 70. Doesn't look well still. Let's make it 120. I don't think so. Let's add a height as well. So height gonna be, I'm gonna add as a 120 for now, and I'm gonna add a one border color of white to understand the height, the width, and I'm gonna give as a border width of 1 as well, okay. Now I had given the border width as 1. Now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna make the height as a 150 for now, okay. Now after that I'm gonna make justify content will be space between, okay. Now okay, looks better, and from the bottom is I'm gonna make it 150 to like make it much more cooler. Now if I remove this, let's check it out how it's looking. Does it matching with the existing UI? Yeah, it's totally matching with the existing UI. So yeah, so we have designed this heart icon, download icon, and if you want, like you want to make it more upper side, so you can make it more upper by just adding the some value. Okay, so yeah, this is how we had designed this basically hot icon, download icon, and share icon. And when we click on back icon, it went to the back screen. Okay, so in this video, what we had done, we had designed the basically we had designed the nested so wallpaper skin. In the last video, we have already done. In this video, we have designed the stack navigation and setup of stack navigation. We have designed the so wallpaper screen as well. Okay, so if we summarize this stuff, so what we had done, let me summarize this thoroughly quickly without wasting some time. So in the home stack, so instead of having a home screen, we are passing a home stack. Instead of home stack, we are having a some screen like home screen and so wallpaper screen. And this whole wallpaper okay, now in the image card, while navigating the from one screen to another screen, we are also passing the props data, like whatever the item we are rendering. So we are passing the data as well. Navigate, we are passing one object item. Okay, and in the show wallpaper screen, we are reading the item by using the use router. So by route.params.item, we get the item, and we are just rendering the item.image in the background. Okay, and we are having again the icon container. So I just copy paste and add one more icon called share icon, which is coming from the font awesome, and we are importing the font awesome from the React Native vectors icon slash font awesome. Okay, we had given some padding, margin, and the positioning. Okay, now we have also want to do one more thing, that is called whenever user click on this back icon, the user should go to the back screen. So we have added this touchable opacity and added one event placement, that is called a handle backtrace. So whenever user click on that icon, it went called this navigation dot go back, and it will went to the uh, back screen. Okay, so yeah, that's all in this video, guys. So we have learned that nested navigation and the so wallpaper screen. In the next video, we are going to create this collection screen. So yeah, that's all. Thanks. Hey guys, in this video we are going to learn that how to design this category details screen. And if you take a look to the Figma, so what we are going to design, basically we are going to design this screen where we're gonna have a one image. On that of image, we're gonna add some overlay, and on top of that we are going to write some text like category, whatever the category name is it. Awesome, so we are going to design this screen. Okay, in the last video we've designed the like so wallpaper screen and the nested navigation. Okay, now let's see how we can design the category details screen. For that, before designing the category details screen, I'm gonna git add, git add git commit minus git commit minus m git commit minus m home screen done. Okay, now you can see that I've already commit, and let me push the code again. Now after that, let's design the category details screen. To design the category details screen, so you can see that we are having a collection screen, and currently we are just passing a home screen component. Okay, so let's create one component called collection screen. So I'm gonna make collection collection screen dot jsx, and I'm going to type rnfes to create a collection screen component. Okay, now after that I have to import the collection screen component like this. Okay, now after importing that collection screen, if we went to the collection screen, we are able to see a collection screen text. Okay, now let's go to the collection screen component. Okay, now let's style the collection screen component. So as you can see that we have to add a background color. Okay, so I'm gonna make the styles dot container. Okay, inside the container, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna make the flex as a one. Okay, and the background color, which I'm gonna do, I have to just copy the background color like this, whatever the home background color is it. Okay, so the background color become like that. Okay, now after that, if you check the Figma, we are having a one header component. So let's import the header component as well. So I'm gonna just import the header component from the component and directory. As you can see that we have already created one header component which we are using in the home component. So I also import this header component inside the category details screen, collection screen or category screen, whatever you can call. Okay, Now let's give us some padding, horizontal of 20. Okay, so the header looks well. Okay, perfect. Now after that, if you see that we are having one text called collections, so let's add a one text as well. So I'm gonna use text and the value will be collections. And now let's style this as well. So I'm gonna make it styles dot heading. Okay, heading, and let me copy this and let's add some property. The first property gonna be color as a white. Okay, and the font size I'm gonna be 30 for now. Let's give a short font size will be 30. Okay, and let's add a font weight as well. The font weight gonna be 700. Let's see how it's gonna look like. So added the font weight 700 and it's looking too well. Okay, now after that I'm gonna create one component called collection card or category card. So I'm gonna name is category card.jsx. Okay, now inside that I'm gonna create one component called by typing rnfes category card. Okay, now let's go to the collection screen and I have to just import this category card component. Okay, now as you can see that we are able to see nothing because the category card component is like already black. That's why we are not able to see. So let's add some property here. First of all, what I'm gonna do, I have to uh, make the this change with the view with the touchable opacity because category will be clickable. Okay, and after that we're gonna have a one image. So let's add a one image and we have to import the image from the React Native again. Okay, and we're gonna have a source and we're gonna have a URI and we want a one image URL. So I've already copied this image URL. Okay, and I'm gonna create one variable called const image URL. Okay, and I'm gonna use that URL. Okay, I'm gonna pass this URI to this here, and after that let's minimize this. Okay, so the touchable opacity I'm gonna style this as a styles dot container. Okay, and I'm gonna style this as well. Style is equal to styles dot cover image. Okay, now let's copy this cover image property and I'm gonna give some height as a 120 and the width height gonna be 120 and the width gonna be 100%. Let's give a shot how it's looking. Now this is looking like this. Now let's add some border radius as well. Border radius of 20. If I make it border radius of 20, this is looking like this. Cool. Now I think height looking too much. Now let's decrease the height. No, I think 120 looks better. And I'm gonna make some margin vertical of 20. Okay. Now after that, if you see that we have to also add a overlay. This kind of overlay. So let's add this overlay as well. So I'm gonna add a one view here quickly. Okay, and I'm gonna name as a style is equal to styles dot overlay. Okay, and let's write this styling for this overlay. And for that, I'm gonna write what I'm gonna write. I'm gonna just split styles is dot absolute fill object. Okay, and after that, I'm gonna add a background color, and the background color will be RGBA, and this is gonna be looking like 0, 0, 0 and 0.5 and we're gonna have like this. Okay, now you can see that we have added a basically what you can see, we have added this RGB background or whatever overlay property. Okay, now after that let's add some basically text on the top of image as well. So how we can add it, let's check it out. Let's take a look on this. So we're gonna have a one text here, text. Okay, and inside that what we're gonna have like iPhone wallpapers. So let me write iPhone wallpapers. Okay, and we're gonna make it style is equal to style dot heading, something like that. and let's add this heading property as well, like the color gonna be white, the color gonna be white. Let's add a color as a white, and the font size gonna be 25, and the font weight, we have to also add a font weight of almost 500. Okay, but this text should be inside this header. Okay, so what I have to do basically, we have to do something like this. So I'm gonna make a one view, and inside this view I'm gonna put the text, and I'm gonna call this style is equal to styles dot text container. Okay, now I have to just copy the text container, and we have to make this text container as a position as a absolute. Okay, now when I make a position absolute, you can see that it's went there. Okay, now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna make it like from the bottom, it make it 40, and from the bottom make it 40, and from the left I'm gonna make it 40. Let's see. Okay, so this is how it's looking now. I think let's make it from the bottom as a 50. I think looks well. Okay, now after that let's increase the font size. Will also the font size will be 30. Yeah, the 30 is looking well, and the font weight will be also make it 700. Awesome. So this is how we had designed this, category card. Okay, now let's add some more category card as well. So I'm gonna add some category card. Okay, now if you can see that there's some black uh, background is coming. Let's check it out, what is happening with this. So let's go to the category screen. The height I given is like 120, right? And the width is a 100, and the margin vertical is 20. Okay, so I'm gonna remove the margin vertical from here, and let me remove this, reload this, and the container, inside the container I'm gonna give some margin vertical property. So margin vertical is gonna be 20. Margin vertical is gonna be 20, and now it's looking well, right? Now after that, what we are supposed to do, uh, basically, we are gonna have some category, and we're gonna loop that category to the category card. Basically, we have to make it dynamically. Okay, so what I have to do basically, now inside the source we have a data, an images.json. I'm gonna make called category dot json. Okay, and I've already created some category data, so I have to just copy and paste the data where we are having a name and the title. Okay, now after that, let's go to the collection screen, and let's import the data. Import data from data. Okay, and the data will be category.json. Okay, and after that let's do like this data, and I'm going to use the flat list here, and the first parameter which I have to pass called data, and I have to pass the data. Okay, and if I console the data, so you can see that the data what I'm getting this array of objects. So you can see that this is the array of objects which I'm getting, where we have image and the name property. Okay, now let's get rid of this. We are having a category card, and after that, what I'm gonna do, uh, the second props is called render item. Okay, now let's take the item and the index, and here I'm gonna pass the image card component, and the props will be gonna be item, and I'm passing the item as well as index as well. So I'm passing the index as well. Okay, and I'm gonna get rid of this, and instead of having a image card, we're gonna have a category card. Okay, now let's get rid of this. Now let's go. You can see that we are getting iPhone wallpapers looping by almost sometimes. Okay, and we are having a flex as a 1, so let's get rid of this flex as a 1. And there's one more thing which I just want to let you know guys, that if you scroll down, okay, not be able to scroll down, so we have to close the app, open the app again. Okay, now let's open the collection screen. Now if we scroll down, we are not able to scroll down more than these items, So there is one is a property called content container uh, container style, basically container style. And here what we have to do, basically a padding bottom, and we're gonna have a padding bottom as 100. Okay, so I can make it like 500, whatever I want. So it should be like scrollable till the 500 point. So I'm gonna make it 300 for now. Okay, so you can scroll to this point 300 to the viewpoint. Okay, now let's go to the category card component. Okay, and I'm gonna read the item and index as well. Okay, now instead of having an image URL, I'm gonna make like item dot image to make it dynamic. Now you can see that it's loading the image, and after that item dot instead of having a static iPhone wallpaper, we have to do item dot name. Okay, so let me remove this whole code. Okay, now you can see that this is how we can create a collection screen in the React Native. So what we had done, if we summarize this stuff thoroughly, so first of all, we went to the app.js. We update the from the collection on the collection screen. Previously it was just home screen component. Now we have created one a screen called collection screen, and we have passed that. In the collection screen, what we had done, we had using the created the category card component first of all, and after that we are like created one category dot JSON data where we are having a name, image URL. Okay, category image URL, and after that we import the data like this. After that we pass the data inside the flat list, and we are calling a render item method where we are passing this data to the category card component item and index. And we have added the content container as a padding bottom, so it will be giving some you can scroll till 300 point from the bottom. Okay, now after that in the category card, what we had done, we had created a category card component where we are getting the item and index, and we are having a touchable opacity. We are given the uh, margin vertical of 20. Okay, and after that we are added the image which we are showing here, and apart from that we are having a overlay, so added the overlay as well. And we are having a text container where we have showing the heading. Okay, so yeah, that's all in this video, guys. In the next video, what we gonna do, uh, we're gonna create a collection stack. So whenever we click on this collection screen, it will open the collection details screen. So we have to we are going to design that in the next video. So whenever we click on this any category, it will open the collection details screen. And after that, when we click on any wallpaper, it should open a so wallpaper screen. So we have to work on this. So yeah, that's all in this video, guys. Hey guys, still we have designed the home screen where we can click the any image, and it will open the uh, so wallpaper screen. And when we click on category, it will open the collection screen. Okay, now in this video what we are going to do, basically whenever we click on any category, it should open the collection details screen like this. So if you click on beach, so it should open the beach details screen, right? So how we can achieve that, basically we gonna have a creator stack navigation or nested navigation. Okay, and we can achieve that. So let's do that as well. So if we go to the app.jsx, let's go to the app.jsx. Currently we are just rendering the collection screen, right? Now instead of rendering a collection screen component, now we have to render a collection stack. Okay, so let's go to the navigation folder. So this is my components data screen, and let's go to the navigation folder, and let me open my stack navigation. Here I'm gonna create another stack called export uh, default default function uh, function, and I'm gonna name as a collection stack. Okay, and in the collection stack, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna return like this. And first of all, we're gonna have a stack dot navigator my bad stack dot navigator. Okay, and inside that we're gonna have a stack dot screen. Okay, And inside this we're gonna have pass the name, the first name, which the name gonna be, if you see, the name is called collection screen, so we're gonna have a name called collection screen. And we're gonna have a component as well. The component will be collection screen. Okay, now after that we gonna have a create another screen called collection details screen. So let's create a collection collection details screen dot jsx. Okay, rnfes to create a React Native functional export default component with style sheet. Okay, so collection details screen. Now let's go to the here, and I'm gonna again do stack dot screen, and the name will be collection details screen, collection details screen. Okay, and we're gonna pass the component as well. The component will be collection details screen. Okay, now let me import that as well. Okay, now you can see that we are getting error that passing error, only one default export allowed. So instead of having a default, I'm gonna make it export again, and again instead of having a default export, we have to make it normal export. Okay, now let's go to the app.jsx. Okay, first let's fix the home stack. So we have to do like this, home stack, because it's not a default export. If it's default export, so you don't have to destructure that key, but if it's a normal export, so you have to destructure like that. Okay, now let's scroll down. So currently we are having a collection screen. Now we have to pass, we have to make a collection stack again, and we have to pass a component of collection stack. Okay, collection stack, which I had created right now. And let me import the collection stack from the navigation as well. Now you can see that I imported the collection stack like this from the my stack navigator, and if you click on this, again we are able to see this header of the stack. So what we have to do, we to get rid of this header, what we have to do, we have called screen options. Inside this we have called header shown as a, and we have to make it false to remove that header. Now as you can see that the header get removed. Now what I want that like whenever we click on iPhone, it should open to the iPhone data screen. Okay, so let's go to the collection screen. Okay, now we are having a category card component. Let's go to the category card component. Now here what we're gonna do, I'm gonna create one function called handle navigate. Okay, and inside that what I'm going to do, I'm gonna call the navigate that from collection screen to the collection details screen. Okay, so let's do like this, const navigate is equal to use navigation. Okay, and const navigation is equal to use navigation, and const navigation, not, we can write any name, but I prefer navigation. Const navigation dot navigate, and I'm gonna navigate to the category details screen. So let me copy this name again, and I want to navigate the user to the collection details screen. And what I'm supposed to do, whatever the item I'm gonna getting, I also want to pass that item as well. So I'm just passing the item as well as a props. Okay, now whenever user click on handle navigate, it should navigate the user to that component, and we are calling called handle navigate. Inside that we are calling the item function. Okay, now if you click on this iPhone wallpapers, we went to the collection results screen, and this icon is still highlighted, and this is possible only because the nested navigation. Okay, now let me reload this again. Let's click on this architecture wallpaper and so on. Now let's go to the collection details screen, collection details screen. And now I want to read the object, like what object I'm passing, like what is the name on that. To read that, we have called const item is equal to route dot. So we, to get the route, we have to write const route is equal to use route hook. Okay, and we have to write route dot params. So let's get the suggestion, route dot params dot item, whatever keys we are passing. And if I console the item, so you can see that we are uh, we are getting this object where we are having a name, and the image name is iPhone wallpapers. And if I again go back, if I click on cherry blossom, the name is become cherry blossom. Okay. Now if we take a look this screen, we are first of all we are having this back icon container, like so we can use this back icon container from this so wallpaper screen. So I'm gonna just copy and paste that. Okay. So let's go to the so wallpaper screen, and I'm gonna copy this back icon container code. Okay. And after that, I'm gonna close all the things, and I'm gonna just paste that. Okay. Now after that, you can see that let's import the stretchable opacity from the React Native, and we're gonna create one function called handle backtrace. So const handle backtrace, where what we're gonna do, we're gonna call navigation. Okay. So which the aim of this function is basically which navigate from to back component basically. And after that we have to also import the ino icons, because we are using ino icons. So we have to import ino icons from React Native vector icons slash ino icons. Okay. Now after that, you can see that if we click on this, we are able to see a back icon. Okay. Now we have to also change the background color of collection details screen to the normal background. So let's add that as well. So we're gonna have a styles dot container. Okay. Now after that, I'm gonna make right now container as a flex one for now, not for sure. Whenever we use flat list, we don't have to pass as a flex as a one. Okay. And we're gonna have a background color as well. So the background color which I'm gonna use, that is we can copy paste from the home screen again, and this is the background color. Okay. Now you can see that become looks good. And we're gonna have a back icon container, so we can use back icon container styling code from the show wallpaper screen. And let's go to this, and I have to just copy this code, and we have to just add it here. So what is happening in the back icon container, we are giving defining the height and the width, define the background color, border radius, and the margin, and justify content as a center, align item center, so the icon become the center of the view. Okay. Now after that, if you see that we are having a one text called beach, so let's add a one text as well. So I'm gonna have a one view inside it. Okay. And inside that, I'm gonna have a text called whatever the text it gonna be. So I'm gonna name as a item dot name. Okay. And I'm gonna do styling as well. So style will be styles dot header. Okay. And let's make the let's style the header as well. So I'm gonna style as a header, and font size gonna be 20, color gonna be white, color gonna be white. Okay. And now you can see that the iPhone wallpapers right now, and let's add some padding as well. So I'm gonna give some padding to this content container. So instead of having a if you see that we are giving a margin of 20. Okay. So let's get rid of this margin of 20, and I'm gonna give some padding of 20 to this container. Okay. Now after that, the header needs some margin from the top, margin vertical. So let's add a margin vertical of 10 as well. And after that, we have to increase the font size. The font size is gonna be 22, and the font weight gonna be 600. Okay. Now we can see the iPhone wallpaper. Now there's a one text called subtext, unlimited listed wallpaper from beach collection. So let's add a subtext as well. So subheader, basically we can name as a subheader. Okay. And it's called unlimited listed wallpapers. Let's add like unlimited wallpapers, unlimited listed wallpapers from this collection, whatever the collection name. Okay. And let's add a subheader as well. So after the header, we're gonna have a subheader. Okay. and the color gonna be white. Okay, and the font size which I want is almost 18 pixel. Okay, now I think it's looking well, not too well, it's become let's make it 15. Okay, now it's looking perfect. Okay, and after that we're gonna add some color as well. The color gonna be hashtag cccc. Let's add a ads of cc, some more lighter than the white color. Now it's looking too much well. Okay, now after that we have to do like this, we're gonna have a render some data. Okay, so first of all what we have to do, we have to import the data. So let's import the data as well. So I'm gonna import the data quickly. So import data uh, from data slash images.json. Okay, and after that let's use the data. Okay, and I'm gonna scroll down. Okay, after this view I'm gonna have a flat list. Okay, and inside that I'm gonna pass the data as a data, and another parameter called render item, where I have to pass the render item code. So let's get the item and the index, item index. Okay, and I'm gonna call the function called image card, where we have to pass item and the index as well. So I'm gonna pass the index as well. Okay, now after that if we click on this, we are able to see the all the images, but you can see that it is only one row has a one column, so we have to add a number of columns as a 2. Okay, now it's become number of columns 2, and let me reload it again. Now let's click on this category result screen. Now let's close the app because the app get hanged. So we have to open wall hub, not wall vibes. This is the app which we have working, wall hub. And now if we click on this second icon, collection screen, and if we click on iPhone wallpaper, so we are getting this all the image card data. Okay, so and add some content container style as well. So it's gonna be padding bottom of 500 or 200, whatever we want. So I'm gonna add a padding of bottom of 200. Now you can see that the next screen is that whenever we click on any image, it should open up category details screen. But the catch is that if we click on collection, and if we click on cherry blossom, and if we click on any so wallpaper screen, so what is happening, it opened that, but it's highlighting the home screen. Okay, so we will see that how to figure out this and how to fix that. But yeah, we have seen that how to create this collection screen along with the collection details screen. So if you summarize this is what we had done, first of all in the app.jsx we had created a stack called collection stack. Inside the collection stack, what we had done, we are having a two screen called collection screen and the collection details screen. In the collection screen, what we had done, inside the category card component, we are navigating from one screen to the next, one screen to the collection details screen. Okay, now after that we created one screen called collection details screen, where we are just reading the data whatever we are getting from the props as item, and we are just reading that all the data using the image card component which we already created, and we using the flat list the data which we are using the previously, the same data we are using here also. So yeah, in the last video we have designed the category details screen. Like when we click on any category, let's suppose if I click on iPhone wallpapers, so it will open a category details screen where we are showing the name, the title of the category, and we are also showing the unlimited listed wallpaper from the title of category collection. Okay, and we are having some images which is static right now. We will add API later. Okay, now if I click on go back, so we have not added this functionality to the go back. Okay, so let's add that functionality as well. So we are inside the collection details screen, as you can see that. Now what we have to do, we have to add a functionality of go back. So let's add that functionality. To add that functionality, we have this is the touchable opacity, and inside that we are just rendering a back icon, and currently when we click on back icon, we are calling this function called handle back press. Here what we have to do, here we have to write a logic to navigate from one screen to the back screen. So for that, what we have to use, we have to use navigation of. So I'm going to type const navigation is equal to use navigation. Okay, and after that, to go back to the from one screen to another screen, we have method called navigation dot go back. Okay, it will help us to you move the user from to the back component. Okay, now if I click on cherry blossom, so it will open this cherry blossom, and you can see that this is dynamic clicking. Okay, now if you click on any image card, so what is happening right now, you can see that if I click on go back, so it went to the home screen component. You can see that the home screen I highlighted. Okay, so this is a bug like which we have to fix it out. So how we can fix it up, so basically if you click on iPhone wallpapers and if we click on this data screen, it should go back to the this screen, iPhone wallpapers screen, but currently what is happening, it went to the home screen. Okay, so if we see the my stack navigation, so inside that we have like in the app.js, instead of rendering a collection screen, we are rendering a collection stack. Inside that stack we are having a collection screen component, and we are having a collection detail screen as well. And now what we have to do, we have to add a one more screen, that is called so wallpaper screen. So we have to just copy this name so wallpaper screen here as well, and here we have to write so wallpaper screen. Okay, and if I reload this, okay, and after that let's click on category screen. If I click on iPhone wallpapers and if I click on show screen and if I click on go back, so as you can see that is working as expected. So currently it is navigating back to the collection details screen. Okay, and if you add, basically what is happening, it will make a nested navigation, and that is the one of the most important thing in which you guys should also know. So initially what was happening now, whenever we click on of go back screen, it was taken back to the this navigation, like in the home stack, and it was rendering this component. But currently we had added a function, like added a one name one screen called so wallpaper screen, and we are rendering still that component. So what is happening, it is navigating to the is children component. Okay, so this is the thing, okay, which we were missing. Now if I click on any image, it will open the category image, and if you click on go back, it went to the that back screen, and if you click on again go back, we went to the collection screen. Okay, so what we had done till yet, we have seen that how to design the collection screen. We have also designed the collection details screen. Okay, now after that what we had left, if you take a look to thoroughly, so we have to work on the search functionality as well. Okay, so if you take a look of Figma, so how the search Figma is looking. So let me open the Figma, and it's loading. And after that, if you see that our search screen is gonna looking like this. Okay, there we have a search text, and after that we have a some bottom search value like search text, and we have a one cross icon, as you can see that, and currently the image is loading. Okay, and after that we are having some image card, and we have also a text input field as well. Okay, so let's do that. Let's design this as well. So again, we have to add a one component like here stack.screen. Inside the app.js, what we have to do, we have to create as you can see, we have already a search screen component, and we are rendering the home screen. So instead of rendering home screen, we are going to create one other screen called search screen. So let me create a search screen component, search screen.jsx. okay, and I'm going to type RNFES React Native functional export default export style sheet component. Okay, after that let's go to the app.js, and I'm going to import this search screen component right now. Okay, now after, as you can see that I imported the search screen from this /source screen search screen, and if I click on search screen, as you can see that this is the screen is visible. Okay, now after that what we have to do, we have to go inside the search screen. Okay, Now if you see on the Figma, what we have done, what we have to do, we have to write like make this styling like this: search and some subtext, and we are having a one close button as well. Okay, so let's add it quickly. So to add this, we're gonna have a and change the background color as well. So I'm gonna make it like styles dot container. Okay, and after that let's copy the container. I'm gonna make it flex is a 1. Okay, and let's add a background color as well. We can copy the background color here from the home screen because we've already added that. And after that, what we have to do, after that we have to uh, add a one text called search. So let's add that as well, and we're gonna have some padding as well, like padding horizontal gonna be 20 for now. Okay, now after that let's add a one container, and it's gonna be styles dot style is equal to styles dot header container where we gonna have a two view. Inside the first view we gonna have a text called search. Let's add a text as a search. Okay, and another text will be that is called searching through 100 of photos, searching through 100 of photos will be so much easier now, will be so much easier now. Okay, and I'm gonna add this called styles dot header. Okay, and I'm gonna add this as well: style is equal to styles dot subheader. Okay, and let me copy this header and subheader. After that let's add a header first, and I'm gonna make the color as a white, and the font size is gonna be almost 30. I think 30 will looks better. Yeah, and I'm gonna make a font weight as a 700, font weight of 700. And after that let's add a subheader as well. Subheader, again the color gonna be same as a white, and the font size gonna be half of the header, so I'm gonna make it 20 almost. Okay, I think let's make this font size is 25 because it's looking too much bold, and it's make 600 looks well. Okay, and font size 20 is like not looking so well, I think. So let me it much more. Let's add a font weight of lesser than. So I'm gonna make a font weight as a 400, and let me reload it again. So after that, if we went to the search screen, it is looking well, and let's decrease the font size as a 15 for now. Yeah, looks better, and you can see that we have to add some margin as well. So I'm gonna add a padding vertical or margin, whatever you want to give. I'm gonna give some padding vertical as a 20 as well. Now it looks better. Now inside this header container, let's add a header container, and we're gonna have a inside the header container, the first view gonna be style is equal to styles dot text container. Okay, or content container, whatever you can make it. And we're gonna have another view, there we're gonna have a style is equal to styles dot icon container. Okay, and inside the icon container we're gonna show this, render this icon, cross icon. Okay, so I'm gonna create one view for now, and it's gonna be a style is equal to styles dot icon button, something like that. And for this cross icon, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna use some icon from the React Native vector icon directory. I went to there, and let me search cross icon. Okay, so let's search cross. So I just search cross, and we are getting some icons, and end typo doesn't look well for me. Let me see which icon name is it we are using. So basically I search and finally that icon is called close icon, and we are going to use this able's icon close. So I'm gonna use this able's icon, so we have to use like this import able's icons. So let me copy this again, able's icon. Okay, and from react native vector icons slash able's. Okay, now after that inside the icon button we have to do like this, able's icon name gonna be what the name is it icon. So let me add the name. So name is close. Okay, and the color which I'm gonna give is called white. Okay, and the size gonna be almost 25. Size gonna be 25. Okay, I think size gonna be 25. No, let's make it 30. I think 30 looks much more better. Okay, now if we see that inside the header container we have to make this in a one row, the content and this icon. Okay, before that let's make this icon button stylish. Like to make the icon button style, like we can have a background color. So let's copy the background color. What is it background color? To get the background color I'm gonna design a one view, and let's get this background color. The background color is this code. Let me add it. Okay, now as you can see that it is visible background color looking like this. Okay, and which I don't prefer it. Like let's add this styling, copy this styling. Okay, and I'm gonna add this icon container. Okay, still it's taking the whole width. Let me do undo for now. So what I'm gonna do right now, first of all let's style this header container. So if you see that inside the header container we have two things, the text container and the icon container, and we want this in a one row instead of having it in two row. So for that let's go to the header container. I'm gonna make display flex direction as a row, because by default they have already display flex, so we don't have to write again display flex. Okay, and I'm gonna write justify content as a center, so it went to the center as a vertically, and I'm gonna write align item center to make it item center as a horizontal vertically as well. Okay, now what I'm gonna do for this the text container, I just copy the text container and I'm gonna make like the width will be almost 80%. So let's add the width as a 80%, and let's see. Okay, now when I add a width as 80%, this is looking like this, which I don't prefer it. So let me remove this. Now what I'm gonna do, let me add a padding horizontal gonna be 40. No, it should be 20. Okay. So what I'm going to do basically, so I'm gonna do like this. So let's add the cross icon container some width. Okay, for that what I'm gonna do, let's see. So first of all this header container I'm gonna define as a justify content as a space between instead of having a just center. So space between will looks much more better. Okay, and for that for this icon container let's add some height and width as well. So I'm going to define as a height as a 40, width as a 40 as well. Okay, and the border radius of some border radius as well. So border radius of 15. Okay, and let's make inside the justify content center. Okay, justify content center and align item center, to make the icon the center in the viewport. Okay, now you can see that the icon is in the center, but still you can see that the padding horizontal doesn't look well. So what I'm gonna do here, I'm gonna like write width as a 20%. Okay, so it doesn't look well, so let's do something. Let's remove this from here and let's go to the text container. I'm gonna make it width as a 70% for now. Okay, so this looking well, so I'm gonna make it width as a 80% instead of having a 70%. Yeah, looks better. Okay, so what we had done, let me summarize this quickly. So I think this become complex, but let me summarize this. So first, what we had done, we are having a container. Inside that we had designed a header container. There we are rendering some text container content. Okay, and after that we are having icon container. We are having a icon button, and inside that we are having rendering the able icons, or basically icon. Okay, so what we had done first of all, so the container we had defined a flex as a 1. Okay, and we have given the padding horizontal and the vertical of 20. And for the header container we have defined the flex direction as a row. Justify content space between to make this contain in a space between, and align at the center to make the items vertically center. Okay, and we have defined the text container as a width of 80%, so it is taking only 80% of the total width, and rest of the width goes to the this item, this cross icon. After that we have defined the header color, subheader color, and for the icon button we have defined the background color, height, width, border radius, and justify content center and align at the center to make the icon in the center of this uh, this border. Okay, I think this looks well. Now instead of having a just normal view, let's add a for the icon button we're gonna use touchable opacity. So I have to import touchable opacity from the React Native. Okay, now after that let's go to the search icon again. Okay, and this is looking well. Okay, now we have to add this input field as well. Okay, so let's add an input field along with the search icon. Okay, so let's add that as well. So I'm gonna remove this text we had done so far this, and after that we're gonna have a input container along with icon. Okay, so for that we're gonna have a one view. Okay, and inside that we're gonna have a another view, and I think one view looks okay. So let's add a view as a style is equal to styles dot input container. Okay, input container. Inside that input container, let's add some property quickly. Mm, so for that, I'm gonna add some input container as a width of. Let's add some height, width, and border. So I'm gonna add a height of 40. Okay, and the border width gonna be 1 for now, and the border color gonna be white for now. Okay, so if you see that this is the text input, we are able to get it. Okay, and let's give some margin as well. So margin vertical gonna be almost 20. Yeah, looks better. And let's see how we can design it. The first color which I want, this color. Okay, so let's get this color quickly. To get this color, let's click on this icon. So we'll get this color. Okay, and I'm gonna define this border. The color will be this color. Okay, and after that the border width gonna be 2 instead of having a 1. Okay, and if we take a more closer, so we have some border radius and the height is more, not just it's gonna be 50. Yeah, and we're gonna have some border radius of 10. Okay, and this looks well. Okay, and after that we are having a one search icon. So let's add a search icon as well. To add a search icon inside the input container, what we have to do like this, and I think we can get rid of this view, extra view, it doesn't any use. And inside this input container we have to add a one search icon. So first of all, you can see that the search icon on the right side. So let's get the search icon. So for search, I think I prefer again and design search one icon. So let me copy this, or any other icon which I prefer. like this. I want this icon, so it should look, I think Abel's icon looks okay. Let's use this search icon, I think, and design search icon. So for that, let's import the and design from React Native vectors icons and slash and design. After that, let me copy the and design name, and we're gonna have and design. I'm gonna define a name. The name will be this one, search one. So let me copy the name, search one, and the color is gonna be for now white, but I think this color will looks much more better. But let's add white for now. Color will be white for now, and the size is almost gonna be 30 as well. Okay, the size is 30 for now. Okay, now we're gonna have a one text input as well, so I'm gonna add a text input, and style is equal to styles dot text input. Okay, and let's add it. Now if we say take a look at input container, the icon is not in the center, and let's add the icon in the center of the width. Okay, for that what I have to do like this: align items center. Okay, to get the item in the center. Okay, and we're gonna have a there's one more thing. I'm gonna make a flex direction as a row. Okay, and now it looks much more better, and we're gonna have some padding horizontal of 10 as well. Okay, looks better. Now after that, we are having a text input. Let me copy the text input. Okay, and we're gonna make it flex as a 1, so it will take the rest whole in the height of the flex input. So if you click on text input, as you can see that is looking like this. And let's add a color as well. The color gonna be white. Okay, now if I type something, you can see that the content as well. Now I think the icon color will be looking like this, so let me update the color. So let's get the icon color. So this is the sorry, so this is the icon color which I want, so I have updated the icon color as well. The size looks much more greater, though. Let me make it 25. Okay, and for the text input, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna add some margin left of 10 for now. Okay, looks better, I think looks better. And we can have some placeholder text as well, so we can have a placeholder. Okay, the placeholder gonna be search here. Okay, and let me reload this. So you can see that we have added a placeholder, but it's not visible. So let's add a placeholder color as well. Placeholder text color gonna be again this color which I just copy. Okay, and let's see. You can see this looks well, awesome. Now after that, we have seen that how to design the search input. Now we have to show this, render this item. Okay, so what we can do for this, we're gonna use a flat list along with some data. Okay, for sure, for that, let's create another component. Before that, let me explain what I had done. So I created one view, and the style name is called input container. Okay, and inside this input container, what I had done, I defined the height. The height is 50. I define the border width as a 2 and the border color. I define I given the margin vertically, so the margin vertical 20 from the top and the 20 from the bottom, and given the border radius of 10, align item center to make the item in the center, and the flex direction as a row and padding horizontal as a 10. Okay, so that's why you can see there's some padding on this left side of the search icon. Okay, after that, inside this input container, I created two item. The first item called and design search icon, where I define the color, and we are having a text input, and the text input I define the flex as 1, so it will take the rest of the height and the width, and define the color as a white and the margin left as a 10. Okay, so this is how we design search input along with the search icon. Okay, now after that, we're gonna render some render some data. Okay, for that, what we have to do, we have to again write flat list. Okay, the first parameter is called data, So let's import the data as well. So we can have a import the data like this: import data from data, and we're gonna have a images.json. Okay, and I'm gonna pass it data as well here, and we're gonna have a render item. Here we get the item and the index. Okay, and my bad. And after that we're gonna return a component called image card. Okay, and we have to pass this props as well. Item is equal to item, and we're gonna also pass the index, but index doesn't require, you can up to you, because we are not using index anyway. So let me add index as well. Okay, now if we go to search icon, you can see this item we are able to see. Okay, now after that we can see the the item input in a one row is a one column. Now we have to add one property more, that is called number of columns as a 2. Okay, now if we have to reload this app again, and let's go to the search icon. It's not opening. Let me close the app quickly, and again open the app, and let's go to the search icon. Now you can see this is looking well as expected. Perfect. Now we have to also give, we can get rid of this flex as a 1, because it doesn't require anymore, because we are using flat list. And there's one more thing: if you scroll down, you can see that the bottom item is not showing on the UI port. So we have called content style, where we have to give padding bottom of 200, so that will give the padding bottom of 200. So now it's coming on the UI. We can have also more as a 400. Perfect. So this is how we design the basically search input, search container, search screen. Okay, now as you can see that what we have to do, like when we click on this search screen, so it is coming on the home screen, like it's highlighting the home screen, right? So basically what is happening, whenever we click on image card, it is opening the wallpaper screen of the this my stack navigation of the home stack. Okay, of the home stack using the wallpaper screen. But what I want that it should be nested on the search screen. So for that what we have to do, so let me close all the components. So for that, in the app.js currently we are having a search only showing the search screen. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna create one search stack, where we are first screen will be search screen, and another screen will be called a wallpaper screen. So it will become nested screen, and that become easier for us, and that's how we handle the nested navigation. Okay, so let's do that. Like as you can see that when we click on when we click on any image, and when we click on back, so it coming back to the home screen, but it should come to the this search screen. Okay, so let's create a search stack. So I went to my stack navigation. Okay, and I'm gonna create another stack by just let me copy paste again. Okay, export default function again, and we're gonna name as a instead of having a collection stack, we gonna make it search stack. Okay, and address one is a false. Okay, and the first screen which I'm gonna show right now, that is called search screen. So I have to add a search screen, and let's name it the search screen. Perfect. And we're gonna have another screen that is called wallpaper screen. We are already having a wallpaper screen as well. Okay, now we are importing a search stack, so we have to import, and we have to write it import that search stack. Okay, and the name gonna be, instead of having search screen, we're gonna name as a search stack. Okay, and now let's reload the app. Now let me close the app again, open that. Okay, and let me reload this. Now as you can see that if I click on any wallpaper screen, and if we click on back, so it's still coming to the search screen, and this is just because of possible with the search stack. So let me summarize this what we had done right now. So in the app.js previously we are just having a search screen, and we are passing a search screen, and whenever we click on any image, so it was opening a search wallpaper screen. But When we click on go back, so it went to the home screen. It was not coming back to the search screen. To handle this problem statement, what we had done, we had made the nested navigation. So what we had done, we had created the search stack where we are passing this where we having a search screen and along with the show wallpaper screen. So whenever user click on search screen, okay, from the search screen to the show wallpaper screen, and when you click on back, so it becomes one stack, and that solved the problem. Perfect. So what we had done in this video, we had done these things. We have designed the search screen. In the next video, what we're gonna do, we're gonna design the like screen. This screen you can see. uh, Perfect. All right, thanks. In the last video, we have worked on a search screen functionality. So what we had done, we had created a search stack where, like, where user can click on any image, so it will open a show wallpaper screen, and when user click on back, so it went to the back screen as well. So as you can see that, if we just try to summarize the code in the last session, what we had done, so we had created one search stack, and we are passing a search stack component, and inside the search stack, what we had done, the first screen is called search screen, which we are rendering right now, and after that the another screen is called show wallpaper screen. So whenever we click on any wallpaper, so it will open a show wallpaper screen. Okay, now after that, if we summarize this app thoroughly, so we have a home screen where we click on so wallpaper screen, and after that we have a category screen, and when we click on any category, it will open a category details screen. We have a show wall search screen, and we can click on here as well. Now in this video, we are targeting to work on this like functionality screen. So if I show you, so this is the screen which I'm gonna work on it. Like, we have on the top a back icon, and after that we have a favorites, and we are showing some images. So let's work on this. So first of all, I'm gonna create one screen called like screen. So before that, if you go to the app.js, so we have created one tab as a like screen, and we are rendering this auto icon here as well. Now let's create a one screen called like screen dot jsx. Okay, and I'm gonna type r and fes to create a React Native functional export styleset component. Okay, now let's go to the app.jsx. Okay, and I'm gonna import the like screen component. Okay, now let's go to the like screen component again, and if you see that, we are just rendering this like screen. We are not rendering anything else. So first of all, I'm gonna change this background color. Style is equal to styles dot container, and I'm gonna give some background color. Flex is a 1. Okay, and the background color, I'm gonna give this background color. So let me copy the color from the home screen, as I usually copy screen color. So hash and the background color. Now you can see that background color is able to we added the background color. Now the first icon which we gonna show, that is this icon. Okay, the back icon. So let's add the back icon. Before that, we have also give some padding horizontal of 20 by default, because we are giving that. Now we're gonna have a one view, not view, we're gonna have a touchable opacity. Inside that, we're gonna have a icon that is called back. So let me search back icon. Yeah, this chevron back, I know icons back. So I'm gonna again copy the name, and I'm gonna write import I know icons from react native native vector icons slash I know icons, and I'm gonna define the I know icons name. I know icons name will be whatever we had copied right now, chevron back. Okay, and the color is going to be white. Color is white. Okay, let's add a color as a white, and the size which I want, that is called 30 or 25 will be looks okay. 30 will looks well, and I'm gonna make it styles dot back icon container. Okay, And after that, let's add some styling back icon container. Background color will be, let's add a background color. So the background color, if we take a background color, so we can just click on this, we can get the background color as well. So this is the background color. Okay, and I'm gonna define some height and width of this. The height gonna be almost 40, and the width as well 40. Okay, and justify content will be gonna be center, justify content center, and the align item center, align item center. Okay, and we are also gonna give some border radius of 5. I think 5 will look cool. Not 5, let's make it 10. Okay, I think it's looking well. And we're gonna give some some margin vertical as well. So I'm gonna give margin vertical of 10 as well. Okay, let's give some padding vertical instead of margin, padding vertical of 10. Okay, I think looks better. We can give some more border radius, so I'm gonna make it 15. Yeah, looks better. And we're gonna have a favorite text as a header text. So we're gonna have a view, another view, and inside this the first text is gonna be favorites. So let's write a favor rates, and we're gonna make it style is equal to styles dot header, header, and we're gonna have a called subheader as well, subheader. And you have marked all of this as favorite, so let's add that as well. You have marked marks all of these as favorite, or all of these as favor favorites. Okay, and let's add a styling for this header and subheader. So we're gonna have a header. The back color will be white. First of all, the color will be white, and the font size which I want is gonna be 30. Okay, and after that, the font weight I can give almost 700 if I want to give. Okay, let's make it 600. Okay, and let's give some margin. Okay, before that, this icon container we're gonna give some margin vertical of 10 as well here also, and we can get rid of this padding vertical 10. Okay, and we had given the favorites, and another thing is called subheader. We're gonna again color, give the same color, and the font size is looking well, so I don't think we have to do any changes for that. Okay, and after that we're gonna render some images. Okay, so let's render some images. So after this view, I'm gonna again import the flat list. Here currently we are just showing a static data, but it will be only that data which is coming from the async storage, or which we had liked, or which the user has liked the data. So let's import the data quickly. So I'm gonna import data from data slash images.json. Okay, and I'm gonna make it like this. Data is gonna be data. Okay, and the second parameter is called render item, where we get the item and the index as a parameter, and we're gonna return a component called image card, and the first parameter is called item. I'm passing the item, and the second parameter is called index. Okay, now if I click on this like screen, so you can see that we are getting some data, and we can also define the number of columns, columns as a 2. Okay, now I have to just reload it again whenever we write a number of columns. Now let's go to this like screen. Okay, let me close the app because the emulator get hanged. Now after that, let me click on this like screen. we can see that we are getting all the images. Perfect. Now we can get rid of this flagsism one. Okay, perfect. Now let's add some bottom bottom padding as well. So we're gonna have a content container style. Okay, and inside that what I'm gonna do, padding bottom is a 300. Okay, now if I make it 300 and if I scroll down, let me make it 500. Now after that, having a 500, and let me scroll down again, click on. Now we are able to scroll till this point. Okay, now this one thing which we are whenever we are clicking on this image component, it's again highlighting this home screen, but it should be highlighting the like screen. And when we click on go back, it should coming on the home screen, but it should come to the favorite screen. So how we can fix this problem again? To fix that problem again, we have to do the nested stack navigation. So let's create a one navigation same as a search stack. So I'm gonna just copy paste again this line of code. Okay, and instead of having a search stack, we're gonna name as a like stack or favorite stack. So I'm gonna name as a like stack. Okay, and after that, so as you can see that we are having the first component called like screen. So let me copy this component here, like screen, and the name again will be gonna be like screen. Okay, and instead of having a rendering this like stack, we're gonna render the like stack. And again here we are rendering the like screen, we're gonna have a like stack. Okay, and we have to reload this app, and let me close the app, again open the app. Now if we click on this like screen, so we went to the like screen, and if we click on open screen, it's still highlighting the like screen. And this is possible because of we had created a like stack. Okay, and when we click on back screen, so as you can see that it's navigating back to the favorite screen. Perfect. So we have designed this favorite screen component as well. And we will we will do what we do now. For this favorite, we're gonna have a async storage to like the item, and we will store that item in the async storage, and we will fetch the data from async storage, and we will render that data. Okay, so in this video what we had done, we have done the design the like screen, we have worked on nested like stack navigation, and after that we have to work on some functionality called like functionality, download functionality. We will work on this in the next video. And let's test the whole app again. So we have showing some images, and when we click on this, it will open to the show wallpaper screen, and when we click on go back, it went to the back. Same for category, we can click on this, we can again click on this, we can go back. For search, same. For the like screen, same. So we have designed all the screens. Now we have to work on the functionality part, that is called like and download functionality. Once that is done, we have to also work on a backend setup, and after that we will create a admin panel setup as well. So yeah, see you guys in the next video. Thank you, bye. In the last video we have worked on this like screen, where you can see the list of all the like images, and when we click on any image, it will open the wallpaper screen or wallpaper disallow screen. Okay, but you see there is a lot of changes in the images. Okay, so what we had done right now, so inside the image.json, we are having some image value, and we are just repeating like we are having a same image. So what I had done, I update some images. Okay, and you guys can also use different images. So I just update on some new images, so it looks like a real wallpaper app. And after that I also add a one key called id 123. Okay, and there's one more thing which I has done the change, that is called inside the icon and container, we are having a position absolute. So I changed the value of bottom and the right, so it's now currently it's looking well. Before that it was in the two bottom, which I was not liking it. Okay, so you can see that we are having this back icon, but when we click on this back icon, nothing is happening. So what we gonna do, like whenever user click on this back icon, we will navigate the user to the home screen. Okay, so first of all let's add that functionality quickly. So let's go to the like screen. Okay, so inside the like screen we are having this function called handle navigate. Okay, and let me copy this handle navigate. Okay, and So we're gonna do like this stuff as well. So I'm gonna go inside the like screen component, okay, and I'm gonna paste this code as well, handle navigate, and we have to write const navigation is equal to use navigation, okay, and we are calling the navigation.navigate to the not wallpaper screen, but it's gonna be on home screen, okay. So we are navigating to the home screen, and after that we have to add this functionality as well. So I'm gonna add on press event here and handle navigate, okay. Now if you click on go back, nothing is happening because item doesn't exist. So we can get rid of this extra parameter which I had written, and now if I click on back, so you can see that it's getting back to the home screen. Perfect. So now what we are targeting in this video basically, so we are targeting this work on the like functionality, okay. To work the basic functionality, like how does like functionality gonna be look like, we have to store that image in the app storage or async storage, okay. So if you guys know, if you guys are from web development, we have a local storage. The same way we have a async storage to store the item in a persistent manner. So even if we reload the app, it will persist that value, okay. Now what am I gonna do, I'm gonna install the React Native async storage. So I just search npm I React Native async storage. I get to this screen, I get to this page and click on that. After that I get this page. So I'm gonna just install the React Native async storage, okay. So I'm gonna stop my server and paste this command, npm I React Native async storage, okay. And after that let's start the server again, or let's start the emulator again, okay. And let me type A as well. So it started downloading, installing the app. Now what we have to do, we have to add a like whenever user click on heart icon, it's to add it to the like screen. So how we can add it, so let's go to the image card component, and we are having this icon as well. Like where's that icon, we go to the image card, and inside the image card we are having a heart icon, and I'm gonna create one function called handle like wallpaper, okay. And there we are going to get image as well in the parameter, and let's console that image as well, like what we are getting right now. So I'm gonna call this function here on this here like this, handle like wallpaper, and I'm gonna just pass the item as we are getting the item from the top like this, okay. Now we are consoling the item as well on the handle like wallpaper function. Now if I click on like functionality like button, so we are getting the image ID as a 1, and we are getting the image as well. Perfect. Now what we gonna supposed to do basically, so first of all we gonna check that this item already exists or not, this item exists or not, okay. If doesn't exist, if does not exist, then we gonna add that item, we gonna add the item inside the async storage, add item inside the async storage. Perfect. And after that navigate to the like screen, or like show or alert something, and navigate to the login screen. So let's do that. So first of all, what am I gonna do, I'm gonna write this const liked wallpapers, and I'm gonna use await async storage dot get item, okay. And I'm gonna make it called images, I'm gonna make a key called images, okay. And whenever you use await, we have to make the parent as a async, so we have to write async as well, okay. Now after that, instead of having a const, I'm gonna use let, and liked wallpaper is equal to liked wallpapers if there is a liked wallpapers, okay. So I'm gonna do what I'm gonna pass that value json.pass like wallpapers, otherwise it's gonna be an empty array. Perfect. Now after that we're gonna check that item exists or not, okay. So we have to check. So how we can check that, we have functionality like let is exist, okay. So I'm gonna do liked wallpapers dot find index method, okay. And we're gonna get the item, not item, let's click image, and we're gonna have called image.id. okay, if image.id is equal to already exist item.id. okay, so we are checking that like does liked image id is already exist in the async storage or not. okay, so we are checking that using the find index method. so if that exists, so it will return an index of that element like 0 1 2 3. if doesn't exist, so it's gonna return -1. okay, so what am I gonna do if is exist value is less than 0 means item doesn't exist. okay, so what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna make a liked wallpapers is equal to, I'm gonna split the existing items as well, or let's do like this. I'm gonna add item, and after that I'm gonna split the like wallpapers. okay, and after that I'm gonna convert into stringify this item as well. okay, and we gonna store that item in the local store or in the async storage. so what we have to do, type async storage dot set item, and the key gonna be images, and json dot stringify. okay, and we have to write like wallpapers. perfect. so what we are doing here, first of all we are getting that setting the item of images, and we are stringifying this value as well, the like wallpapers. perfect. now after that if it's stringify, what we supposed to do, we have to show alert alert dot alert. okay, and I'm gonna show the message called added to favorites. okay, and the second message called your wallpaper has been successfully added to your favorite. okay, added to your favorites. perfect. now after that we gonna show a two button as well. the first button user doesn't want to interest having to see the wallpaper. so what I'm gonna do quickly, so I'm gonna create one button called dismiss, so which will just close the dialog, and I'm gonna make the style as a cancel. perfect. and the second button which we gonna have called text of called view favorites. view favorites. okay, and whenever user click on that, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna navigate the user inside the favorite screen. so I'm gonna write like navigation dot navigate my bad, again I'm doing a lot of typos, and we're gonna navigate the user to the favorite details screen. so let's copy the name as well. so what I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna navigate to the like stack. perfect. Now if you summarize the code, what we are doing here, first we are calling this function on this hot icon inside the image card component. so we are inside the image card component. inside this hot icon we having a touchable opacity. inside that we are calling a function called handle like wallpaper, and this function we are getting the image like whatever the image user is clicking for the like. okay, and what we are doing here, first of all we are getting the item from the async storage, name as a key. okay, images I just name as a key, so we are storing all the values inside a images key. okay, and after that I'm checking that if like wallpapers is there, so just pass that like wallpapers, otherwise assign a value of empty array. okay, after that I'm checking that is this item the item which I want to like that is already exists. so if so using the find index method, so what we are doing I'm checking that item.id image.id is equal to item.id. it will return greater than 0 if exists, otherwise it will return greater than 0 or 0. perfect. now after that what we are doing here, so we are just creating another array if item doesn't exist, and we are just pushing that item inside the new array. okay, after that we are just stringify the item and setting on this async storage, and after that we are showing alert like added to favorites, your wallpaper has been successfully added to your favorites. now let's check it out. if I click on hot icon, Now you can see that we are getting that your wallpaper has been successfully added to favorites. Your wallpaper has been successfully added to your favorites. We are having a dismiss button, and if we click on dismiss, so it will close this, and if we again click on this, and if we click on view favorites, so it will navigate to the favorite screen. Okay, now the next job is that we have to get the item from the async storage and render the item here. Okay, so how we can do it? Let's go to the like screen. Okay, and we have to read the item from the async storage, right? So what I'm gonna do right now, I'm gonna create one variable called const wallpapers and set wallpapers, and we're gonna have an initial value is empty array, use state empty array. Perfect. And after that we're gonna call a use effect. So whenever the component get rendered, so it will call this function. Okay, and we are calling function called get wallpapers from async storage. So we are calling this function. So let me create a function called get wallpapers from async storage. Okay, and it's gonna be again async function because we are gonna deal with the async storage. So I'm gonna name as let images is equal to await async storage dot get item. Okay, and we're gonna pass the key which we had passed to the image card, which we have passed this key as well, images. Okay, now after that let's go to the again like screen. We have to get the item like this. After that we have to do like this: if images exist, okay, then assign the images by passing that image json dot pass, my bad again, json dot pass, okay, the images, otherwise assign an empty array. Perfect. After that what we supposed to do, we have to set the wallpapers, these images. Okay, now after that, instead of rendering this normal wallpapers like the data, what am I gonna do? I'm gonna pass this wallpapers object, wallpaper array. Okay, now you can see that we are able to see the different kind of UI here. Okay, so we are having, like, let's suppose if we add one more image, let's go to the home screen. Now I'm gonna like this image. Okay, and if you click on view favorites, so you can see that the item is liked, but we are not able to see that item. Okay, so what we have to do, whenever user navigate to this page, we have to reload this page. Now if I reload this screen, okay, so you can see that we are getting these items, we are getting 3 items, but initially we are only getting the 2 items. Okay, so what we have to do, we have a one hook inside the like screen. What we have to do, we have a one hook called is focus. So what am I gonna do? I'm gonna create another component like screen. Okay, and the job is gonna be like this: const is focused using the use focused hook. Okay, use is focused hook, and if its focus is true, then so instead of having a like screen, I'm gonna name as a like component. Okay, if is true, if is focus is true, then I'm gonna render this like component. Okay, otherwise what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna render this null on the UI. Okay, and let's fix the name as well. So liked screen is gonna be like screen, and we're gonna have a like component. Perfect. Now if I add one more item, let's suppose I'm gonna add this item, and if you click on this, nothing is happening. Let me reload this again, and now let's click on like screen. Let's click on this as well. So why this is not working? Let me clarify this. Okay, because this item already exists inside that's why it was not working, like it was not showing anything. Now let's go on the view favorites, and now we are able to see that 4 items without reloading. Perfect. So this is how we work on this like functionality. Okay, now there's another thing which we can do. We can add one more functionality to delete the icon from the async storage. So that's a homework, guys. That's for you. You can do it. Okay, now after that there's one more thing which I just want to add right now, that is called basically let me add this this like functionality as well on the show wallpaper screen. So how we can add it? So we have to go on the show wallpaper screen. Okay, and just copy this code which we had it to the image card. So we went to the image card component. Okay, and we have to copy this code, handle like screen, handle like wallpaper, and we have to go on the show wallpaper screen. Okay, and let me paste that code as well. And what we're gonna do, first we have to import the async storage, and after that we have to find the index from the item, and we are checking that if item doesn't exist, then we have to run a loop. Okay, and after that we have to checking that all the stuff, and we are having a navigation as already here. Okay, now let's scroll down. On the touchable option we are having one icon, and we have to do like this item, we have to just pass the item. Again, if I click on like, nothing is happening because all the image is added into the like functionality. Okay, now if I click on this, so you can see that we are having a 5 item already. Okay, so this is how we can add a like functionality, and the homework is that you guys have to work on this basically what you can call the thing is that remove the item from the local storage, or remove the item from the favorites. Perfect. Now let's add, like let's commit the code right now. So I'm gonna write git add and git commit -m, and we're gonna write the message called like functionality completed, like functionality it completes, like functionality completes. Okay, and we're gonna push the code as well, git push. Okay, so this is how we can word okay, before one thing we can do one more improvements. So instead of having just showing the item from that if item already exists, okay, we can also call this function like alert function. We just copy this command, again copy this command, and we have inside else section we can replace this command as well. Okay, now if we click on like view favorites, you can see that it's working as well. Okay, and there's one more thing which I just want to let you know, guys. That's one of the most important thing, that in the like component what we are doing here, we are also passing a one style called padding bottom as a 500, so it's becoming more flexible, scrollable on the bottom side, and that's most of the people prefer it. Okay, now in the next video what we are in this video we have worked on the like functionality. We have understand the async storage, how does async storage work. We have a set method, we have a get method, and we have another method as well which you can explore it up. And we have learned that how to use is focus hook, and what is the importance of it, that if whenever you use is focus hook, use is focus hook, so it will reload the app whenever the component get mount on the UI. Okay, so in the next video we have to work on download functionality. So we'll learn that how to work on the download functionality. In the last video we have worked on this like functionality, like whenever we click on any like button, it will add it to the like section. As you can see that we have already added some items in the favorite section. Now in this video what we are going to target, that we're gonna work on this download functionality. So whenever user click on download button, it will download the image to the gallery. Okay, so this is the functionality which we have to implement. So first of all what we have to do, so the flow gonna be look like this. Let me write the a file, like so you guys can understand what we're gonna do. Control P. Okay, my bad. So I'm gonna create one file to explain you guys what I'm gonna do. First, to download any file, we have to use one package called React Native Blob Util. Okay, so I'm gonna use that package to download any file. Okay, and before downloading any file, downloading any file, we have to ask permission for the storage. Okay, so which we gonna ask the permission, and we gonna create a one hook. Okay, and that hook we gonna use it on this image card as well as on this so wallpaper screen, so you don't have to write that code again and again. Okay, so we're gonna see like how to create custom hook as well. Okay, so let's see the first thing which we're gonna do, that we have to add a one permission in the Android manifest XML file. So we have to go inside Android app source, and I think main, and we have inside that Android manifest.xml. So again, let me open that. We have to go on the Android app source main, and we have called Android manifest.xml. Here we have to add one permission that is called write external storage. Okay, so let me write that code. So instead of having a, so write external, okay, external external storage. Okay, so make sure you add this permission to write external storage, or write something, write, to download any file in your app. Okay, after that you have to write one file, like you have to ask the permission from the user. Okay, to ask the permission from the user, what do you have to do? You have to create one file. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna create one folder called utils. Okay, so let me explain you guys. Utils. Okay, inside that I'm gonna create one file called helper.js, and I'm gonna create a function called export const request write external storage permission. Okay, so this is gonna be async function. Okay, and here what we gonna supposed to do, basically here we ask the user to give the permission for the external storage. Okay, so let me write the code quickly. So first of all, what we're gonna do, we're gonna check that what is the platform version. Okay, so if the Android SDK is less than 33, so you don't have to ask a permission to write in your Android system. Okay, and so what you have to do, if if so I'm gonna use number, if a platform that version is less than 33, so then you have to just return true, so you don't have to do any other stuff. Okay, and after that we have to do like const guarant, and after that we have to ask permission if Android SDK is less or greater than 33, if it's greater than 30 or equal to 30. Okay, so ask permission. So what we have to do, we have to write const guaranteed is equal to await. We have to use permission. Okay, permission Android, for we have to import the permission Android from React Native. After that we have to just type dot, and we're gonna request. Okay, so write request. Okay, and inside this what we have to write, permission Android dot permissions dot. Okay, and we have to write external storage. Okay, and after that what we're gonna do right here, like basically we are asking a permission for the to write the external storage. Okay, and the second parameter, what we're gonna do, after that we're gonna ask it, we have to show all the title and the description as well. So the title gonna be storage permission, and we're gonna have a message as well, which you see in the bottom below the title. And this app needs access to your storage to save a wallpaper. Okay, so this is the prompt which we're gonna show that while asking permission to the user. Okay, so if if what happened, like let's suppose if user doesn't allow the permission, let's suppose if guaranteed value is coming as a permission Android dot results dot, if it's denied, the if the user doesn't allow the permission, then what we're gonna do, first of all we're gonna show alert dialog. So what I'm gonna do, alert dot alert. Okay, and we're gonna tell the user, man, please please provide the permission. So I'm going to show the suggestion like permission required. So this is the title which we're gonna show on the dialog, and after that the subtitle will be this app needs uh, needs 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 access to your storage to download wallpaper. Okay, so we're gonna show this title and the subtitle or sub description, whatever you can see. And after that we're gonna show these two buttons. The first button is gonna be type cancel. Okay, the first button will be like cancel, like the user can cancel that. Okay, and the second is called style, and that is gonna be cancel style, cancel. Okay, and after that we're gonna have a second button as well, and that button is gonna be text, and we're gonna uh, so that permission ask permission again. Okay, so this is the thing which we gonna do, like basically the first button is task will be like user can just cancel that if we are showing the dialog. And another thing is that we're gonna have also another button that we're gonna ask that the user will click on ask permission again, so we're gonna again prompt this permission things as well. So what we're gonna do on press again, we are going to call this function request write external storage. Okay, so we just call this function again request write external storage permission. Perfect. And after that, let's suppose if user if guaranteed value is coming as a permission and write dot permissions dot neighbor ask again. It could be also like if user click on denied, you know if user denied the permission and it just cancel this, so what we gonna do, we gonna get the status as a neighbor ask again. So at that point of time we could not able to access the right external storage. Okay, but we are not able to access the storage. So what we have supposed to do, basically we're gonna tell the user, man, please allow the permission from your gallery. Okay, so what we're gonna do, we're gonna show that alert. Okay, again we're gonna show the title, the permission required. Okay, and the subtitle will gonna be please enable storage permission in your device setting to download the wallpaper. Okay, so this is the prompt which we are going to show that. And another, after that we're gonna have a two button as well. The first button gonna be type cancel, and the style is also gonna be cancel. Okay, and the second button which we gonna have, that is called name is open setting. Okay, and whenever user click on that, what we're gonna do, we're gonna open the setting from that button click, and we're gonna just call linking dot open linking dot. First of all, we have to import the linking, so let me do like this. linking We have to import it from the React Native, and after that we're gonna call that open setting. Okay, so it will open the setting like this. Perfect. And instead of having we can have a like comma. Okay, and if user just if just allow the permission, like if guaranteed state is equal to uh, permission and write dot permissions dot guaranteed. Okay, if the user allow the permission granted, then what we're gonna do, we're gonna console that permission write external write storage permission guaranteed. Okay, and we're gonna return as a true. Perfect. So basically what is, if I summarize this all this stuff what we had done right now, we inside the invite manifest.xml we added one permission called uses permission and write name invite permission dot write external storage. After that, we created one folder called utils.js. Inside that, I created one function called request write external storage permission. Here, what we are doing first of all, we are checking that what is the SDK version. If SDK version is less than 33, what you have to do? You have to just return true. Okay, means he has already permission for the to write external storage, because less than invite 30 SDK 33, we don't have to ask permission to write some file in your Android device. Okay, and if it's greater or equal to 33, what we are supposed to do basically, first of all, we have to ask the permission. So this is how we ask permission invite dot request permission invite dot permissions dot write external storage, is we are asking for a write external storage. The title which we are showing that is storage permission, and the message showing this app needs access to your storage to save wallpaper. Okay, and after that, it could be like, happen that like the user just grant the permission, so we will went to this block and we are returning as a true. Okay, and it could be chances that user cancel that permission, user doesn't allow the permission, so we went to this block guaranteed is equal to permission invite dot result dot denied. So at that point of time, we are showing a alert that permission required, and this app needs to the needs storage access to download the wallpaper. And after that, we are showing two button type cancel, and this style is also cancel, and we have another things that is called text ask permission again. Okay, and after that, what we are supposed to do basically, we instead of having a type, we're gonna have a text. My bad. Yeah. Okay, and after that, we are like, if the user permission has now been asked again. So let's suppose if user click on first time for the permission, hey, it just denied that, it went into this block. Okay, and after that, it again, if user denied that permission, so it went to the neighbor ask again. At that point of time, what we are supposed to do, we are like, we are telling that, man, type text will be cancelled and the style will be cancelled as well. And what we are telling that, if again cancel that, so we are telling that you have to open the setting and you have to allow the permission from there. Okay, so this is the code for the permission, and this is the best practice, and this is the code which I use in my production as well. So please make sure to write the storage permission to like this. Okay, now after that, what we had supposed to do basically, to download the file, we have to use one package that is called React Native Blob Util. Okay, just do search it, and you will went to this website. Okay, now after that, what you have to do, you have to install this file to install this package. To install this package, what you have to do, you have to just copy this command. Okay, I just copy this, and let me stop my server, and we have to hit enter. Okay, so let's wait for some time to install this React Native Blob Util. Once it get installed, what we are supposed to do, we're gonna create one custom hook. Okay, and inside that, what we are gonna do, we're gonna write a custom hook which handle logic for downloading the file. So inside the source directory, we're gonna create one folder called hooks, and I'm gonna name is called use download. We're gonna create one hook, name is called use download file dot jsx. Okay, and meanwhile, let me start the server again. Okay, and inside that, what we are going to do basically, we're gonna first of all check the permission. First of all, we check the permission. Let me type again a. We're gonna check the permission that do we have do we have permission to write the file. Okay, if we have a permission to download the file, then we will move further. Then what we will do, then we will if we have a permission, then we will download the file. Okay, in the app directory, and after that, we have to copy to the media directory. So this is the thing which we are supposed to do. So let's do that quickly. So I am going to create my on custom hook. So then I'm gonna name is like use download file, It's gonna be a like just normal function, but it's gonna be async because we're gonna perform some async task, and after that async we're gonna have an arrow like this. Okay, so now we have to, first we have to, what we have to do, we have to see that how to download file using React Native blob util. So what you have to do, you just search React Native blob util npm, you have to open this file. Okay, and after that if you scroll down, so they have mentioned like Android 10 and 11 and new architecture, all the things. So if you just click on download file, after that you can see this is the code snippet. Now if you again scroll down here, now more scroll down. Okay, now more scroll down, so you can see that it use a specific file path. So we are going to use this method. So what you have to do, I have to just define a directory. So let me write a directory. Let directory is equal to react native blob util dot fs dot directory. React native blob util dot fs blob, no, not like that, we have to write like this. So I'm gonna just copy this code quickly, copy, and I'm gonna paste that like this, and I'm gonna remove this, and we have to import React Native blob util. Perfect. Now after that, once we get the define the directory, we have to do like this, React Native blob util dot config dot catch all the things. So what we have to do, first of all, I'm gonna write a folder path where I'm gonna download the file. Okay, so basically what is happening, we get the directory access, like we have all the access. Now here what we're gonna do, I'm gonna write a called const folder path where we are going to store the all the images. So I'm gonna write directories dot, okay, and I'm gonna download the file in the download directory. So if we just hit directory, you can see that we can store the file in DCM directory, document directory, download directory, movie directory, picture directory, SD card directory. But what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna download the file in the download directory. Okay, and after that, once you went to the download directory, I'm gonna create another my folder, name is a wallpapers. Okay, wallpapers, and yeah, we are good to go. Now what we have done, what we had done it, first we created one function called function or hook, you can tell that, but yeah, it's a function, use download file, and it's a async function, and inside that we are just getting the directory using like react native blob util dot fs dot directory, and after that we are creating one folder path inside the download directory. Okay, and after that we gonna create some state, like downloading state, downloading set downloading, and by default the use state value gonna be as a false. Okay, and we have also imported the use state. Okay, and after that we're gonna show the percentage as well, like how many percentage the file is, the image is downloaded. So set percentage. Okay, and I'm gonna name as a use state of 0. Perfect. After that, after the percentage value, we have to write another function that will basically do the download file logic. So I'm gonna write a function called const download file. It's again gonna be async. Here we get the URL and get the file name as well. Inside this function, we have to pass the URL in the file and the file name. Okay. First of all, what I'm gonna do, if we don't get the URL, we'll check that. If we don't have URL, then we just return the function. We are not going to perform any other task. Okay, after that we will check that is permission is allowed or not, is allowed. Okay, so we're gonna do like await request write external storage permission. Okay, as you can see that we've already written a permission, like request write external storage permission. Okay, so here we are checking that all the permission we have or not. If we guarantee the permission, we are returning true, else we are returning nothing. Okay, so let's go back to our hook use node file. So we'll check that if it is false, if we don't have a permission, then what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna show the user at some alert dot alert, and here we're gonna show that permission required, and the subtext gonna be please grant permission, please grant storage permission to download files. Okay, so if if user doesn't has allowed the permission, So we are throwing this error like please. uh, Basically what is happening whenever user click on download file, we are again calling that function, and we are checking that if it allows is false, like user doesn't allow any permission. And so at that point of time we are telling that man, permission is required, please grant storage permission to download files or download wallpapers. We can make download wallpapers. Okay, and after that let's suppose and we can return this block of code. Okay, and after that if it has allowed the permission, so what we're gonna do right now, we're gonna create a one try catch block. Okay, and inside this we're gonna do like set downloading as a true, means our file is started downloading. Okay, and after that what we have to do, we have to write a logic that will download the file. So I'm gonna write a const response or const res, and I'm gonna use await. Okay, and react native blob util dot config. Okay, so how I'm writing this code, like download the file. If we went to this page, so here you can see that they have mentioned that how we can download the file react native blob.util. We have to define the path, and we have to define the fetch as a get, and we have to define the URL, and after that we will get the file get downloaded. Okay, now after that once we inside the config, what we have to write, we have to add a one object. Okay, like this, and we have to define a path. The path gonna be like this. The first path is like gonna be like this. The folder path, first of all, like we went to the folder path, and inside that I'm gonna create one file. Okay, so let's create the file. So we're gonna have a file name as well. Again after that I'm gonna add a .png. Okay, so what is happening, we are going into the wallpaper directory, and we are creating one file name. We are creating one file with this file name, and we are adding a .png extension. Okay, and after that we are adding one property called file cache true. Okay, so it will keep the cache as well. Okay, so next time it will download the file for quickly. And after that, once the file get downloaded, so I'm gonna add a one extension called png as well. Okay, now after that, let's suppose you want to show, like whenever user downloads the file, we want to show a notification on the top. So I'm gonna also add that. So we have called add android downloads property. Inside that we have to write notification as a true. Okay, now whenever we write a notification as true, we have to also add a title as well, like the title. So let's add a title that great download success. Once the downloads get success, we're gonna tell that great download success. Okay, and the description is gonna be, we're gonna add a description as well. Okay, so the description is gonna be an image file. Okay, and after that we're gonna add one property called media scannable. So our media scannable is true, so this download file be accessible from the any other places as well. Okay, now after that once we write the config part, after that what we have to do, we have to write the method. I'm gonna write the fetch. Okay, inside the fetch we have to write in a method. So I'm gonna write the method as a get. Okay, and after that we have to write the URL, which URL you want to get. So I'm gonna write the URL as well. Okay, after that once we fetch the file, we have to write dot progress method. Okay, inside the progress we will get the received value, RECEIBD, received, and the total value. Okay, it means that how many percentage has been downloaded, and how many percentage do have to like total percentage, and how many percentage has been downloaded. Okay, so after using this value, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna generate a progress percentage. Okay, and we're gonna have a math.flow method, and inside that what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna do received slash received divided by total. Okay, total, and after that I'm gonna divide it by 100. Okay, so it will return, not divide, basically I'm gonna multiply it by 100, multiply by 100. Okay, so basically what is gonna happen, it will return the progress percentage. Once I get the progress percentage, I'm gonna set into the percentage state. Set percentage will be progress percentage. Okay, After that, once this is downloaded, this is downloaded the file, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna add a dot then method, dot then method. Inside that, uh, I'm gonna add a response, so we will get the response here. Okay, here we get the response dot path. Okay, we will get the response dot path like this. So this is the path where our file will get downloaded. Perfect. Now here what we have to do, basically here what we have to do, so in the Android 11, uh, I think Android 13, if you scroll down, the file will not be removed automatically. So there's one thing which I'm gonna let you know, guys, that whenever we download a file, that file is downloading uh, inside the inside the Android slash of your folder name and that directory. But I want it should be visible to the user directory, like in the user gallery. For that, what we have to do, we have to copy the media collection to the store. So for that, let's write the code as well. So I'm gonna write let result is equal to await react native blob util dot media collection. Okay, and inside that we have a method called copy to media store. Inside this, we have to again write an object, and inside that we have to write the name gonna be a file name. Okay, and after that, we have called parent folder. So like the parent folder is gonna be like that, like from here where you are copying the file. So I'm gonna write the parent folder like this, and the parent folder will be wallpapers. As we can see that we have defined a parent folder. This is the parent folder, I think. Yeah, where is that? Yeah, the file name, the folder path, if you check the folder path, this is the parent folder, so wallpapers. So I'm gonna add the wallpapers key. Okay, after that we have to define the meme type, like what is the file type. I'm gonna copy that, so we have to write meme type is equal to images image slash png. Okay, after that, after this object, we have to define a directory where we want to download the file. You want to put the file inside the image download. So I'm gonna copy this file inside the download download folder. And after that, we have to define the path as well. So I'm gonna write response dot path like this. Perfect. Okay, and after that, once we download this file, once we copy the file inside the media store inside the download, we are gonna show the alert that we are gonna show the alert dot uh, alert. Okay, and we're gonna have a called wallpaper downloaded. Okay, and we're gonna have another subtext will as well. Your wallpaper has been has been downloaded successfully. Perfect. And after that, we're gonna show some action button as well. So we're gonna the first action button will be gonna like this. The first the type will be gonna be no the text gonna be dismiss, so user can just close that dialog. And we're gonna have a style as a cancel. Okay, so basically what is happening, whenever user click on dismiss button, it will close the this alert dialog. Okay, and it's after that, we're gonna make it cancelable as a true, so user can easily cancelable as a true, so user can cancel it as well. Okay, otherwise, after that, if you see that there's one error coming, like await expression are only allowed with the async function, so we have to add async as well here. Okay, now we have to reload this file. Okay, so let's summarize is what we had done right now. So first of all, we had created one hook called use download file. Here we are having a async function, and first of all, we are getting the directory from using the react native blob utils.fs.directory method. After that, we are going into the folder path using the directories.download directory plus wallpaper. So we are going to the download directory of your app, not in the inside your application, because react native, because Android doesn't allow to the go to the users directory. It went to the app directory, and after that we are creating a folder called slash wallpapers. Okay, we get the folder path. After that, we are creating two state. The downloading state it's gonna be a true or false, and we're gonna have another state called percentage in state. So whatever the percentage of download is completed, we are going to show that. Okay, after that we created one function called download file, which takes two parameters. The first parameter is called URL and the second parameter is called file name. We check that if URL doesn't, if we don't provide the URL, just return this function. We are not going to move another line of code. After that we are checking that is allowed, so we are checking that does we have a permission, does we have a external write storage permission or not. If we don't have a permission, so what we are telling that we are showing an alert that permission requires, please grant storage permission to download the wallpapers, and we are just returning this function, download file function. Okay, if we have all if we have a guaranteed, if we have permission, then what we are going there, we are doing set download file as a true. After that we are making react native block.util.config. Here we are defining the path, man, go inside this folder path, this file name and .png name, and file cache is true to make it faster downloadable in the next time, and we're gonna append the extension as a .png once the file get downloads. And this is the code for showing the downloads notification on the top. So whenever the file gets whenever the file download gets started, we're gonna show the notification, and we're gonna show the title as well. Okay, and we're gonna have a description and media scannable property, so the media can scan as well. Okay, after that we are defining the fetch, and we're gonna write the method get, and we are passing the image URL which we are getting from the parameter. Okay, and after that we inside the progress method we are getting the receipt, like how many percentage has been downloaded and how many percentage has been, like what is the total percentage. So we are finding the progress percentage using the math.float received divided by total and into 100, so it will return the percentage. After that we are getting the response, and we are doing react native block util.media collection. Okay, dot to copy media storage. So we downloaded the file inside like this, Android. Okay, wallpapers and downloads. Okay, so initially we download the file inside the downloads, but we want this file to be inside the download directly like this, downloads and your image. Okay, so for that we have to copy the file to the media storage. So what we are doing here, react native block util.media collection copy to media store. We are passing the name, we are defining the parent folder wallpapers, and what is the file type we are defining, and where we want to dump this file. So as we have written the download, so we are dumping the file inside the download directory. After that we have to pass the we have to pass the path, like where we have to dump this file. And after that, once that is done, we are telling that wallpaper downloaded, your wallpaper has been successfully downloaded. Okay, and it's cancelable as a true. Okay, and we can get rid of this. After that, after this dot then what we supposed to do, and if we get any error, we gonna console the error as well. So let me add a console of error as well. Okay, so we have to just console the error, and after that finally if you don't find any error, so I'm gonna make this set downloading as a false. Okay, and we are good to go, I think. Now after that you can see that this is the hook which we have created, but we are not exporting anything, right? So let's export that file as like export that all the things whatever we had created. So I'm gonna export that. The first thing gonna be downloading. Okay, so downloading state, and another thing is called percentage. Okay, and the third thing is called download file method. Okay, we are returning downloading, like boolean value, percentage and download file function. So these things are returning. Okay, now after that what we're gonna do, we're gonna export this const download file. So I'm gonna export const download use download file. Okay, now let's go to the save screen. So I'm going to the this show wallpaper screen, and first of all what I'm gonna do right now, I'm gonna call this hook, like using like this use download file. And after that we will get this all the parameter. The first parameter is gonna be the first parameter or first option is downloading percentage and download file. So we have to destructure like this, download file. Okay, and the second parameter is called percentage, and the third parameter is called downloading. Okay, now what we are supposed to do whenever have to download a file, we have to call this function. Okay, so if you see that we are having a one uh, download option, download option, so we have to add a on press event here, on press, and I'm gonna call this function called handle download, and here we have to pass the item. Okay, now I'm gonna create one function called const handle download. Okay, and inside this what I have to do, I have to call this we are having item. Okay, and we have to do like this. uh, Basically what we have to do, we have to call this function download file. Okay, the first thing which we have to pass, that is called, if you show that the first thing our download file required, download file function required, that is called let's check it out, url in the file name. So let's pass the url. So how we are getting the url, so let's go to the so wallpaper screen. I'm inside the so wallpaper screen. Okay, so wallpaper screen, and here we have to pass the url. So item dot. Okay, before that let's explore one more thing. So I've done some changes on the data. So currently we are I had also added the name key as well, because we are needing a name as well. So I'm also having a name as well, and we are passing the image. Okay, so we're gonna have a like this item dot image, and the second parameter is called be item dot name. Okay, item dot name. Perfect. And after that we will get the download file, and we will get the downloading. Okay, so it will check that downloading is going to be true or false. Okay, so what I'm gonna do right now, I'm gonna add a one, inside the image background, I'm gonna add a one one view. Okay, which gonna be just check that like this. Okay, let me add a one view, uh, and it will only render. Okay, before that let me add a one view. Inside that we're gonna have a activity indicator component, and the color is gonna be uh, basically white, and the size which I want, that is called large. So let's add the size as well, large. Okay, okay, now if you see that the size is large, but it's showing on the top. Okay, so we have to make this stylish content as well. So I'm gonna write like this, justify content center. Okay, so it went to the from top to the okay, that is already there, justify content center, and we have to add align items center. Okay, and let's check it out, nothing happens still. So what I'm gonna do right now, I'm gonna just remove this activity code, and after that I'm gonna write on the bottom section. Okay, so once I write that, and we're gonna have a flex as a one as well. So I'm gonna write flex as a one, and now let's check it out. So now it's come to the center of the screen. Okay, and I think the size is look well. We can have a more size as well, like if we write 50, so it's looking better. Okay, and after that we can have some style as well. So I'm gonna write like style sheet sorry, yeah, style sheet dot absolute fill object. So what is gonna do is gonna make this look like a some overlay property. So I'm gonna write like background color. Okay, and RGBA, and it's gonna be basically a 0 0 comma 0 comma 0. Okay, and comma 0 0.5. Okay, now if I click on this, now you can see that it's looking like some overlay property as well. We're gonna decrease it more if we want to make it 0.2. No, let's make it 0.5, looks well, I think. Okay, now as you can see that perfect looking. Now after that we're gonna add a one text as well. So I'm gonna add a text progress percentage. Okay, and I'm gonna render the progress percentage value. This is the value which we are getting here, percentage. Okay, so let me pass the percentage value, And if we check the use download file hook, so we are passing the percentage, right? And we're gonna write like this percentage. And if you click on open that, currently you can see that any color, we are not able to see any color, so I'm gonna style this as well. So color gonna be white. Okay, and now let's check. So you can see that this looking well, and the fonts is also looking well, so we don't have to do any changes. So now I have to just show this view only when the downloading is true. So let me make it conditionally. If downloading is true, then only we have to render that activity indicator code, else I'm gonna not render anything else. Perfect. Now let's click on this. Now if you click on download file, you can see that download file is not a function, it is undefined. Okay, so the mistake which I was doing right now, is like, the place of use download file hook, I am having async keyword, which is not good. We have to make it normal function. And if I reload this now, and we can see that download file console, you know download file is not undefined. Now you can see that vh function. Now if we click on download, you can see that progress percentage 1780 and our wallpaper is downloaded successfully, and we also get the notification as well. Perfect. So this is how we work with the download functionality. Let's suppose I want to download this image as well, so we have to click on download. Okay, the progress percentage is started and dismiss, and let's check it out on the photos. So I have to open my photos. Okay, and now you can see that, uh, let me click on update now, close this. You can see that the wallpaper is downloaded successfully, and we have currently only 3 items. Let me add one more uh, wallpaper right now. So I'm gonna download this. Okay, so it started downloading 20%. Whatever downloads, your wallpaper has been downloaded successfully. And if I see that, we're gonna get this wallpaper as well. Perfect. And after that, you can see that get download success, download complete. Okay, now after that, what we have to do, we have to also add this download functionality on this image card here also. So what we have to do, let's go to the image card. So I'm going to close all these components. So if you see on the home screen, we are rendering this image card component. Let's go to the image card component. Here we have to add a download functionality. So what we have to do, again, we have to import that use download file hook like this. Okay, and the first parameter which we are getting called download file, the second parameter is called downloading, and the third parameter is called percentage. Okay, now inside that, we're gonna create one function called handle download file. Const handle download file. It's gonna be async, and we get the item as well. And after that, we're gonna call this function download file, and make sure you use await as well if you want to perform some task. And the first parameter which we have to pass, that is called item.image, item dot basically item.name. Okay, we have to pass the url as well as item.name. And I'm gonna add this function on this hot icon. So let's add on press event on press. Okay, and we're gonna call this function handle download file, and we have to pass the item as well. Okay, now whenever we use a click on handle download file, it will call this function download file, and we're gonna we are passing the url and the name. Perfect. Now whenever we download a file, we have to also show a loader on this screen as well. So how we can show that loader, basically, so to show that loader, we have to use the downloading state, and we have to use the percentage. So what I'm gonna do right now, basically we have already created this on the show wallpaper screen, so I'm gonna again copy this whole code. Okay, and let me copy this, and I'm gonna go to the image card, and inside the image card, we are having a image. I'm gonna write, I'm gonna just paste this code here. Okay, and currently let me make it true by default, and justify content center. And after that, I have to import the activity indicator from the React native. Okay, and now you can see that it's looking like this progress percentage, and we are showing our loader as well. So I'm gonna make the size to the large, instead of having a 50, and now it's looking well. And we're gonna only show that loader if it's downloading is it download file is a true. Okay, now let me reload it, and I think still it's okay. Basically, we have to add it only if downloading is true. My bad. Okay, now after that, if I click on download, you can see that the progress percent is 2040 and that gets downloaded. Again, if I click on this, started downloading. Again, it's working. Perfect. So this is how we have to add a download file of functionality. So if we summarize this all the stuff what we had done in this video. So first of all, we went to the Android app build, Android app source main Android manifest.xml. We had added this permission. Okay. After that, we created one folder called utils. Inside that, we had created one file called helper.js. Inside that, we created one function called write request write XML storage permission. If our SDK version is less than 33, we don't want any permission. We don't have to ask permission to write a file on XML storage, because in the less than 33 we don't have to do anything. If it's greater than 33 or equal to 33, so we are requesting a permission to write XML storage. If user denied the permission, so we are telling that permission request it happens to your accept permission, and we're gonna show two buttons, like user can cancel that, and we're gonna have a second person called ask permission again, where user click on that, and again he have to choose that guaranteed and not guaranteed. Okay, and after that, if it's cancel that cancel that permission, so with the permission state become never ask again. So if it's become never ask again, so we are telling that man please enable the permission from the device setting. So whenever we are showing you but so two button, cancel and the open setting. So whenever user click on open setting, we are opening the setting, and from there user can allow the uh, write XML file method. Okay, and if it's guaranteed, then we are just returning true, and in another state it's returning undefined or returning as a false. Okay, after that we had created one folder called hooks, and inside that we have created one hooks called use download file, and inside that what we had done is we have created one function called export const use download file. Here we are getting the directory using the react native blob util.fs directory. After that, we created one folder path using the directory.download directory plus wallpapers. We are having a downloading state and percentage state. Okay, now after that we are created one function called const download file, and we are checking that if we don't get the URL, then we just return the function. After that, we are checking the permission, like does we have permission to write or not. If we have permission, if we don't have a permission, then we are telling that permission is required, please grant storage permission, and we are returning this function. Okay, now after that we are setting the downloading is true, and we are like the react native blob util.config. We are passing the path, like on this directory you have to download the file, and file as a true append extension and add download manager to add the notification. Okay, and we are having a fetch method. Okay, and which download the file, and we are getting the receipt and total, which we are using to show the percentage. After that, once we get the file, so the file is downloaded inside like this Android wallpaper app, you have what your app name, and inside that download directory. Okay, but what we want that image or that file can be accessible from the user, and we want that it's downloaded to directly download directory of the user. For that, we had created one we have to copy the file to the media collection, media store. So we have to pass this name and the parent folder, and we have to type the name, and here we can define the folder, like which folder you want to copy that file. After that, we are telling that wallpaper downloaded, and once that, finally we are telling the set download is a false. Okay, now inside the image card, what we had done, we have to just call this hook name as a use download file. We are getting download file downloading and percentage. So whenever user click on download file, we have to pass the URL and the item.name. After that, we are checking that if downloading is true, then we are trying to show a one loader on the top of image. Okay, as you can see that we are showing the percentage as well. Perfect. So now let's add this git add git commit, git add git commit, and git commit commit minus add downloaded functionality completed. Okay, And there's one more thing which I just want to note that guys, inside the data image.json we have also added the name keyword as well. Okay, so yeah, that's all in this video guys. In the last video we work on the download functionality. In this video we are going to work on share image functionality. As you can see that on our app, we have one icon that is for the share icon. So if we click on an image, so we have icon for the share this image. So we are going to work on this. Okay, so let's start to share image in React Native. So there's one package called React Native React Native share, which we have to install it. So you have to just open this React Native share, and after that what you have to do, you have to just copy this command. Okay, so let me copy this command. After that I have to go inside the emulator. I have to stop my server and install this package. Okay, so it will install the React Native share package, and if you scroll down, so you can see that we can pass the option and share.open. We have to import the share from the React Native share, and we have to pass the options. Okay, so you can see that we can pass the image, social, all the things whatever you want to pass. Okay, and they have mentioned the documentation as well, so you can go and take a look on that. Okay, okay, so this is a thing which you can take a look, but we are going to implement this share image functionality. So I'm gonna start my server again, and after that I'm gonna paste type A to start the server again. Okay, yeah, now let's go to the server wallpaper screen. So as you can see that I'm just inside the server wallpaper screen. This is the screen, and where here we have one icon called share. So I'm gonna add one press event here, and I'm gonna call this function handle share image, handle share image, and we have to call this function. So let's create this function quickly, and I'm gonna create this function called const handle share image. And after that we have to write the logic to share the image. Okay, so first of all we have to import the share from the React Native share, and there is one documentation, there is one article which I am going to prefer it. So I have to first import the share from the React Native share. So I'm going to import it thoroughly. Okay, now after that what we have to do, we have to use React Native blob util.fetch method like this. So let's write this as well, and as we have already installed the React Native blob util, so we don't have to do any setup. So I'm going to use try catch, and after that React Native blob util dot fetch. Okay, as you can see the dot fetch, and where we have to pass the get method. Okay, so I'm gonna write get. After that they have mentioned that you have to pass the URL. Okay, so I'm gonna pass the URL item dot image is our URL. Okay, and after that they have mentioned that dot then you have to write dot then. Okay, inside the dot then I'm gonna get the response like this. Okay, and once you get the response, what you have to do, you have to check the get the status like this. So I'm gonna get the status like this. Okay, so I get the status response.info.status, and I will check that if status is 200. Okay, then we have to perform this task. Okay, means image is loaded, like image is perfectly loaded. So what we are doing, if status is 200, then we are getting converting that response into the base 64. We get the base 64. After that we are creating one option is data.image jpg base 64 is string. Okay, and after that we are opening a share.open, as we are passing these options, and after that dot then we are getting the result, and if you're getting dot any error, so we are just consoling the error. Okay, now let's reload this, and I'm gonna open this app, and if I click on share, nothing is happening. Okay, now it's working. Okay, my bad, it's opening 2 or 3 times. So let me click on again share. Okay, so it's gonna a time consuming thing, so it's gonna took some time. After that, let's suppose I want to share a WhatsApp on this myself as well. As you can see that I can able to share this image. Perfect. So this is how we can share the image. And if you guys facing any issue along with this course, so you can join this our WhatsApp group. Here we can ask question whatever issue are you facing. So you can just open your WhatsApp camera and scan this and to join this group. Okay, and yeah, I will provide this Notion link in the URL in the description box, so you can check it out. And along with that, I will also launch a full stack React Native course. So if you guys are interested, so what you have to do, you have to just type on the group like, hey, I'm interested for the live course by scanning this uh, by joining this group. You have to just message us. And in the next video, what we gonna do, basically we are going to create a backend setup. So basically it's gonna be a mon project, so we will do the backend setup. Once that is done, we will work on the admin panel setup, and after that we will integrate all the APIs. Okay, so there's all the things are remaining which we are done. But yeah, in this video we had completed this all this stuff. So if you guys facing any issue, you can join our group, and please let me know. I will also provide this Notion link in the description box, so you can check it out and follow up. And yeah, thanks. Hey guys, in the last video we have worked on the app UI functionality. So as you can see that on the home page we are showing some images, and user, when you click on any image, it will open that show wallpaper screen, and user can like the image and user can download the image. And apart from that, when the downloaded, we can also share the image as well on all the platforms like WhatsApp or whatever platform you want to share. Okay, apart from that, user can click on go back. We have already designed a new category screen where user can see the wallpaper from the different categories. Okay, and again we have a search functionality also implemented, like search functionality UI and the favorite screen UI. Okay, now so in the last video we have completed this app UI functionality. In this video, what we are going to do, basically we are going to do the backend setup. So first of all, there's all the tasks for the backend which we are going to do in this video. So first, what we are going to do, that we are going to express server, and after that we will do some this all this stuff. Before that, I also let you know guys that for the database we are going to use MongoDB database, because it's a full stack project. That's why I'm teaching you guys. Okay, I'm telling you that we are using MongoDB. And in the last of this we are going to deploy the server on the render. Okay, so we will see that how to deploy our project as well. So first of all, we have to do the backend setup. For the backend setup, what we have to do, we have to create a directory. Okay, so let's do that. So I'm inside my folder directory. I'm going to create one folder for the backend. So I'm gonna create one folder. I'm going to name as a called server wall hub. Okay, and after that I'm going to open this directory in my VS Code. So let me open that on VS Code. After that, to create Express server, we have to create one JavaScript file. So I'm gonna name it's called index.js. Okay, and before that, creating any index.js file, we have to initialize this project as well. To initialize or create a backend project, we have to write npm init -y. Let me zoom it this code. So now you can see that I've written npm init -y, and I have to hit enter. So once I hit enter, so it's created one package.json file, as you can see that. Okay, now after that, what we have to do, so we are in the index.js. To create a JSON, to create a node server, we are going to use Express package. So we have to use Express package. So let's install the Express package as well. So I'm gonna write npm I express. Okay, so it will install a package file. So as you can see that inside the dependency, we have not inside the package.json, we have a dependency section. Here we have installed the Express library. Okay, and you can see also that we have installed the node modules, like all the code of Express will go inside the node modules. Okay, now after that, we have to add a one file that is called gitignore. Okay, so what is gonna gitignore file do? Gitignore, as the name suggests, gitignore. So basically what is gonna do, it will ignore the files that will not push on the GitHub. So as you can see that we have a node modules file, and whenever we push the code on GitHub, we should never push our node modules on the GitHub. Okay, Now after that, let's create a Express server quickly. So first, what we have to do, we have to create one file called index.js after the initializing the project with npm init -y, and we make sure to install npm iexpress. After that, we have to write const express is equal to require express. Okay, now once you require the express, after that you have to write const app is equal to express, like this. Okay, now to start a server, what we have to write app dot listen. Okay, and the first parameter is called, we have to define a port. So I'm gonna write one port right now here. So const port is equal to I'm gonna name is of 3030. Okay, it could be like any URL, like you can make it's like 8080, whatever port you want to give, you can give, but that should be like, in a range of 4 digits. It should not be more than 4. Okay, after that, it should app.listen, the first parameter take the port number and the second parameter take the callback function. So we have to write a callback function as well. So I'm gonna write the callback function called console.log server is server is running, a server is started. Okay, now after that, to run this file, what we have to do, we have to write node index.js. So if I write node.index.js, so as you can see that in the console, if I make it bigger, so as you can see that on the console we are getting servers is started. Okay, now let's suppose if I do some changes here, instead started. Okay, but it doesn't reflect the changes here, right? So to reflect that changes, like, in the runtime, or in the runtime, we have to show this changes on the development. Okay, to basically whatever we do the changes on the code, we should able to see that changes as well. For that, we have to use another package that is called nodemon. So we have to install a nodemon. So basically what is gonna do, it will reflect the changes, or it will restart the server whenever we do some changes in the local machine. So let's install the package. To install that package in a dev dependency mode, we have to write npm i minus capital D and the package name. So I'm gonna write like this, npm i minus D nodemon. Okay, now if you see the package.json, so inside the dev dependency, we have one package that is called nodemon. Okay, now how to run this our code with the nodemon? To run this project with nodemon, what I'm gonna write, I'm gonna create one command, dev command, which is gonna do like this, nodemon index. Okay, now if I start my server, so I'm gonna clear the terminal by typing the cls, and I'm going to run a command called npm run dev. Okay, so it will start the server with the nodemon. As you can see that this will hit this command nodemon index, and it is started the server. So as you can see that here, server is started, or server is started. Okay, if I do something here, changes here, so it will restart the node server, and that's the use of nodemon, and we should use nodemon. Now if I do something else, the place of 2, so you can see that it started server and reflect the changes. Perfect. Now after that, if you see our this notion, so we have done the project setup. Okay, and let me do one more thing for you guys to see the changes on the UI. So I'm gonna create one one API endpoint, app.get/. Okay, and if someone hits if someone opens on this port, like const if someone opened the 8084, so they will see this response. So I'm gonna have a request, and we are getting the response. So whenever user do any request, so we will get the request, like whatever the request has done, and we have to do, give some response. So I'm gonna response some response.send, and I'm gonna write welcome to the node, welcome to the node server, node express server. Okay, now if I open on my browser localhost 8080, so what we gonna see that welcome to the node express server, and now you can see that it started. We are able to build a API like this. Okay, Before that, there is one more thing which we have to do some setup. So as I can see that we have done the project setup and we have created one Express server. To create Express server, first what we had done npm init-y. After that, we had installed the package called Express. After that, we had created one file called index.js, and in this file we had initialized we had imported the Express. After that, we had created the app, and we have created a one welcome route app.get/. As you can see that our server is running here. Okay, and we had created app.listen, and we are having a servers is started, and we have defined a port as well. Okay, now after that, we had installed another package called Node.js that will help us in a dev dependency. Whenever we do some changes, it will restart the server. Okay, now after that, we have set up Node.js as well. Now after that, we have, for the database we are going to use MongoDB, so we have to generate a MongoDB URI on MongoDB. Okay, to generate the MongoDB URI, basically for the database we are using MongoDB URI, so we have to generate a MongoDB URI. So for that, we have to search MongoDB Atlas. Okay, MongoDB Atlas. Okay, just click on that. After that, you have to open this site, MongoDB Atlas. Okay, as you can see, the MongoDB Atlas.com/atlas. You have to open that direct site and click on sign in or sign up. So if you have not, if you are trying first time, so you have to do sign up. But I've already account, so I'm gonna do sign up right now with the Google. So let's click on Google. So it will gonna took some time, and after that, you can see this is the directory. This is how you can see on the MongoDB. So I think you guys don't see any project. So for that, you have to click on new project. Okay, after that, you have to define a project name. So let me again show you guys. So on the top, you can see that your name. Okay, inside this project section, if you are sign up for the first time, you will not see any project here. So first of all, you have to click on new project. Okay, and you have to define the project name. So I'm gonna name as a wall vibes, as our app name is wall vibes. And you can have some tags which is not use case for me, so I'm gonna click on next after the defining the project name. Okay, and we can have some add onboard some another user as well. So I don't need any other user for now. Okay, so I'm gonna create a project. Okay, so it will create a project. So let's wait for some seconds. Now after that, once it's created one project, we have to create on deployment. Okay, for that, you can see that we are having some different kind of database. So I'm gonna use this free database that is storage of 512 MB, and the RAM is shared. Okay, and I'm gonna use this by default. I'm gonna choose that and click on create deployment. Okay, so it will create a one database for, and after that we have to define a username. So I'm gonna define username will be Alishan Coder, and the password is going to be Alishan password. And after that, you have to just copy this and create a database user. So what we are not doing that, we are not creating a user, and that's why we are not able to get that user. And here you can see that you can connect your database with a different ways. Like you can connect with MongoDB with your Compass. So MongoDB's Compass is like graphical user interface. Like this is a MongoDB Compass. So you can just download this Compass as you want that for your machine. Okay, and you can just copy the download URL. Okay, and after that you have to just copy this endpoint. Okay, and once what you have to do, you have to open your MongoDB Compass once you install that. Okay, and you have to just paste this that here, and you have to define the password. So my password is called Alishan password. Okay, and click on connect. So it will connect your database. Okay, and now after that, once you create your database, you have to go inside this sections, network access, and you have to make your database is open. So you have to click on edit. Okay, and you have to make it open. So how you can make it open, you have to just type 0, not like that, you have to make it 0.0 0.0.0.0 and 0. Okay, and you have to click on confirm. So what is gonna do basically, if you make it IP address 0000, so it will be able to access from the anywhere location or any server. Okay, so that's why I make it open. Okay, now after that, here what you have to supposed to do, you have to create one file called .env, and we're gonna name the MongoDB URI. Okay, you have to paste that URI which you have copied. We had created this MongoDB URI, okay, and I've defined this all the things like MongoDB name and this, and I'm gonna define name is called wall vibes at the last of URL. Okay, now after that, what we are supposed to do basically, to read the file from the env, we have to install another package that is called .env. So I'm gonna install a package called .env. Okay, and after that, let me again start my server by typing npm run dev. Okay, and after that, let's suppose how we can read a file. So I'm gonna add a one more thing that is called port. Okay, and the port is gonna be 8080 for now. Okay, and instead of reading the file like this, first of all we have to require .env, require .env.config like this. After that, what we supposed to do, we can read the file from the env by typing process.env and the file name. So I'm gonna reading the port. Okay, and if I console the port, so what we are getting the port, so we are getting the port right now. So this is how we read the file, we read the key value from the .env. So why we using .env file? So we use .env to store all the credential here. Okay, now what we had done right now, we had created a database URI. Okay, and we had set up the .env, and we have to also set up the course. We will see the set up the course later. And after that, we have to connect our MongoDB database. To connect the MongoDB database, now to connect with the our database with Node server, we have to install one package called Mongoose. So let's install the Mongoose package. So first of all, I have to install one package called npm I Mongoose. So about this package, you can more read about this package. So you have to just do npm I Mongoose. So if you just do that, so as you can see that what you can read about the Mongoose, what is Mongoose. So if it show you that Mongoose is a MongoDB object modeling tool designed to work in an asynchronous environment. Okay, so it's help us to get the data, like it's help us to do the data modeling, and we use Mongoose to perform some query with MongoDB. Okay, and you can read more about this, how to use it, like how to connect MongoDB. So as you can see that to connect MongoDB connection, there's one example. Like first of all, we have to import the Mongoose, and after that you have to use the MongoDB.connect method. Okay, now what I'm gonna do basically, I'm gonna create one folder that is as a name is config, and inside this I'm gonna name as one another folder called db.js. Okay, and first of all I'm gonna import the Mongoose. Const Mongoose is equal to require Mongoose. Okay, and after that I'm gonna read the Mongo URI, and using the process.env dot let me copy this name, so MongoDB URI. Okay, so we will read our MongoDB URI. And why we are putting the MongoDB URI in the .env? Because MongoDB URI is a sacred thing, and that's supposed to store this secret in this .env file. Okay, now after that I'm going to create one function called connect db. Okay, and it's gonna be like this, an arrow function, and I'm gonna make this async arrow function like this. Okay, and we're gonna have a one try catch block as well. So I'm gonna make one function called connect and await mongoose dot connect. Okay, and we have to pass the mongo URI. So mongo URI like this, and after that once it's connected, so I'm gonna console that database connected successfully. Okay, otherwise if something wrong happen, uh, database error. Okay, so after that we have to also export this function. So we have to export this function, we have to write module dot exports is equal to connect db like this. So let me explain that what is happening, guys. First I import the mongoose. Before that I install the npm mongoose, like npm install mongoose. After that I created one folder called config. Inside that I created one file called db.js. Inside this I imported the mongoose, and after that I read the MongoDB URI from the env using this process.env method. After that I created one asynchronous arrow function where we are having where we are having const connect is equal to, we are connecting the mongoose by passing the mongo URI. Okay, and after that we are exporting this function as well. Now let's go to the index.js. We have to import db. So first of all I'm gonna call db is equal to require and how we can require this. We have to write dot slash config slash db, or I'm gonna name this db name as a connect db. Okay, and after that I'm gonna call this function connect db, and let's see. And after that let's start our server as well, npm run dev, and let's see what we are getting any error. So as you can see that our server is started. Okay, and after that database connected successfully. Let me reload this as well by typing the rs, restart the server. So if I type just rs, it will start the server. Now you can see that the server is also started and database connected successfully. Okay, now after that we have, whenever we use express server, we have to do some extra configuration, like we have to write app.use.express.json. so whenever we make a response to any express or node server, the request which we send from the browser, that in a string format, and we have to make sure to convert that into JSON format. So for that we have to use one thing that is called app.use express.json. Okay, like this. So basically this is a middle, express.json is a middleware which converts that stringified data to the JSON format. Okay, now so what we had done till at, if I summarized it, we have set up the .env course. So let's implement the course, let's understand about the course. So we have to also install one package called course, and what is gonna help us do that, basically whenever we use we are talking with a different port. Let's suppose our front end is running on 3000 and our backend is running on a 4000. So we are talking with a different port, like and this browser doesn't allow to talk with a different port, and that's why we have to use a course package or course library. So first of all let's install this npm install course. Okay, after that once it get installed, so we have to use like this. So first of all we have to import this const course is equal to require course, like this. After that inside this we have to write app.use, and we have to pass this middleware as well. Okay, so it will, if you install the course, it will you will not get any course error on the backend side or on the front end side. Okay, now after that we have set up the .env course in the mongoose. We had connected a MongoDB database. Now what we are going to do, that we are going to create the schema for category. Okay, so if we talk about the wallpaper app, we are going to have a two schema or two a collection. The first collection is gonna be category schema, where we having some data for categories, and we gonna have a wallpaper data. Okay, so basically one wallpaper is connected to a category, so one category has been gonna be multiple wallpapers, and wallpaper is going to connect with the category. Okay, so let's create the schema for the category. To create the schema for category, what we have to do, I'm going to create one folder that is called model, and inside this I'm going to create one file called category.js. Inside this, first of all, I have to import the mongoose, so I have to write const mongoose is equal to require mongoose. Okay, and after that I have to write another thing that is called category schema. Okay, and after that, to create any schema, we have to write new mongoose dot schema. Okay, and the first parameter is gonna be tick that we gonna have one object. Here what we have to do, where we can write all the field which we gonna require. So our category gonna be, so if we talk about the category, in our category we gonna have a name and the image, like category name what is gonna be, and the category image. As you can see in our app, we are having a name and the image. Okay, so first of all I'm gonna type, the type is gonna be string, so the type is going to be string, so let's type the string. Okay, and after that it's gonna be required true, so required true. Okay, another field which we want, that is called image. Okay, so let's write image, and the type is gonna be again string. Again, we don't have to import it from the OS, so we're gonna have a type string. Okay, and we're gonna have required true. Okay, and after that what we have to do, we have to write const category is equal to mongoose dot model. Okay, and we have to define the category, and we have to pass our schema as well. Okay, and after that I have to import this module dot exports is equal to category. Okay, so this is how we create any schema. So first of all, what we had done, we had created one folder that is called model. Inside that we are having a category.js. Okay, and after that we had import the const mongoose is equal to require mongoose, const category schema is equal to new mongoose dot schema. Here we define all the fields. So currently we are having a name and the image for the category, so it's gonna be like what is the name of the category and what is the image of the image of the category. Okay, and after that what we are supposed to do, if we check it, so what we had done, so we had created the schema for category. Now after that we had to create the routes for category, routes and the controller. So basically we have to create a code that whenever we post a request, so it will create a category and delete request, all this stuff. So let's do that as well. So I'm going to create another folder that is called routes, and inside this I'm going to create another folder that is called category. Okay, and after that I'm going to create one file that is called routes.js. okay, and another file that is going to be called index.js. so let's create that. So inside the routes.js, what we are going to supposed to do, basically we are going to create a controller, like CRUD a controller basically. So we gonna create a code that will gonna create a category. We're gonna create again code that is gonna get all the categories, and we're gonna have a delete controller as well. So let's see, first of all, so we're gonna do CRUD operation for the category. So first we are going to create category. So I'm going to create one function called const add category. Okay, and it's gonna be an async function. Here what we getting, where we get the request and the response. Okay, and after that we gonna have a one try and catch block. Okay, now after that what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna get the body. So I'm gonna write const data is equal to request dot body. Okay, and inside that we will get the data of category. So the first thing which I want, that is called name. So we get the name from the data.name, and we're gonna have another a field that is called image. So we want image, so we can read the image like this as well. So image is gonna be data.image. Okay, and after that to create to add a category in our database, so what we have to write, const await is equal to category. So we have to import the category schema from this model slash category. So as you can see that we are importing the category from here by using the mongoose.model category, and we are passing the category schema. So we are getting the category schema, and after that what we have to do, we have to write create method. So category dot create, okay, and we have to pass our category data. Okay, so it will create a data, basically const new category, we can name is like that, or okay, so I'm gonna name that is called category data. Okay, and I'm gonna pass this category data, and I'm gonna name this called category. Okay, and after that, once the category is created, I'm gonna send this response dot send. Okay, and also that I'm gonna send the status as well, response dot status of 200. Okay, and we are sending one object by like this. The first thing is called category, is gonna be this category, and the second thing is called success as true. Okay, and if any error come up, so what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna send this by like this, response dot status of 500. Okay, and gonna send one object, and inside this success gonna be false, and error gonna be error dot message. Okay, now to test, this is how we create a controller. This is called add category code. So first of all, what we are doing here, we are reading the response from the body, whatever the user is sending on the request. So we are reading that, we are getting the data.name and data.image. After that, we are calling a method called category.create. Here we are passing our object. Once that is done, we are sending a status of category, and the success is true, and after that the success is false, and we are sending the error message. After that, we gonna have to export this as well. So module.exports is equal to and add category like this. Okay, now after that we have to go inside the index.js. Okay, and what we have to type, const express is equal to require express. Okay, and after that we have to write const router is equal to express dot router like this. Okay, here what we can do, here we can write like router dot post, and whatever the path, I'm going to write the path is going to be slash, and we have to import this add category as well. Okay, so as you can see that I had imported the add category from the slash routes. Okay, and after that we have to export this router as well. Okay, now we are exporting this router. So first of all, what I had done, inside the index.js file, I had required the express. After that, const router is equal to express.router. I imported the add category routes as well, or add category controller, and after that we had created one path that is called router.post. We defined the path and we added the controller as well, and after that we are having a module.exports is equal to router. Okay, now after that we have to go to the index.js. Okay, and here what I'm gonna do, basically after the connect db function, I'm gonna require the category routes. Okay, so we have to write const category routes is equal to, we have to require that. So I'm going to require that by routes folder category. Okay, like this, and we have already index, so we don't have to again write index, or as you can write index as well, that's up to you. But if you don't write index, that also works for you. After that we have to write app dot use, and I'm going to write slash categories. Okay, and we're gonna pass this category routes code. So basically what is going to happen, if I explain you guys, so we had import this category routes and we had created one endpoint slash categories and we are calling category routes. Now after that, if we have to test this endpoint, right? So how we can test this endpoint, or how we can test the API? To test the API, we are going to use Postman. So what is Postman? So Postman is an API tool which help us to perform all the CRUD operation using Postman. So I'm gonna close all the tabs. So to download the Postman, it's a free tool for the API testing or API management. Just type Postman download. So if you see that Postman is an application that allows for testing the web APIs. So just click on Postman download. You have to click on download, so it will download that. After that, you have to just install that and you will get some kind of this kind of UI. Now after that, you have to click on new, click on HTTP request, and we are going to test the post request. Okay, now I'm going to write HTTP and slash localhost colon, and what port we are running this app. We are running this. Okay, before that, if you see that our app is get crashed because Mongoose is not defined, okay, on the category.js line. So let's go on the category.js. Now as you can see that I had done one typo. I'm written the monos, and that's why it's getting the error. So we have to copy this line, copy this word, and just replace this Mongoose. Now if I see that our servers restarted successfully. Okay, let me close all the files, okay, and collapse that. Now after that, as you can see that we are having a local host and we are running this running this on what port. So let me check that. We are running this on a 8080 port. So we have to write localhost http localhost slash 8080 slash, and on the index.js, if I check it out, so our port, our route is slash categories. So instead of having a slash categories, I'm gonna make it API slash categories. So we have to do like this, copy this API slash categories, and we have to write like this. Inside this body, we have to pass the JSON format, okay, JSON format, and inside that we have to pass what we are passing. Basically we are passing two things. The first thing is called name. So let's pass the name. So the name is going to be I'm gonna name this called iPhone wallpapers, and we're gonna have a image as well. So I'm gonna have a one image, and okay, and it's gonna be a image URL. So image like this, we have to write the image URL. So you can just copy the image URL. So let me copy this image URL from the internet. So I'm gonna write iPhone wallpapers, okay, and just click on images, and I'm gonna use this image. I think this image looks pretty well. So we have to just click on copy image link, okay, and after that we have to just paste that image URL and just click on send request, and you can see that we are getting error successful, response.start is not a function. And yeah, so what the mistake is doing, I'm doing basically, so it's not a like response.status. Let me check that. So I just checked that, like I was doing one typo, like instead of having a I written the status something like that. So we have to write status, okay. So that was where I was doing typo. And again, let me again make one request, iPhone wallpapers. Now as you can see that we are getting a one object category, okay, and now our document is created. Now as you can also test this on the Postman on this MongoDB campus as well. So you have to just click on .env, copy this URL, okay, and just paste on the MongoDB campus, click on connect, okay, and you have to open this wall vibes. As you can see that our database collection name is called wall vibes. So you have to click on categories, and now you can see that we are having two categories. The first category is called iPhone wallpapers, and the second is also iPhone wallpapers. So we had created this document 2 times, so we can get rid of the any document. So I'm just clicking on delete, Okay, now after that I'm gonna create another API that is called get all API. Okay, so for that I'm gonna create another API called const get all categories. Async function is gonna be again async, and it's gonna be a request response, and we are having a try catch block. And after that I'm gonna call this const response is equal to await, and I'm gonna call this category dot find method. So basically what it's gonna do, it will find all the categories, and I'm gonna send this response dot status of 200. And here what I'm gonna send, that I'm gonna send the success as a true. Okay, and the second parameter which I'm gonna pass, that is called category. So instead of having a response, I'm gonna make it called category, and we're gonna pass this category as well, like this. And if we get any error, so I'm gonna send response dot status of 500. Okay, and dot send, and inside this I'm gonna send one object called success as a false. Okay, and error gonna be basically error dot message. Okay, so this is how we created one API that's like controller that get all categories. So if I explain you what is happening, guys, so first we are writing const category is equal to await category dot find. It will find all the category. After that we are sending that all the categories data in this response, else we are sending the error like this. Okay, now after that we have to connect our endpoint as well. So we have to export this get all categories, okay, like this. And we have to go in index.js, we have to import get all categories, and after that we have to write like this. And instead of having a, we gonna have a get method which will get all the categories. Okay, now let's go on the postman, and I'm gonna have a another request, new http request. I have to just copy this again, and we're gonna just copy this endpoint http localhost 8080/API/categories. Just click on send, so you can see that we are getting all the categories. So if I add one more categories, let's suppose the category name is gonna be nature wallpapers, and if you click on send, so as you can see that it's created another category. And if I click on get all categories API, so you can see that we are getting all the categories as well. Now if you want to delete or update from the MongoDB, so before that you can see that currently we're seeing only one data. So for that you have to just type Ctrl+R to reload this data, or just you can click on this this icon. I think there will be some icon. Okay, this is the icon which you have to click on this, so it will reload the data. After that, to edit any field or delete, you can also delete from the MongoDB compass as well. Okay, so what we had done, we had created the add categories, we created the get all categories. You can have a one called delete category as well. Okay, so let's add the delete categories as well. So how we can add it? So we're gonna have a method called delete. Okay, and before that let's create a delete category routes as well. So I'm gonna create one routes called delete category, and it's gonna be again async arrow function. Here we get the request response. After that we're gonna have a try catch block like this. And after that, so whenever we are deleting a request, so we are sending that ID in a params, so we have to read the ID like this. Okay, now after that let's go to the request delete category. So we gonna read the ID like this, const ID is equal to request.params.id. okay, and after that we gonna delete any request. So const category is equal to await category dot find by id and delete. As you can see that we have method called find by id and delete. Here what you have to do, here you have to just pass the id. okay, and it will delete that your category. And I'm gonna send response.status of 200, and I'm gonna make called success as a true, success as a true, and the category we are passing the category as well. So if you just there's one more thing which I just let you know, guys. So if you are having a category and you're not having a one if you're the key and the value name is same, so you don't have to again write the key and value. You can have just one key like this. Okay, now let's go to the catch block. So if we get any error, so I'm gonna send response dot status of 500. Okay, and I'm gonna send some like this success as a false. Okay, success is a false, and the message basically error gonna be error dot message like this. Okay, now after that let me export this export this delete category. So we are exporting this delete category, and let's go to the this index.js. We have to import this delete category, and inside the delete method we have to just add this delete category. Now to test it out in a postman, what I'm gonna do, basically I'm gonna click on new http, and instead of having a get, we are gonna make it delete request. I'm gonna copy this data. Okay, and we have to write like this, and again I'm gonna add a slash, and currently I'm going to delete this nature wallpapers. So just copy this id and just paste that like this, and when we click on send, it will delete that data. Now if I reload this, you can see that the nature wallpaper is deleted. Okay, and if I click on get, and if we make on get all request, now you can see that we are just getting the iPhone wallpapers. Okay, again let me try with that. So I'm gonna add a one wallpaper that is called football wallpapers. Okay, and I'm gonna add a click on send, so it will add one category called football wallpapers. Now let's see all the categories. So we are getting all the categories like iPhone wallpapers and football wallpapers. Now I want to delete this category called football wallpapers. So you have to just copy this id underscore id, just copy this id. After that go under get request. After that slash api slash categories, you have to just paste that id, and after that you have to click on send. Now you can see that this is deleted as successful, and we are getting the name and the football. And if I again click on get all requests, now you can see that we are getting only the football, only the iPhone wallpapers. Okay, now this is how we do the get all the CRUD operation. So you can add one more like update functionality as well, but this works. Even you can also edit and update and delete all the things from the MongoDB Atlas as well. So what we had done in this video, basically we had created the routes for category. Now after that we are going to create the schema for wallpapers, and we're gonna add the CRUD and the filters functionality on this as well. So let's do that. Now to create a get all request for the wallpapers, what I'm gonna do right now, I'm going to inside the routes directory. Inside the routes we have a wallpaper directory. Here we have index.js. Currently we had just created the post request. Now we have to create another request, basically that is called get request, and whenever user get request, so it should return all the wallpapers, right? So first of all that we have to create a controller that is called get all wallpapers. Okay, so here we're gonna add a logic. So I'm gonna create one function quickly, get all wallpapers. Okay, as we have already done as we have already done in the for the category, like get all categories, the same way we are going to do the for the wallpapers. So let's do that. So first I'm going to create one async function, and const get all wallpapers. Here we get the request and the response, and we're gonna have one arrow function, and inside that I'm going to add one try catch block. Okay, so let's add a try catch block right now. After that, once you add the try catch block, you get the error here. Okay, and after that what I'm gonna do right now, I'm gonna do const wallpapers is equal to await. Okay, and wallpaper we have to I have already import the wallpaper. Okay, and wallpaper dot find request. Okay, and after that, once I make the find request, after that I'm gonna send this response dot status of 200. Okay, and I'm gonna send one object. Okay, inside that we're gonna have a success as a true. Okay, and we're gonna send the data as well, wallpapers. Okay, there's one more thing I just let you know, guys. Whenever we have a same key in the value, we don't have to rewrite again, so it will take the it also works like, you know, usually what we do, we write like this. Again we have to write the wallpapers, right? But if the key and the value is same, so we can ignore the value. Okay, and it will work as well. Okay, and after that, if we get any error, so we will send that response dot status of 500. Okay, and we will send one object. Inside this object, the success will be false. Okay, and we're gonna send the error as error dot message. Perfect. So let me summarize this what we are doing here. First, I created one controller that is called get all wallpapers. Inside that we are having async function. It's we have a request and response. After that we are finding all the wallpapers, and we are sending a request response dot status of 200. Success is a true, and we are sending this data whatever we are getting. And if we get any error, so we are, you know, sending a status of 500 and sending the success is a false, and we are sending the error. Perfect. Now after that we have to export this as well. So I'm exporting it all wallpapers. After exporting that, we have to go the index.js of the wallpaper for directory. Here what I'm gonna do, basically I'm gonna add a one more request that is called router.getRequest, and the path is almost gonna be slash. Okay, and we have to import that get all wallpapers controller. So I just import the get all wallpapers from the slash routes. Okay, now after that, as you can see that we have we are exporting this router, and after that in the index.js we are importing this wallpaper routes. After that we are having app.use /api/ wallpapers. So this is the our base endpoint. Okay, and whatever the and after that we are, whenever we hit this request like CRUD, so it will check that we have get method or all the method, and it will call that method as respective. Now what I'm gonna do, basically I'm gonna just copy this endpoint, and I'm gonna open my postman. Okay, and I'm gonna add another endpoint, another API request that is called get request, and I'm gonna call http ://localhost, and our port is 8080 and /API/wallpapers. So now I'm gonna hit this, and let's see what we are getting the response. So now you can see that on the response we are getting two wallpapers. Like currently we had added only 2 documents or only 2 wallpapers, that's why we are getting 2 wallpapers. As you can see, the man in the field and the nature image too. Now let me add one more field, one more wallpaper. So I'm gonna add one more wallpaper. So I'm gonna name is called iPhone wallpaper, something like that, or basically sky wallpaper, something like that. And I'm gonna send a request, so it create another wallpaper, right? And if we see in a get all request, you can see this is a get request. So currently we are having just 2 documents. Now if I again make a API call, so it will become 3 because we had just added 1 document. Now let's see how many document is coming. So I just click on send request. Now you can see that we are having a man in the field, a nature image, and the sky wallpaper. Awesome. Now after that, what we are gonna do, basically I'm gonna add some more datas. So I'm gonna add some again and again some 5 datas quickly. So basically what I'm gonna do, basically I'm gonna add a pagination functionality. For that I'm going to add some lot of datas. So if I again make a API call, and let's see how many datas we have. So currently I think we have like quite well datas, like I think almost more than 10. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 7 8 9 10 11, like more than 10 datas we have. So what I'm gonna do, basically, so we have to also learn that how we can add pagination. okay, and some filter, like on the on the app we have added some pagination. So basically what has happened, whenever we load the app first time, we are not going to bring all the wallpapers. First we bring the almost 10 or 20 data, and after that once user scroll down, once that 10 image gets complete or 10 image has been sent by the user, we will make another API call and that will bring more data. Okay, so for that we have to implement the pagination, and let's see how we can implement the pagination. Okay, for the pagination what we have to do, we have to get the page from the front end. So I'm gonna assign a variable const page is equal to, and we're gonna get like that request inside the query we are sending the page. So request dot query dot page. Okay, so whatever the page is coming from the front end, we can read like this. So whenever we send a page from the front end, we send that page value in a query. So we are reading the page using the request dot query dot page. If we don't have any value, okay, so what we are telling that assign the page value as a 1. Okay, now whenever we read a data from the query, that is in a string format. Okay, so we have to convert this in a integer format. So for that to convert into integer, I'm going to use a inbuilt JavaScript method that is called parseInt. So if you hover this, so it shall convert a string to an integer. Okay, so after that, once we get the page, so after that we have to do another thing, another variable we have to declare, that is called limit, const limit. So what items do you need at the first time? So I'm gonna add an item of 10 limits, like whenever I make API request, so it should add, like it should give only 10 datas. Okay, and there's one more thing which I have to add, like so basically before that, so whenever we we want only 10 datas, right? So we can add one property that is called limit. So if I add a limit of 10, just let me pass this value, add a limit of 10. So this is the value of limit. So we are like, what I done right now, I'm reading the query dot page from the query, I'm reading the page value from the query, and I assign a limit. I created one variable for limit and assign a value as 10. Okay, I'm finding the data, I'm finding all the wallpapers, and after that I added one limit, so it should return only 10 datas, right? Now let's check on the postman. So if I check on that postman, so it will only return the almost 10 datas. If I make only 2, so it will only return 2 datas. So let me check that. So as you can see that the task of limit, that how many datas do you want. Okay, so I just want only 10 datas. Okay, now another thing is that, like let's suppose we are having on the page number 1. Okay, so we have to add the pagination logic, right? So for that we have to make another variable that is called const skip. Okay, and what it's gonna do, basically it will skip the skip the wallpapers or skip the document. So basically in the MongoDB, every object represent a document, so we called a document. Okay, so for the skip, what I'm gonna do, so whatever the page is that, and I'm gonna multiply with the limit. Okay, so this is the function which we have to write. Let me explain you that, guys, what is happening here. So what we are doing here for the skip, let's suppose we are on the page number 0 or page number 1. So what is gonna happen, 1 minus 1 will become 0, right? And 0 into 10 will become 0, right? So the skip item will be 0 initially if the page number 1. If it's on the page number 2, so what is gonna happen, it will skip let's suppose the page value is 2. Okay, so what is gonna happen is 2 minus 1 into 10, so the value will come 10. Okay, so it will skip the 10 items. Perfect. So in the same, like what is happening now, whenever we add a skip, so it will skip that document. Okay, so now what I'm gonna do right now here, before the limit method, I'm gonna add a skip method as well. So it will skip that document. So I'm gonna passing this skip value, that you have to skip 10 items or 20 items as we move further. Okay, so this is how we add pagination in the MongoDB or in the backend. So let me explain you guys what we are doing here. So first we initialize a variable that is called const page. We have declared another variable called limit. We are having a limit of 10, and another variable called skip. So how many items you want to skip in every page. So if you on the page number 1, so you don't want to limit a first 0 document, okay, or first 10 document. If you're on the second page, so you have to skip the 10 items because you have already seen that, or you have already seen that items. And if you are on the third page, so you have to skip the 20 items, okay. And that's how it goes, okay. Now another thing which we have to do, that is called category filter. So if you see on the app, so we have added also functionality that if you click on some category, let's suppose I click on nature category, so it will bring the only nature categories wallpaper. So let's add a category filter as well. To add a category filter, so what we have to do, we have to first of all read the category, okay, inside the query. So what I'm gonna do right now here, I'm gonna read const category is equal to request dot query dot category, okay. So on the from the front end, we are going to get a category, okay. So I will check that if there is a category filter is not, basically we are sending a category or not from the front end on the API. If I send the category, okay, so what I'm gonna do right now, so I'm going to create one variable called let query, and the query is gonna be an empty object, okay. Inside the query, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna write query dot category is equal to category, okay. So basically so I created one object and I check that do we have a category. Yes, if we have category, so I'm adding one key category and the value which is coming from the front end side, okay. Now after that, we inside the find query, I have to just pass the query. So what is gonna happen, it will filter, or it will only bring that document which match with this category, okay. If there is no category, so it doesn't apply any filter, okay. Now after that, what we are gonna do, there is one more functionality which we have, that is called search filter functionality in our app, okay. So let's do that as well. So what we are gonna do, basically we're gonna read the search value. So I'm gonna check that, I'm going to create one variable called search value, okay. And I'm gonna do it like this: request dot query dot search value, okay. So I will check that do we have a search value from the API. First of all, let's check that if search value is there, okay. If search value is there, let's suppose I want to search by name, or a man in the sky, or whatever, okay. So we have to also add that query, right? So for that, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna search on query. So inside the query object, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna write query dot name. Basically I'm gonna search on the name field, right? So I'm just adding query dot name, and here we are going to do regex search. To for the regex search, what we have to do, we have to write dollar. First of all, we have to write dollar regex, okay. And after that, we have to write new regex expression like this, okay. And inside this, what we are supposed to do, we have to pass a function, okay. And the first parameter which takes, that is called search value, okay, like what value you want to search on this regex expression. And the second parameter which we have to pass, that is called what kind of flag you want to search, okay. So let me type that. So I'm gonna type by the I, so it will search on the whole string, like if any character match with that name. Let's suppose I type A, and if in our name object, in our name string, we are having a keyword in a string, so it will return that all the document, okay. Makes sense? So this is we are doing regex search as well. So if I summarize this whole stuff quickly, so first of all, we added the pagination functionality. So pagination functionality help us to don't get all the data in once go. Whenever user scroll down, or whenever user went to the next page, we will bring more data, okay. So first we are reading the const page, and we had added the pass int method to check that request by using the request.query.page. So basically whenever we use request.query.page, it's return a string, so we are converting into the number format. And after that, if we don't have any value, like we are not sending any page value from the front end, so we are defining a value as a 1, Okay, and after that we had defined a limit of 10. Okay, and after that we had created another variable called skip, and it will skip the item. Let's suppose if you are on one page, okay, so it will skip the only a 0 item, because 1 minus 1 becomes 0 and into 10 will become 0. If you are on the second page, so it will skip the first 10 items. If you are third page, so it will skip the 20 items, first 20 items. Okay, now after that we are again reading the category. Like if you send the category value from the front end, so what we are doing here, we are reading the category from the query. So I'm reading like const request.query.category. I check that if there is a category, so what I'm gonna do, I'm just adding inside the object a filter called query.category will be is equal to this category value. And same for the search value, we are reading the search value. If there is a search value, okay, so what I'm doing right now, I'm adding one search filter on this name field. So I'm adding query.name will be, and I'm doing reject search. So basically I'm writing $rejects colon new res expression, and inside the first parameter what value or what pattern you want to search. Okay, and the second parameter which I'm passing, that is called flag. So whatever I'm passing as I, so it will check on every character. Like let's suppose it will match, if any character match it will return that. Okay, and we are adding inside the query object. So inside the find object we are like it will do that all the search category, all the stuff if there is, and we are having .skip, so it will skip the some certain items as our logic, and we are only returning the 10 item as we have defined on the limit. If we get any error, so it will throw error. Okay, now let's see. So I'm gonna test it on the postman. So if I click on a wallpaper, so we are getting only 10 items right now. Okay, now another thing is that let's suppose I'm gonna pass another query that is called page. So let's add a page. So if I'm on the page number 2, let's see how many datas we are getting. So we are getting some good amount of datas. Okay, now let's suppose if I'm gonna on the page number 3, so how many datas we are going to get. So on the page number 3 we are getting like it's skip, like you have already seen all the documents, and on the page number 3 we don't have any another wallpapers. Okay, now let's suppose if I want to do any category filter, so we can do category filter as well. So we have to just write category, and we have to pass the category ID, right? So let me pass any category as well. So I'm gonna make a API request to get all categories, and I'm gonna use this iPhone wallpapers category ID, and let me add this category ID as well here, and I'm gonna make a request. So as you can see that we don't have any wallpapers with associate with this category ID. Okay, so let's add one wallpaper with this category. Now we can see that. So I'm gonna add this, and I'm gonna add one document that is called iPhone wallpapers. Okay, and I'm gonna make a send request. Okay, now as you can see that we had created one document or one wallpaper for iPhone wallpapers with iPhone category. Now I'm gonna make this again request. Now if I make request, as you can see that category filter is also working perfectly. Okay, now I'm gonna remove this category filter. I'm gonna do a name filter, name filter. So if I just write iPhone, or if I just write a man, so let's see what we are getting. I make a send request. Now as you can see that we are getting this all the fields where we have a man. Okay, a man in the field. Okay, now after that let's suppose if I type just iPhone, if iPhone, okay, and I make a request, send request, so we are not getting any data like relevant to that. So let me do again iPhone. Okay, I'm not passing the we are passing a search value filter, and I'm passing the name keyword. That's a blunder mistake, and that's why it's not working. Now I just type search value and make a send request. Now as you can see that it's returning only that data which is matching with the iPhone wallpapers. And if I write a man, and let's click on send, so now we don't have getting any data. Now let me again do like this, and if I type a man, and let's send. Now we are getting this all the data which is matching with that. Okay, so this is we have created this API. So let's see on the Postman like what we had done on the Notion. So we had created the schema for wallpaper, right? We had create the create wallpaper route as well. We had created the get all wallpaper route. We have also added the filter on the Postman. We had also tested the Postman. Okay, let me summarize all the API which we had done. The first API which we had created, that is called create category or post category. So this is the API where we can create another categories by adding the name and image. Okay, and after once we create that category, okay, so we can add, we can use this category ID to add new wallpapers. Okay, so here we can add once while adding the wallpapers we can pass the category as well, and we can add a category, we can add a new wallpapers. Okay, now we had created APIs to get all categories, and we had also created a get all wallpapers API as well as with pagination, with category, and with search value filter as well. Okay, now the next thing which is gonna do happen is that is called deploy the server on render and create a repository on GitHub. Okay, create repository on GitHub, and we're gonna deploy the server on the render as well. So let's see how we can do that. Now as we have created all the APIs like create category, get all categories, create wallpaper, and get all wallpapers. Now what we are going to do in this video basically like we are going to push the code on the firstly we are going to create a repository, and after that we will push the code on GitHub, and after that we will deploy the server on Vercel. Okay, so we will do that all this stuff. So before that I'm gonna add one thing, that on the gitignore make sure you add node.js file, and you have .gitignore file as well, and inside that you have added the node.js and .env file as well. Okay, now in the package.json what you have to do, you have to add one command that is called start, and you have to write node and index right like this. Okay, and after that I think we are able to good to go to the push the code on GitHub. So first of all let me open my GitHub. So you guys have to open your GitHub, and if you have not account on GitHub, so you can sign up and create a new account. So I'm gonna click on new repository. So let me click on new, and I'm gonna select the owner, and I'm gonna name this server wall wipes. Okay, and I'm gonna make it a private repository and click on create repository to create a repository. After that you can see there are several commands, like the first command is called git init, then git add, then git commit, and git remote, and add addition. So let's perform all the command. So I'm gonna make it bigger. The first command which we have to run, that is called git initialize. So it will initialize a git in our project. After that we will write git add space dot and hit enter. So it will stage all the file changes. After that you have to commit to add all the stage changes. So I'm gonna name the commit will be project completed. Okay, and after that we have to go here, and you have to just copy this command, okay, and paste that command as well. Okay, and after that you have to write git push. Okay, once you write git push, you have to again copy this command, paste that command and hit enter. So it will push the code on GitHub. Now if we check that the code, we will able to see that file. Perfect. So we had created one repository on GitHub. Okay, and now we have to deploy the server on Vercel. To deploy the server on Vercel, we have to do one more configuration. For that, what we have to do, we have to create one file that is called Vercel.json. Okay, and after that there is one file, let me show you guys. You have to just copy this file code, and you have to just paste that as well. So first of all what we have to write, you have to create one object. Inside that you have to write version 2, and after that you have to write a builds key. Inside that you have to define a source directory. The source directory will be /index.js. use Vercel node. Okay, and the routes is like /, you have to just like this, and the destination will be slash. Okay, and after that let's push the code as well. Git add, git commit -m created versal.json file, and after that you have to push this code as well. Okay, now the code is get pushed. Now if we reload this on our repository, we'll see that we had created one file that is called versal.json. Okay, so what we had done, we had created the repository on GitHub and pushed the code. Okay, now the next thing is that we have to deploy the server on Versal. So first of all, let me open the versal.com, and after that, if you guys had not signed up with Versal, so you can do sign up. And after that, once you sign up or sign in on the Versal, you will see something like this kind of interface. Okay, now after that you have to click on add new, click on add project. Once you click on add project, you will see all the projects. So our project name is like server wall vibes. Click on import. Okay, you have to do nothing changes here, just click on environment variables. You have to add over all the environment variables. So let's add all the environment variables. So let me copy the .env file and let me paste that. So we have added the port, we have added the MongoDB URI as well. Now after that, click on deploy. So once you click on deploy, it's gonna it took some time. Let's wait for some second, and it will deploy our app. Now as you can see that our project is deployed. Now click on continue dashboard. Once you click on continue dashboard, you will see one URL, domain server wall vibes/versal.app. You have to click on that, and you can see that our server is running. And if I write here /API/categories categories, so we will get the data as well. And if you write here wallpapers, so we will get all the data whatever we had added. So our we have seen how to deploy our server on the versal.js. In the next video, what we are going to do that we are going to create an admin panel setup, and after that we will integrate the APIs, and you will guys able to create the wallpaper, create a wallpaper or create category from the admin dashboard. Okay, so we'll do that in the next video, and after that we will do the API integration on our app. And there's one more thing which I just want to know that guys, if you're facing any issue while doing all the tasks, you have to just scan this with your WhatsApp camera. Once you scan this, you will get into the WhatsApp group, and you can let me know guys if you're facing any issue. Thank you, bye. Hey guys, welcome back to the full stack mobile app development course. So till then we had completed the app UI part. Okay, and in the last video we have worked on this backend part as well. So what we had done in the last video, basically we had created our APIs, we had deployed our backend on the Versal. After deploying that, we get the URL, we'll see that how we can access the data, how we can make API calls. Okay, so so basically we had created the backend part. Now in this video, what we are going to do, basically we are going to create an admin dashboard like this. Okay, so where you have to, when you scroll that, you will get some more images, like infinite scroll images. Okay, so this is the thing which we are going to create in this video. Okay, apart from that, when user click on add wallpaper, so it will open another screen that is called /add wallpaper, where user can add an image, like like whatever user want to upload image, so he can just upload it from there as well. He has to just type title, and you have to select the category as well, like on this where you want to upload his image, like on which category. If there is no category belongs, so you can add one more category by clicking on add category. Okay, he have to just click choose the file and upload the category, so it will create a category. And here we can add a wallpaper as well. So this is the thing which we are going to create in this video. And there's one more thing that is called like infinite scroll on the bottom. Like as you can see that whenever we come up on the screen, so as you can see that this is called by making another API call, and you can see that we are getting more data. So this is the thing which we are also going to do that. Apart from that, we are using Next.js for this, and after this completion of this admin panel, we are going to integrate all the APIs in our app, and after that we will deploy this app on Google Play Store as well. So if you summarize this, so what we had done it, so we have done the UI functionality stuff. We had done the backend setup, like how to create APIs and how to deploy your backend on the Vercel. And we had also created all the code, like get all wallpapers, add wallpapers API, and create categories, get all categories, all the 4 APIs which we need for our wallpaper app we had created already. So in this video, let's create our Next.js project and complete the admin panel as soon as possible. To create the admin panel, we are going to use Next.js. To create a Next.js project, you have to just search Next.js. Okay, once you search Next.js, you will went to this website. After that, you have to just copy this command npx create next app latest. So it is just React framework to build as you can see that used by some of the world largest company. Next.js enables you to create high quality web application with the power of React component. So it has a lot of features like server side rendering, event optimization, and a lot of features. That's why you use React Next.js. So after that, you have to just copy this command. Okay, open your folder, whatever place you want to clone this, whatever place you want to create your project. Open your terminal at that directory. So as you can see that I'm going to create my folder, my admin panel inside the wallpaper directory. I have to just click on open in terminal. After that, I have to just paste this command and hit enter. Once you hit enter, it will ask you some certain question like what is the project name. The project name gonna be admin panel. Okay, and it's gonna be wall hub. Okay, would you like to use TypeScript? So no. Would you like to use lint? Yes. Would you like to use Tailwind CSS? So for the styling of this project, we are going to use Tailwind CSS. So I'm gonna yes. Would you like to use source directory? Yes. Would you like to use app router? Yes. Would you like to customize the default import alias? No. So basically what you guys have to do, you have to just click whatever that they are telling, whatever they are telling you suggestion. So yes, they are always telling that suggestion. So you have to just select that. So let's wait, it will install all the packages. Let's wait for some time. So guys, as you can see that we had created this Next.js project. So let me explain you guys what we had done till to create a Next.js project again. So first of all, we had run this command npx create next dash app at the latest. Once I hit this command, it will ask you the project name. So I define the project name as admin panel wall hub. After that, it's asking me question like would you like to use TypeScript? So I tell no, we are going to use JavaScript. Would you like to use ESLint? So yes, ESLint help us to write clean code. So we are using also Tailwind CSS, we are using source directory, we are using app router as well, and we are using custom import alias as well. Okay, and after that we will it will install all the packages like React DOM, Next, Post CSS, Tailwind, ESLint. It has installed the Dev dependency as well. After that, it has initialize a Git repository. Okay, now after that, once it's created a project, what you guys have to do, you have to type cd, okay, and just press the tab. It will suggest you the project name. So my project name is like admin panel wall hub, and just hit enter. Once you hit enter, you will go to that directory. After that, you have to type code space dot and hit enter. So what will happen, it will open that directory in the VS Code. Okay, this is one way. Another way could be like this. What you guys have to do, you have to just drag this folder and drop this folder on the VS Code, whatever the folder you want to open in the VS Code, like this. Okay, but we have already opened this. So after that, you have to run one command that is called npm run dev to start the server. So you can see that it's showing like http localhost 3000. So just click on this URL, it will open in the browser. So it will took them some time and it will open that. As you can see that something is opening on the screen. Now let's go on the code. So we went to the source. Inside source we have a page.jsx. Inside this we have a tons of code. So what I'm gonna do right now, I'm gonna remove this whole code for now. So let me remove this whole code, and inside this I'm going to create one a main component main, and inside this I'm gonna write welcome to the course, welcome to the course. Okay, and if I check it out, as you can see that we are able to see. Now let's go to the .css file. So we have a global.css, there is apply some background color. So we are going to get rid of this whole code. Okay, Now let's see. So as you can see that we are able to see this course, but there's one more thing I just will let you know, guys. If you are facing some error issue with this, like especially if you are getting error like this, let me show you guys. So if you are getting some error like this, fail to compile, an error occurred in next font. So what I'm going to do for you guys, that I'm gonna push this code on GitHub. So what you're supposed to do, basically you have to clone this project and you have to start working on that project. Make sense? Because sometimes I don't know, like there's some issue with the version, like the latest version, that it's throwing some error of next font due to some mismatch of version of React and the Next.js. So what I'm going to do right now, I'm gonna create one repo right now. So let me open my GitHub right now. After that, I'm going to create one repository. So let me create one repository. Let's click on next, new repository, and I'm gonna name is admin panel wall hub. Okay, and the owner gonna be myself, and it's gonna be a public repository for you guys, because you can start this project. And once I click on create repository, it's created that repository. After that, we have to initialize git commit, git add. So and we have to also paste this command. So let's do that. Okay, before that, let me tell you guys that I was facing some issues. So what I had done, so I moved to the next version from next 14.20 to 14.14, and React version is 18. Not a big deal. And I had installed this auto prefixer dev dependencies, as well as ESLint config, as well as I think just I installed the auto prefixer. After that, what you are supposed to do, basically guys, let me tell you. So we have to push this code on the GitHub, so you guys can clone this repository and start working on that without wasting any further time. So let me add git commit, and I'm gonna add a git commit minus m, and it's gonna be a project initialize. Okay, and I'm gonna push this code. So to push this code, you have to copy this line of code, git removed, and we're gonna paste that command. And after that, you have to write git push to push the code. After that, you have to just copy this line of code, paste that, and hit enter to push the code. Okay, once this code is pushed, let me check that it is pushed or not. So what you guys are supposed to do, basically, you have to click on code. Okay, and after that, you have to copy this link, and you have to type git clone, and you have to just clone this app if you're facing a issue with this one. Okay, now the first screen. Okay, so this is how we can figure out this issue which you guys are facing, especially this issue. Okay, this failed to compile and record in the next font. Okay, now after that, what you have to supposed to do, basically, we have to design three screens. The first screen is called home screen, and the second screen that is called add wallpaper category screen, and the third one is called add category screen. So let's create a page for this. So the first page is called home screen. So let me add home screen. Here we show a list of wallpapers. Okay, let's check it out on the browser. That is work. Yeah, as you can see that it's showing here home screen. Here we show a list of wallpapers. Now we're gonna have another route that is called add wallpaper and add category, where we're gonna have a logic for adding a wallpaper and adding a category. Okay, so let's add inside this app directory. I'm gonna create one folder that is called add wallpaper. Okay, inside this folder, I'm gonna create one file that is called page.jsx. Okay, and I'm gonna write RFC. As you guys, you are using that extension ES7, so that is suggesting RFC. So it create one component as the name is a home, and I'm gonna write here this is add wallpaper screen. Now let's check it out. This screen add wallpaper. Okay, as you can see there on the add wallpaper, we are getting the add wallpaper screen. Now another screen which we're gonna have, that is called add category, where we're gonna adding the category. So add category like this, and we're gonna have a page.jsx once more, and we're gonna have a RFC, and I'm gonna name this h1 tag here, let me do h1 tag, and inside this it's gonna be add category screen here. Okay, now let's check it out. Now we gonna have a add category. Perfect. So now we had created 3 screens. The first screen is called home screen, where you're gonna see a list of wallpaper. The second screen is called add wallpaper, where we're gonna show the add wallpaper logic, and the third screen that is called add category, where we're gonna have a category screen logic. Perfect. Now the first screen which we gonna work on, that is called add category, because we are going to use inside the wallpaper screen. So if you remember that we had created this APIs, okay, here we can, like, we had deployed this API on this Vercel. We are having on this domain server wall vibes. So here this is the API URL where we had deployed our project. So let me copy this URL, and to make API call we have to use Axios. So we will see that. First of all, what we are supposed to do, we are going to create this screen. Let me show you in the images. So we are going to design this create category screen. So we're gonna have a one heading create category, and after that we are having a one image upload. For the image upload we are going to use Firebase storage. So we will guide you like how to use Firebase storage. So it's gonna be so simple and straightforward, so you don't have to think a lot about that. It's too beginner friendly, and we're gonna have a category title. So let's check it out. So how we can do it. So let's install the create category screen quickly. So for the admin panel setup, we had created the Next.js project. We had going to work on the create add category page. So let's see. So as you can see that on the browser we are on the /add category page. Okay, and if you see on the image, like on the add category screen, so we are going to have a one header like name as a create category, and after that we are going to have a file upload, and we're gonna have a one category text field where you can write the text category value, like let's suppose it's gonna be nature category, iPhone wallpaper, or whatever you can name it. Okay, so let's style this screen. Okay, so let me style this quickly. So first of all, we're gonna have a instead of div I'm gonna use main, and make sure you are on the /add category page. Okay, let me explain you that, like why you're styling first of all add category screen, like why we are not styling the home screen or wallpaper screen. Because the thing is that we are going to use add category screen first of all, because add category is going to use on the basically on the wallpaper screen as well, on the add wallpaper, because while adding the wallpaper we have to provide the category. That's why we are creating this add category screen. Perfect. Now let's do that. So first of all I write main, and after that let me remove this code. Okay, now inside this we're gonna have a one div. Inside this div I'm gonna have a one h2 tags. Okay, and the h2 text value gonna be create category. Let's see on the browser. Perfect, we can see that. Now let's style the div. So we are using Tailwind. So let's write. So we're gonna have it like I'm gonna give some padding as a 6. Okay, and we're gonna give a rounded as a large. Okay, and I'm gonna give some shadow as well, shadow of medium size. Okay, so as you can see that we are getting this shadow, it's looking well. Now let's style this category as well. So I'm gonna giving a class name, and the text gonna be a large. Okay, and the font is going to be a semi bold. Perfect, and I'm gonna give some margin bottom of 4 as well. Perfect. Now after that we have to we're gonna have a one input field which is used to upload a file. So I'm gonna type as a input type file. Let's check. Yeah, awesome, we are able to see this type file. Okay, now after that we're gonna have another text input that is for the writing the category name. So I'm gonna name is input type text. Okay, and I'm gonna add a placeholder. The placeholder is gonna be enter category name. Enter category name. After that we're gonna have a class name. The class name will be like margin bottom of 4, padding of 2, rounded, and I'm gonna give some border as well, and border color gonna be a gray. Color gonna be gray, and it's gonna be a 300. Okay, 300 width. Okay, perfect. 300 border gray will be 300, and I'm gonna give as a width of full, so it's gonna be a width of full, so it will take the whole width. Awesome. Now after that, what I'm gonna do right now, that we're gonna have one more button, so let's add one button as well. So let me add a button. So button, and the button value will be gonna be create category, category. Okay, and after that we're gonna have let's add this as well. So button value will be gonna be like, you know, class name. Let me add a class name, and padding of y will be gonna be 2, and padding x-axis will be 4. Okay, cool. And after that, I'm gonna define background color as a blue, and it's gonna be a 500, like darker blue, this color blue, and the text color gonna be white, text white. Okay, and it's gonna be rounded, and hover, once you hover, the background color will become blue of 600, so it become more darker when you hover the button, as you can see that. Awesome. Now, so as you can see that this is not looking well, so basically let me remove this. Okay, so we're gonna add some, you know, padding as well on this here. So let me add some padding. So I'm just gonna copy this style sheet here, I'm gonna replace this style sheet as well. Okay, perfect. Now we're gonna have to implement this state as well. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna make a form state, okay, to make this working. So first of all, I'm going to create one state that is called const category. Okay, so let's do that as well. Const category is equal to set category. Okay, on the I'm gonna use the use state. Perfect. Now after that, if you see that we are getting some error, and what is the error we are getting? You are importing a niche use state, only works in a client component, so we are getting error for the client component, like it's a server side component. And to make this client component, what you have to write, use client. If I write use client, it will the error will be okay, the typo, the C should be in a smaller case. Okay, now you can see that the error was lost, because basically what was happening, the component, the page was server side rendering, and we are making it like, you know, client side rendering, and that's why we had to use client hook. Okay, now inside the use state, to handle the form, we're gonna have some property. The first will be name, like what is the name of category. Okay, then another could be another is gonna be image, like, you know, we're gonna provide the image URL as well. Okay, now let's add this. So whenever user type on category, like on the input field, we have to update the value as well. So I'm gonna add on change, I'm gonna get the event, and after that I'm gonna set the category, okay, like this, and I will get the previous value inside here. Okay, and after that I'm gonna return one object, okay, like this, and it's splitting the previous value and just updating the name with new value. Name will be event dot target dot value. Okay, so let me explain you this. Okay, so there's one more thing, I have to add a one round bracket here. Perfect. So what is happening here now? So if I explain, guys, so on, oh my bad, so I added this on the on change on the file type, but it should get removed from here, my bad. So as you can see that we are having a input field of category name. Here we have to add a one on change event, on change, and let me make this bigger. Okay, so here we get the event. Okay, and once we get the event, okay, we have to set the update the value of set category. So let's update this. So set category, okay, we're gonna get the previous value. Okay, and after that I'm gonna have a rounded brackets, and inside this I'm gonna return the previous value like this, and after that we're gonna have a name with the event dot target dot value like this. Perfect. So if I write something, it will update that state. So let me console that here as well. So whenever we update a state of component, so it will, you know, do the re-render. So if I type something, this is category. So let's see, it doesn't do re-render here, it will re-render in the browser, I can see, I'm sure. So as you can see that now we are able to get that state here as well, like this is category. So let me write something here, hey man. So as you can see that we are updating on this state as well. Now we have to fix the image, like add the image upload functionality as well. Okay, so guys, there's for the image upload we are going to use Firebase storage. Okay, so first of all we have to create one account on Firebase to implement the image upload functionality on Firebase. Okay, so first of all what we are going to do, we are going to remove this console. Okay, and inside this source directory we are going to create one component that is called image upload. Okay, so let's see. So first of all, I'm inside the source directory. Inside the source directory I'm going to create one folder that is called components. Inside this I'm going to create one file that is called image upload.jsx. okay, which is gonna be so straightforward, like it's too easy, just try to cooperate with me, it will too easy. So first of all, let's create one function. So I'm gonna create a function rfc so react functional default export component. Okay, now after that what we gonna have inside this component, we are gonna have a one just an input type file. So let me do that, input type file, like this, nothing else. And we're gonna style this as well, like we're gonna give the class name of margin bottom 4. Okay, now here what we are trying to do, basically we are trying to encapsulate the image upload functionality so we can reuse it everywhere, whatever place we want. So let me copy the image upload component. Okay, and here we are having an input type file. Let me remove this. Perfect. So as you can see that gets removed, and here I have to import that image upload component. Okay, so as you can see that I imported the image upload component like this. Okay, perfect. Now let's go to the image upload component. Okay, here what we are gonna do, basically here we have to upload the image upload functionality logic. Okay, let's do that. So we're gonna have accept parameter. So we are going to tell that, man, you have to only accept the image type. Okay, only image type, like this. Okay, now after that we're gonna add an on change event as well. So handle image upload. Okay, and now let's create a function as well, const handle image upload. Here we get the image. Okay, now let's update the state, like we have to also manage the state and so on. So let's do that as well. So first of all what I'm gonna do, basically inside this event I'm gonna get the like this, const file is equal to event dot target dot event dot target dot files of 0 files of 0 will return the first item, like this. After that what I'm gonna do, basically I'm gonna read this file. So I'm gonna add a const reader is equal to new file reader. Okay, and after that I'm gonna use reader dot onload function, onload and function. Okay, and what is gonna do, basically once the file get reload, like once the file get load. Okay, so what I'm gonna do, basically I'm gonna set that on the sets. So I'm gonna make a one state. Okay, so the file which is selected, like which, how we can know that, basically what I'm trying to do right now, we gonna render the image selected file. Whatever the user select the image, we have to render that image as well. So I'm gonna have a one state called selected file, set selected file. Okay, and it's gonna be use state, and we have to import the use state from the React, and by default the value gonna be null, like this. Okay, so basically what is we are reading the file, like we are getting the file. After that once the file get read it, like we are just use the new file reader function. After that once the file get read, what we are doing here, we are doing set selected file is equal to reader dot result, like that. Okay, and after that if file is there, okay, if if basically if file is there, basically if this file is or exists, so what I'm gonna do, basically I'm gonna pass like reader dot read data as URL, read data URL, and inside this I'm gonna pass the file like this. Perfect. Now after that, what we have to do, basically we have to render this image, whatever the user. Let's suppose if I select this any image, let me go on the downloads. If I select this image, so we have to render this image, so we are working on that functionality. So let's do that. So if the user has select the image, so let's copy the select file state, and after the input field I'm gonna render this image, like whatever the user select. So what I'm gonna do, basically I'm checking that if selected file is there. Okay, so I'm gonna use one div. Inside this div I'm gonna have a one image. Okay, and inside this image the source gonna be selected file. Okay, now as you can see that we are able to render this selected file. Now if I select any other file, so we are able to render this file on the UI on the screen. Perfect. Now after that we gonna decide the height and width as well. So I'm gonna give the height as 20. Let's see how it's looking. And width gonna be almost 30. Does it look well? Okay, let me make it 25. Height as a 25. Oh my god, I think 20 looks well. Okay, let me choose any image. 40. Let me make it 40. The height gonna be 40. Awesome. I think this looks well. And let's give some padding bottom as well. So I'm gonna give some padding bottom of 5. Let's see. Awesome. Padding bottom of 5. Awesome. So this is how we can render the image. Now here what we are gonna do, basically once user select the image, it will start uploading the image on the Firebase storage, right? So let's do that as well. So to implement that, we have to write the logic as well. Okay, so first of all we have to use the Firebase. So what we have to do, we have to create account on the Firebase. So let's create account on the Firebase. So we have to write console Firebase. Once you write console Firebase, you will get to the website firebase.google.com. Open this website. So let's see, it's gonna took some time. Okay, so it's open that, and after that click on get started. Now once you click on get started, it will start loading this. Okay, now after that, here you can see that I created one project wallpaper. Now we are going to create another project that is called Wall Hub. Okay, now once you create it, click on continue, close it, click on create project. Okay, it's gonna took some time. Let's wait for some second. So if I explain you guys what is gonna happen now, user will select the image and it will start the uploading the image on this Firebase. So we have to implement that logic. I think it's gonna be so much straightforward, so you don't have to do a lot of hassle right now. So let's click on continue, and after that, once you click on continue, the project will be created and you will went to the inside this project directory. Now after that, you will click on web, because we are going to implement the upload functionality on the web. The app name will be gonna be Wall Hub. You can give any name whatever you want, so I'm gonna give as Wall Hub and click on register app. Okay, now after that, what you guys have to do, you have to you can see that there is a you have to, first of all, you have to install the Firebase. So let's install the Firebase. So I'm gonna stop my server and I'm going to install the Firebase. After that, you have to create one folder of folder that is called utils. Inside that, you're gonna have some logic for the Firebase, like where you're gonna put the Firebase code. So let's do that as well. So inside this source directory, I'm gonna create one folder called utils. My bad, utils. Inside the utils, I'm gonna create one file that is called firebase.js. Okay, and let me run the server again. Okay, once you done with this installation of Firebase, you have to copy this code. Okay, I just copy this code. Like basically you can copy the whole code, this whole snippet. So what I done, inside the source directory I created one folder that is called utils. Inside that I created one file called firebase.js. You have to paste this whole code, whatever you had done, copy it. So what we are doing here, first of all, we are importing the initialize app from the Firebase app. We are having a Firebase config. Okay, and after that whatever this config is there, and after that we are having a const app is equal to initialize app. We are passing this whole object, and we are going to export this app as well. Okay, now click on the continue to console. Once you click on continue to console, you have to click on this. Here you can see that build option. Inside this build we are having a storage. Okay, click on that because we are going to use storage service of Firebase. Okay, now once you click on that, click on get started. Okay, so click on start in production mode. Next, done. Okay, it's gonna take some time and it will create a storage bucket for us. So let's wait for some seconds. And okay, meanwhile now what we are supposed to do basically, inside the image upload functionality, inside the image upload component, we have to write the logic to upload the image. Okay, so let's do that as well. So let's go to the image upload component. Okay, and here what we are gonna do basically, once the user choose the image, like here the user has chosen the image, after that we have to upload the image right on the Firebase. So we have to write the logic. So as you can see that currently we are our storage is nothing. So let's do that. So first of all we gonna have a generate the name, like what the file name gonna be. So I'm gonna name the const name is equal to current date. Like the file name should be unique, otherwise if the file name match, it will delete the existing file. So I'm gonna name like new date dot get time. Okay, it will generate one unique ID. Okay, and one unique number. Okay, and after that I'm gonna take file, file dot name. Okay, and after that what we have to do, we have to write initialize the storage ref. So before that, there is one documentation that is called storage web file. So we are going to follow up this documentation. So what you have to type search, so just search Firebase storage upload. Okay, once you click on that, click on this website or click on this article. Once you click on this article, so as you can see that there is one very great article which they are telling how to upload your file on the Firebase. Okay, so as you can see that there is a same article which I am referring, like firebase.google.com/document/storage/web/upload files. Okay, so as you can see that we are having two things like web module API, web namespace API. So let's see which we are going to follow up that. So I think let me scroll down more. So now if we first of all what we are supposed to do, guys, that is called we have to initialize the const storage. So let's initialize the storage like this. So as you can see that const storage. Okay, so we are going to use web modular API. So if you can follow this web article. So first of all what we have to do, we have to copy this line, import get storage and /ref from the Firebase Google. So let's go to the image upload component. Here we have to just copy and paste this code. After that we have to initialize the const storage is equal to get storage. Okay, now once you done with that, inside that, okay, there is one more thing I just forget to you guys, that inside the const storage is equal to get storage, we have to pass this app which we had created. This app we have to pass inside that get storage function. So let's import the app. Okay, so const storage is equal to get storage, we are passing the app as well. Okay, now after that what we are going to do basically, we are going to generate a unique name which we had already done. Const name is equal to new date dot get time and file dot name. After that we have to write const storage storage ref. I'm going to create one storage ref, and ref is equal to as you can see that there is one called mountain ref or storage ref. So I'm going to name as storage ref, and inside this ref we have to pass storage. Though as you can see that we are passing the storage, let's pass the storage as well. Storage, and another thing is called the file name which we want to upload. So my file name is gonna be name, which we are already generating a unique file name and passing it here. Okay, and after that we have to use upload task method. So if we scroll down, if we more scroll down, let me scroll down. So yeah, you can see that we are going to use upload task dot on method. Okay, so let's do that as well. So first of all we have to copy this line. Okay, so we have to copy this line. Const upload task is equal to upload const upload task is equal to upload by bytes resumable. Inside this we have to pass basically storage ref. Okay, the storage ref, and another parameter is called file. So as you can see that here on the const upload task we are passing the storage ref and the file. Awesome. Now after that there is another thing which we have to write, that is called upload task dot on. Okay, and here we are having a two thing that is called state change. We have to just copy this, add it here. After that we are having a snapshot. Inside this we are going to get the percentage. Const percentage is equal to, okay, percentage is equal to like you can copy this code, like I think let me copy this code instead of writing this whole. So what I'm doing right here, const progress is equal to a percentage is equal to whatever you can call, and snapshot byte transfer divide by snapshot dot total bytes into 100. It will return the upload progress or upload percentage. Okay, now after that what I'm gonna do, guys, you can see that we are having a state like a switch case where we are checking that the file is get paused, running, or whatever you can say. So it's up to you, you can copy or ignore it. So I'm gonna ignore it for now, or let me do like this. So I'm gonna copy this whole code right now from this here upload task dot on method to this bottom of code. So let me copy this whole code, copy, and I'm gonna paste this code till here. And let me explain you guys. So what is happening here, so we are using upload task dot on method. Inside that we are passing the state change parameter, as you can see that they are telling, and after that we are observing the state change events and the progress, pause and resume. Like if the internet get paused, so we will see the status, like the file get status pause, so we can show something like that. So we are getting the progress, like how much progress is done. So we are getting the progress, and we are getting the state like upload is paused, upload it's running, and so on. After that if you get any error, so you can handle the error as well here. And after that once the file get uploaded, so here we get that code. So we are getting that get download URL. Okay, inside this we are getting the upload task dot snapshot ref, we are passing that, and in here we are getting the download URL. Awesome. Now we are getting the download URL. Now let's check it out, like it's working or not. It's working. So I'm gonna open my console as well. Okay, let me reload this. Okay, now it's reloaded. Now let's select one file. So I'm gonna select this image and I click this. So as you can see that upload is 0% and is restrict me. It doesn't allow to upload the image. 403 forbidden. Now if I go to storage ref, click on rules. Okay, inside the rules what we have to do, we have to allow to upload from anywhere. So I click on rules and it's started loading. As you can see that allow read write if false. Now what we are supposed to do, we have to make it true. Now let's click on publish. So it's gonna took some seconds, Okay, and after that we are able to upload this image. Let's try once more. So I'm gonna upload this image, and as you can see that upload is running and upload is completed. Okay, but there you can see that we are getting error, that reference error, get download URL is not defined. So we have to also import the get download URL from the Firebase. So I was not importing that, so I had just imported the get download URL, as you can see that, from the Firebase/storage. And now let's give one more try. If I again select this image and click on upload, it will start uploading is 5 seconds, 16%, 45, 67, 80, 88, 95, 100. Upload is running and upload is 100% done. And if I click on this URL, it will render this image as well. Okay, so we had we have implemented this upload functionality via Firebase. Okay, now we have to fix this, how we can basically we have to, we had done the upload image functionality. Now what we are gonna do, basically we're gonna have to pass this URL from parent to child component as well. So we have to do that as well. So let's do that, and we're gonna show a loader while file the git is uploading. Okay, and let's do that. So first of all, I'm gonna create one state called loader. To const loader is equal to set loader set. Okay, let me make it const loading. Const loading is equal to set loading, and use state gonna be initially it's gonna be a false. Okay, now after that we're gonna have a basically storage. So once the user click on handle image upload URL. Okay, there's one more thing which I'm gonna do right now. I'm gonna create another state that whatever the URL we are getting, const image URL, set image URL. Okay, and it's gonna be use state, and by default it's gonna be null. Okay, so this state what is gonna do, basically once the image get uploaded, we are getting the URL. So we're gonna set that is state to the image URL as well. Okay, now what we are gonna do, basically once the user click on this select file, so we're gonna make the set loading as a true. Okay, and after that once the file get upload. Okay, so what we are doing here, first of all we are reading the file, const file is equal to event.target.file sub 0. We are reading that file using the reader is equal to new file reader. Once the file get loaded, reader.onload, and we are setting the selected file is equal to reader.result. If file is there, so we are passing this read at data URL. Okay, and after that we are creating a unique name for our file. So as you can see that if you check it out on the Firebase, if you check our files on the file storage, so as you can see that this is the generating a unique number. Okay, with the help of time, so we are generating a unique number and having a plus file dot name. Okay, and after that we are having const storage ref is equal to ref. We had imported the ref from this from the Firebase/storage Firebase/storage, and we are passing the storage. So we had also created the storage is equal to const storage is equal to get storage, and inside the get storage function we are passing the app. Inside the app, where is the app? So app is looking like this. So first of all we are having import initialize app, Firebase config, we are exporting this app like this. Now let's go back. After that we are having a selected okay, after that what we are doing, we are following this documentation. So I will also provide this documentation link on the URL on the description box, so you can check it out. So here what we are doing here, we are reading the file file state, and we are having a progress as well. Now once the file is progressing, we have to set this state as well. So let's set that state. So I'm gonna create another state that is called const percentage or progress, whatever you can. Okay, so I'm gonna create one state called upload percentage and set upload percentage. And why I'm gonna creating this state, because to show this state on the UI. So first of all, the upload percent is gonna be 0 initially, and set upload percent. Okay. Now after that, what I'm gonna do, guys, if I scroll down, okay, now here we are getting the percentage. So I'm gonna upload, like, I'm gonna update the upload percentage stage with the progress. Okay. Now you can see that this is updating the progress percentage. Now after that, if something error is come, so what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna make the set loading as a false. Okay. And once I get the file URL, okay, once I get the file URL, I'm gonna set the set image URL as a download URL. Okay, so we are getting the download URL and we are setting that straight to the download URL, and we're gonna make the set loading as a false. Okay, now let's check it out. So first of all, we have to also implement two things, that one thing that is called to show a loader, right? So what I'm gonna do right now here, that if loading is true, okay, so what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna render one component or load a state. So inside the div, I'm gonna creating one div. Let me show that. Before, let me remove the condition for now, and let me make it true for now. So inside the div, we gonna have another div. Okay, like this. And inside this div, what I'm gonna do basically, guys, it's gonna be a image uploading. Okay, and we're gonna have a class name. Okay, let's not a class name. I'm not adding any class name for now. Let's add a class name to the parent. Like, it's gonna be fixed. So fix top of 0. Okay, so what I'm trying to make, like, one kind of overlay on the top of this form. Top of 0, left of 0, and the right of 0. Okay, and the bottom of 0 as well. And I'm gonna give a flex item center. Okay, item center, and justify center. Okay, and background color, bg color gonna be gray of 800. And I'm gonna give some background opacity. As you can see that the whole content is not visible, so let's give some opacity. So bg opacity is gonna be almost 50, I think. Yeah, bg opacity will be 50, and I'm gonna give some z indexing as well. So the z indexing will be 50. Okay, now I think it's looking more better. So once, if if image is uploading, so we are gonna show this. Okay, and also what I'm gonna do, guys, basically I'm gonna show the progress percentage as well. Okay, so let's add this image uploading, and here what I'm gonna do, that progress percentage, my bad, upload percentage. Okay, so I'm gonna also show the upload percentage here, upload percentage, and we're gonna have some spaces here. Okay, now let's do one more thing, that is called, okay, here we have to make like this upload, not upload, but if its loading is true. Okay, now if I click on choose file, and if I upload any image, let's upload any image like this. So as you can see that image uploading, and the percentage is 0, and it's become 100. Okay, and we had update this URL here as well, like, the image URL is also get updated. Now what we are gonna do, basically we are going to get the one function that is called handle. So let me do like this. So inside this add category screen, okay, here we are going to create one function called handle get, okay, my bad, again, const handle get image URL. Here we get the URL, and after that, once we get the URL, we will check that if URL is there. Okay, so what we are going to do, we are gonna update the set category. Okay, like this. So first of all, we spread the previous state. Okay, and inside this we're gonna have a round brackets. Here we're gonna split the previous state, and image gonna be URL, like that. Awesome. Now let's call this handle get image URL function here. So handle send image URL. Okay, I'm passing this function handle send image URL. Okay, my bad. Let's make like handle get image URL. So I'm writing handle get image URL and I'm passing this function handle get image URL as well. Okay, now let's go to the image upload component. Here we have to read this function handle get image URL, and once the file get uploaded on the server, like here we are getting the file is uploaded, like download URL, we have to call this function like this and we have to pass the download URL. So basically what is gonna happen now, whenever the image file get uploaded, it will call this function automatically. Okay, and we will get the URL here, we get the URL on this function, and what we are doing here, we are just updating the set category with the image URL. Awesome. Now we have to also test it out. So let's add a console to the here URL. Let's console to the category as well. Now let me open the this console, and let me reload this. So as you can see, the currently category is having name and image. If I click on choose file and if I upload any image, let me upload this image. So upload percentage, you can see the upload image uploading 0%, 100%, and we get the state. Like as you can see that the state gets uploaded on the state. How awesome is it, right? And we can also update the name, like some wallpaper name, like your wallpaper name you can give whatever you want to give, right? Awesome. Now let me explain the whole code, whatever we had done. Okay, so first of all, what we had done, let me explain you from the scratch so you guys able to understand and do it as soon as possible. So first of all, we had installed one package called Firebase, as you can see that on the dependency. Why we install the Firebase package too? Because we are going to use Firebase storage service. Okay, we had also created one project on Firebase console. Inside this we had created the web project. Inside that we had went to the build. Inside this we storage, we went to the storage, we turn on the storage, we click on the rules, we make it true the rules. Okay, and after that what we had done, we went to the we created one folder. Inside this source directory we had created one folder called utils, and inside the utils we had created one file that is called firebase.js, which we had just copied from the Firebase. Okay, and after that, let's suppose if you forget this Firebase config, so how you can find this whole object? So find this object, what you guys have to do, you have to go on this here, you have to click on here, click on this gear icon, click on project setting, and once you click on project setting, if you scroll down here, you can see your all the credential which you can just copy and paste it here. Awesome. Now here what I done, I just created one firebase.js, I just paste that whole the code, and I'm exporting this app, export const. After that I went to the image upload component. Here what I am doing here, I had imported the app. Okay, and after that I imported this get download URL function, get storage function, ref function, and uploads byte resumable from the Firebase storage. Okay, and we are having one state called loading set loading state to to show the loader while uploading the image. We are having another state called image URL or set image URL, which we are not using anyway, so I think we can get rid of this right now. Okay, let me remove this from the bottom as well, because we are not using it anymore. Okay, now first of all we are showing the loader. After that we had created one state called const storage is equal to get storage, and inside this get storage function we are passing the app object. Okay, which the one which we had created. Okay, after that we are having a state called selected file, says selected file. We are using this state to show the render the selected file state on the UI. After that we had created another state that is called upload percentage to show the how much percentage, like how much upload is done. And we had created this function handle image upload, which is like quite a bit bigger, and we will try to explain you after this code. Let me explain this whole code, this HTML code. So we are having I'm checking that if its loading is true, then render this upload on the top of that overlay image upload content, and we are showing the upload percentage as well. After that we are having an input type file, as you can see that. Okay, and the type is file, and class name is margin bottom 4, and it will just accept the image. And we are having an unchanged event where we're calling the handle image upload. And also that we are rendering the selected files on the UI, whatever the user select the file, using this. Now let's understand this handle image upload for function that is quite bigger. And there's one more thing, I will provide this article. This is the article which we are following up, so you can also check it out, guys, and it will become much more easier for you. So first of all, what we are doing here, so once the user click on, once the user select the file, we are doing the set loading as a true. Okay, and after that we are reading the file, like const file is equal to event.target.files of 0. Okay, and after that const reader is equal to new file reader. We are using new file reader to read the file on the UI. Okay, so I'm using reader.onLoadEnd. Once the file get loaded, so we are telling that set selected file is equal to reader.result. If file is there, so I'm doing reader.read data URL and I'm passing the file. After that I'm having called const name is equal to new date.getTime, okay, plus file.name. So why I'm basically here in this function, what I'm trying to do, the new date.getTime is generating a unique name, like unique number. Okay, unique number, and I'm just concatenating the file.name, whatever the file name is it. Okay, and after that we are having a storage ref variable where we are calling one function that is called ref function, and we are passing two variables. The first variable is called the storage function, which we had already declared on the top, and another thing is that the file name which we are passing. Okay, and after that we are having upload task variable, which is where we are calling uploads byte resumable. The first parameter is called storage ref, and the second parameter is called file, the file which we want to upload. Okay, so with the file we are getting like this here. After that we are having upload task.on, where we are passing the state change. Okay, and here we are getting the snapshot, and inside the snapshot we are having const percentage, and we are getting the progress, like how much progress is done to snap.bytes transferred / snapshot.total bytes into 100. Okay, and here we are getting the upload progress. Okay, and once we get the progress, we are also updating to our state. So as you can see that we had created one state called upload percentage. We are updating that state as well. And there's some snapshot.state post running, so I'm not using it anyway, so I can get rid of this snapshot state. Okay, so while uploading the image, so if I get something error, like if something happened wrong, so we are getting that inside this, and we can add a console and we can check it out, like we are getting some error. And after that, this is the final function. Here we are getting the get download URL. We are calling a method called get download URL from the Firebase. We are passing the upload task.snapshot.ref, and here we get the download URL. Once we get the download URL, we are calling a function called handle get image URL. Okay, and set loading as a false. So we are calling a handle get image URL. So where we are getting that, we are getting this this function, a callback function from the parent component. So if you check out this add category function, we had created one function called handle get image URL, where we are getting the URL. Okay, and we are calling the URL here, like where we are consoling the URL, and we are updating this URL to the set category state. So if I show you guys what is happening here, so inside this image upload component, we are passing handle get image URL. Okay, handle get image URL, we are basically we are passing this handle get image URL, and we are calling that we are getting the URL, and we are just spreading out the we are just updating the URL like this. Perfect. So this is the all about how to upload image upload functionality. And after that, what we are going to do, that we are going to make API call. Okay, API call and upload and going to create a entry on database. Okay, so let's do that. Now basically, when user select the image and enter the category name, so when user click on create category, so it should make a API call and create a category. So we have to work on that functionality, right? So how we can do that? So first of all, we have to make a API call, right? To make the API call, we have two options. We can use fetch and axios. Okay, so the axios syntax is quite is easier and simpler, so I'm going to use axios package. So let's install the one package called npm i axios. Okay, and while installing that, let me guys explain you one more thing, that if you remember that in the last video we had created this API and we had deployed this on the Vercel as well. So if we, this is the API URL, and if I type API/categories, okay, so it will, show the list of categories, or I think, yeah, I think it will show you some list of categories, or I think getting passing the name is wrong. API/categories, or I think API/wallpapers. Okay, perfect, I got it. So if we can, API/category will return the category. We had created this API/wallpapers. Okay, so this is the thing which we had created in the last video. So what we have to make an entry, and we have to create a category. So first of all, there is one more package which I'm gonna use, that is called React Hot Toast. So what is gonna why we are gonna use that? Basically, once the document is created, like let's suppose once we are done with this, once the category is created, we are going to show a toast like this. So let me show you one example. Hot toast example, I think there will be some example will be. So basically, some kind of toast is in a simple term. So let me install that package as well. So npm I react hot toast, copy this and paste this package name as well. Okay, once it's get installed, we have to do some configuration, that is called get it started. Click on get it started, and we have to use some toast. We have to do some configuration, what I remember, like let me check it out. Click on this, click on React Hot Toast npm package page. Okay, and if you scroll down, so yeah, we have to import the toaster. So you can see that this kinds of message we want to show. So at that point of time we use. So first of all, we have to copy this toaster, and we have to import, like copy this again, and we have to go inside this layout. So as you can see that inside the layout.js, we are having layout.js. Here what I'm gonna do, basically, I'm gonna do like this, paste that code toaster, and we have to import the toaster from the React Hot Toast, and we have to run npm run dev. Okay, and let me show you one example of toaster. You get surprised, like you will tell like, this is awesome, dude. So let's go to the add category page. So we are inside the add category page, and inside this we are having a button create category. Let's add a one click event, and handle create category. I name it handle create category, and let me create one function here, const handle create category. It's gonna be an async function because we are going to do some API calling here, and I'm gonna get rid of this commented code right now. Now inside this, let me show you guys one example of toast.success. Man, you rocked it, something like that. Now let's click on create category. Okay, let me save it. Okay, now let me reload it, and let's check it out. So you can see that it's compiling, and we are reloading the page. Now click on create category. As you can see that we are getting this toast. Okay, so basically when we are going to show this toast whenever the create category is done. Okay, now let me remove this. Now we have to make API call. Right? So before that, let me show you the backend code which we had done in the last time. So it's gonna be wall hub backend, okay, server wall hub. Okay, so this is the code which we had done last time, where we have created the different kind of API/categories, API/wallpaper, all the things, and we are having a .env like this. So you can open the MongoDB atlas in the browser, or you can open the MongoDB atlas of your local machine. Whatever you guys have, you have to open that and just paste that URL. Click on connect. Okay, and here you can what I'm trying to tell you guys, that you can drop this database because we are having some dummy data. So you can delete this like this. Okay, or you can just drop this collection. So it will delete the whole test data like this. Or you can click on again drop collection, just copy the name. So basically what I'm trying to tell you guys, it will drop the database, or whatever the data you have inside this collection. Another method could be you can create another database name that could be wall vibes prod, something like that. That will database just for production, and the previous data will be become for the testing purpose. But make sure you upload on the, you change this, you do the these changes on this Vercel as well. Okay, now after that you can, like, whatever I had done right now with the MongoDB local atlas, you can do with that with the MongoDB atlas as well. So what you guys have to do, you have to do mongodb.com, you have to do login, and after that you will get to the access to the this atlas there as well. Perfect. Now what I'm gonna do right now, basically what I'm gonna do right now, that is called, let me close this. Okay, before that we had created some APIs, like, create categories. You can see that API / category / post request will create the category, get request will get all categories, and /id will delete the category if you're making a delete request. Now what we are trying to do right now, we are going to make one API request to create a category. So we have to make an API request post. Okay, so first of all we had installed the Axios. So I'm gonna create one file that is called api.js to make the life simpler. Okay, and here what I'm gonna do, basically I'm gonna name is like const API is equal to Axios dot create instance, Axios dot create. Okay, and it's gonna be Axios dot create instance, not Axios dot, let me check that. Okay, Axios dot create, and here what we have to do, here we have to pass the first parameter that is called base URL. Okay, so let me copy the base URL. As you can see that this is the base URL. Okay, so it's gonna open, let me copy this URL. Okay, and we gonna paste this URL, like whatever the API URL is, that is the your base URL. So as you can see that this is the my base URL, server/wallwipe/wallpaper dot something like that. And after that I have to export default export, I have to just export this API. Okay, so let me export this as well. Okay, now after that let's go to the page, and I'm gonna close the other stuff, and here I'm gonna use try catch block. Okay, and after that I'm gonna make one request, const data is equal to await API. I have to import the API, and API dot post request, we are making a post request, and here we have to write /categories, and this makes our life simpler, right? You don't have to write the whole URL if you are using the instance of your Axios, and that's like I feel like so good with, like, using this Axios instance. Okay, I think you guys should also use this. And after that we have to pass the data in a body, right? So pass the data in a body, we have to just type the category, just type category. Okay, now after that what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna console this data, like okay, so basically we are getting the response here, response, and after that I'm gonna console the response dot data. Okay, now let's see. Now what I'm gonna do, basically guys, I'm gonna upload one. Okay, if I get an error, so we are gonna also console that error as well. Okay, now if I click on choose file, let me choose one file. So I'm gonna create one wallpaper. So I'm gonna upload a one iPhone image, and it's gonna be like this image. Okay, so let the image will get uploaded in some seconds. Okay, images get uploaded, and the category name gonna be iPhone wallpapers. Okay, and let me open the network tab as well. So I open the network tab, I click on fetch XSR, and now click on create category. So I click on create category, it's making a request, and we are passing a payload of image and name. Okay, and it's when we are making a post request, and it's telling that 404 API not found. This is because we missed one thing, and do you know guys what is that? That is called the endpoint should start with /API/categories, and that is the thing which we are missing, and that's why it's not founding. So again I fix it, like, it should be /API/categories, and I was initially writing the /categories only because the API based URL is just a domain URL, not /API, no endpoint is there, / only domain name. Okay, now let's do one more. I'm gonna upload the image again, and after that again I have to write the category name, iPhone wallpapers, and let me see. click on create category. Now let's check it out. So we are making API call, we are passing the payload, okay, and we are having address as well. Okay, so it's telling that 504 gateway timeout error. We are getting again error. Now let me try again once more. So okay, awesome. Now as you can see that this is created the category and we are getting the response of 200. Okay, so we had created these categories. Now if you check in our database, so let's click open the MongoDB database and let's connect to to its atlas. Okay, I think the URL which we had done, I think already we have that MongoDB URL. Now let's click on connect. So we will connect with this database. And now if we check that do we had created any wallpaper category? Yes, we had created one category that is called iPhone wallpapers. Now let me create some more categories quickly. And there's one more thing, we are going to show a toast as well. Toast dot success of what are you gonna show that category created successfully, something like that. And now let me choose another file for different category, that is gonna for nature, and we're gonna select this nature image. Okay, so it started uploading this image, and as you can see that the image upload percentage as well. And awesome, the image get uploading. Okay, awesome, image get uploaded, and we're gonna name this category name will be nature wallpapers, and let's click on create category. So it created another category, and now let's check on the database. So I'll just reload the database. Okay, and now you can see that we had created two category, iPhone wallpapers and nature wallpapers. Awesome, so we had created right now basically a create category screen. Now the next task which we are going to do that is called add wallpaper screen. Okay, so guys, this is how we can you guys can add more more category, all this stuff, and you can do more stuff and more functionality here as well. And if some error comes, so you can show a toast dot error, okay, like this, and you're gonna have a message like something gets wrong. Okay, you can show this message. Okay, so this is how you guys can create category screen. So let me guys explain you what we had done in this video. So first of all, we had created the API file where we are having Axios instance, axios.create. We are having a base URL, http/server var vibes virtual URL. And after that, we went to our page. We had created one function called handle create category. Here we are using the async function, and inside the async function we are having a try catch block. Inside the try we are getting the API, and we are making a post request api.post, and we are passing the API endpoint /API/categories. Here we are passing the category data, name and image in the body. After that, once the category is created, we are showing a toast that category created successfully. And if you are getting error, we are showing a toast like something gets wrong. Okay, and there's one more thing to show the toast. We had to one setup, that's we install the npm i react hot toast. This is the package which we had installed, react hot toast, and after that we had import the toaster inside the layout file. Awesome. Now the next screen which we are going to work on, that is called add wallpaper. Let's go to the add wallpaper screen. Now we have to design this screen. So let's design this screen. So if you check on the Figma, like what we have to do on this screen, let me show you guys. So inside this add wallpaper screen, we are going to have a first of all image upload, the title and the select category. Okay, so let's do that. And on the top we are going to have a one button as well, add category. Okay, perfect. Now let's do that quickly. So we are inside the /add wallpaper route, and we can open this /add wallpaper from the going to the source. Inside source we are having app, inside app we are having add wallpaper, and inside that page.jsx. And let me close others file. Okay, Now first of all, we want we are going to design this. So instead of having a div, I'm gonna use again main. I prefer main. Okay, and the class name gonna be like padding of some 5, so I'm giving some padding as well. And inside this, the first thing which I'm gonna do, I'm gonna use one link tag from the from the next link. Inside that, I'm gonna add a one text called add category. Now as you can see that we are getting some error failed to prop href except string. Okay, so we have to pass href as well. So let's pass the href. We are not passing here. So whenever user click on add category, it should navigate to the add category screen as well, add to the add category page. Now if I click on add category, as you can see, it's navigating the add category screen. Now let's go back. Now let's style this as well. So I'm gonna add a class name. So the class name will be background blue of 500. My bad, bg, not bug. Bg blue of 500. Okay, and once the user hover, again the same style, bg blue of 700. Bg blue, not blue of 700. Awesome. Now after that, the text gonna be white. Okay, and the font will be bold. So font bold, and padding of y-axis will be 2, and padding of x-axis will be 4. Padding of x-axis will be 4, and we're gonna have a rounded like this. Now as you can see that the padding and the margin, like, it's looking well. Add category, and if I over this, nothing is changing, right? And I think we had done some mistakes. So over, I done some, okay. Once the user get over, so we're gonna have bg color blue of 700. Now let's check it out. Okay, awesome, it's now working. And after that, we're gonna have another div. So let's add a one div, and inside this div we're gonna have first of all one h2 tag, as we had already in the create category. And inside the h2 tag, we're gonna have a title called create wallpaper. Okay, now let's style the div. So div class name will be gonna be margin top of 10, padding will be 6, and rounded, and we're gonna rounded large. Okay, and we're gonna give us some shadow of medium. So let's see. Okay, awesome, now the shadow is there. Awesome. Now let's style the h2 as well. So we're gonna class name will be text lg large. Okay, and the font will be semi bold, and the margin bottom will be 4. Yeah, looks good. And after this text, we're gonna have one input field. Okay, before that, let's add a image up. No, I think first of all, let's add the input field, input type, and it's gonna be a text. So the placeholder will be wallpaper name. Okay, and let's add a class name of this. The margin bottom will be 4. Okay, and padding of 2, and it's gonna be rounded, and the border, we're gonna give us some border as well. So border color will be gray and of 300. So let's do border gray of 300, and we're gonna give the width as a full. So let's give the width of full. Awesome. Now we're gonna have a on change event as well. So we got on the on change event, we get the event, and we're gonna do the logic part after this UI design. And we are getting some error that event handlers cannot be passed to the client component. So as you can see that currently it's a server component. Now we have to make this component to the client component. To make this component to the client component, what do you have to type? You have to type use client. Now let's see. Oh, we get rid of this error. Okay, now after that, we are going to have a select drop down where user can select the category. Okay, so let's create a category, like select options. So we're gonna have a select. Inside the select, we are going to have options. So for now, let's create a one dummy array, and the dummy array gonna look like this. So we're gonna have a name, category name, and the ID as well, the underscore ID, like this, category ID, something like that. And after that we are going to loop that, so array dot map, okay, and we get the category here, okay, and inside this we are going to run a loop like this. So return, inside this return we are going to have option, and inside this we gonna render the category dot name, and the value gonna be category dot ID, category dot underscore ID, okay. Now if you see that, you can see that if you click on this, we are getting the category name. We can make name like this, you know, nature category, something like that, okay. Now after that we are, so as you can see that, like when we're clicking on that, by default it's selecting the nature category, and that's a work, right? So what we are going to do, that we are going to create one option, okay, and inside this option the label gonna be select a category, and the value gonna be, for this selecting this, it's gonna be null, okay. And by default, like, user can't select this category. Let's make it disable as well if you want to make it disable. So I'm not making disable for now, okay. Now if we click on select category, we are getting the nature category. We can have more items here, but let's ignore it for it now, okay. And whenever we do map, there's one more thing, guys. Whenever you guys are doing map, make sure to pass key property. So key are basic identifier which help React to understand which item deleted, updated, or removed from the UI. So it's gonna be unique, like at last, category dot underscore ID, okay, like this. Now after that, let's style this category as well. So we're gonna have a, you know, select, and inside the select we're gonna have a class name, and the class name will be margin bottom of 4, okay, padding of 2, and some rounded, okay. And after that we're gonna give some border, okay, and border gray of 300. Let's give a border gray of 300, and the width will be like total width, full width, like this, okay. Now you can see, awesome. Now before that, we have to also add one functionality that is called image, you know, to choose wallpaper. So we're gonna have an image upload component. Now we have to also import this image upload component, okay. You can see that, awesome. Now if you check it out, there's one thing like which I'm feeling that let's add a border radius, a border to the image upload as well. So I'm gonna just copy this styling image class name, and let's go to this component image upload, and inside this class name, let's scroll down. Inside this class name of image upload, let's replace this new one. Now let's check it out. Okay, looks great. Yeah, looking great. Now as you can see that we have like inter wallpaper name, select category, nature category. Now basically what we are going to do inside this add wallpaper screen, we are going to make API call to bring all the category, right? So we're gonna have a like const categories, and set categories, okay, and by default use state gonna be an empty array, okay. And here what we are going to do, basically we are going to make a API call to get all the category, get all categories API call, and we're gonna update, you know, set this data to the categories, and we're gonna make it dynamic. So let's do that. So first of all, I'm gonna use the use effect hook like this. I imported the use effect from the React, and inside that we're gonna have one arrow function, and we have to pass an empty dependency array like this, okay. Now we're gonna have a one function called const get all categories, okay, async function, and after that let's create this, and we're gonna have a try catch, okay. And I'm gonna create like const response is equal to await. We're gonna import the API. We had already created the endpoint to get all the categories, if you know the last video. So we have to write /API/categories, okay. We get the response, and after that, once we get the response, we will check that if we will set the data set category is equal to response.data categories. I think I'm on the right path. Okay, and if I just do the console as well, let's check it out, like what we are getting here. So if you see, like, I console the response.data.categories, and let's add a console to the error block as well. So now let's check it out on the inspect, and we are having console. So we have to also call this function whenever the component mount on the UI. So I'm calling this function on the get all categories. Now in the console, if I reload this page, so we are calling a get all categories function, and we are getting response.categories dot is undefined. If you see that, we are getting dot response.category, not categories. Okay, this is the mistake which I was doing. Okay, so we are getting response.category, and we are getting this array of data here. Awesome. Now let me remove this console for now. Okay, I remove the console, and we are setting this data response.data.category. We are having this curly braces because it will check that, otherwise it will not throw error basically if data key doesn't exist. Okay, now once we get the categories, we have to also make it dynamic. Like we are having only, let's make it dynamic. So instead of having this inside select, we are having a one category object. So let me remove this array of objects. Okay, and we're gonna replace with categories dot map like this. And if you scroll down, you can see the iPhone wallpapers, nature wallpaper, which we had created last time. So we are having only 2 wallpapers, so let's add one more category. Now let's select the category. So it's gonna be a beach wallpaper, so let's select the one beach image. So I'm gonna select this image, this image, and I'm gonna name this called beach wallpaper. So as you can see, the image is uploading 67,77,100%. Okay, and let's make it beach wallpapers, and let's create category, and the category created successfully. Let's go back and let's check it out. As you can see that we had added the beach wallpaper as well. Now we can select it up. Awesome. Now we gonna have a handle this functionality of like creating this state. Whatever the user type, we have to maintain on the user state as well. So to manage the wallpaper state, we are going to create one state as like wallpaper state const wallpaper comma set wallpaper. Okay, and the user state gonna be like this, and here we are going to do basically name. We are gonna have a name, and another thing will be image, I think. So let's check it out, like on the image, like what we are need, like so we don't have to name. So if you see that on the category schema, on the wallpaper schema, we need name, image, and category. So let's do like that. So we're gonna have a name, image, and category. Okay, and by default looking like this. Okay, so we had created one state called wallpaper state. We are having a name, image, and category. Now whenever user type anything on this name wallpaper, like name of the wallpaper, we have to update this state as well. So let's do that. So we went to this input fill. Okay, here what we gonna do is set wallpaper is equal to, we will get the previous state. Okay, and after that we're gonna have a one bracket, and inside this I'm gonna return the previous object. After that we're gonna have a name, and I'm gonna do that event dot target dot value. Okay, now after that if I type something, it will reflect that. Let's check it out, like does it working or not. So I added one console here, const wallpaper, and let me open this inspect. Let's click on console, and if I type something, yeah, it's working. Now another thing is that we have to work on this category. So let's do that as well on the category. So we are having a select options. Okay, and inside the options we are having some value. So let's do that here, functionality here. So what I'm gonna do, basically I'm gonna write the select value as a value is equal to, let me close this, value is equal to wallpaper. Value is equal to what, where's that, yeah, we are having a select. Inside this select we are having basically wallpaper dot category. Okay, so whatever the user select the category, it will by default the value gonna be that. And after that we are going to have one event that is called on change event, and we're gonna have an event, and after that we're gonna call this set wallpaper method. And here what I'm gonna do basically, I'm gonna get the previous state, and after that I'm spreading the previous state like this, and I'm just updating the category with this event dot target dot value, event dot target dot value. Okay, now let's see on the console that is working or not. So I'm gonna open my console, let's click on category. Yeah, it's working now. Basically whenever we create a category, we just need an ID, so it's working, like whatever we are selecting, it's working perfect. Now another thing is that we have to also call this function handle image, whatever you can see. So we are having image upload function, okay, and we have to create one function called handle get image URL, and we have to pass that as well. So as you can see that I created one props called handle get image URL, and we are passing this function handle get image URL. Now let's write this logic here on the top. So I'm gonna write this function called const handle get image URL. We get the URL like this. After that, once we get the URL, I'm gonna set the wallpaper like this. I'm gonna get the previous state, okay, and after getting the previous state, we are going to spread the previous state, and we're gonna have a image will be new URL, okay, image with the new URL like this, okay, whatever you are getting the URL, okay. Now let's give a sort one more. So the wallpaper name gonna be, let's first select the image, like whatever the select, I'm gonna select that. So the first image will be gonna be iPhone wallpaper, so I'm gonna select this image, okay, and after that I'm gonna define the name as well. So you can see that the image is uploading, the image get uploaded. Now I'm gonna type the name, so I'm gonna write Galaxy or Jupiter, something like that, planet wallpaper, planet iPhone wallpaper, and the category gonna be iPhone wallpapers. Now, oh my gosh, I missed the one thing that is called, I had not added the button. Right, now let's add the button as well, guys. I'm really damn sorry, like I'm sorry, I just forget that adding the button. So now we are gonna have a button as well, and we're gonna button name will be gonna create a wallpaper, and it's gonna be on we're gonna add a class name as well. So the class name will be like padding of y-axis 2, padding of x-axis will be 4, my bad, padding of y-axis will be 2, and padding of x-axis will be 4, and background color will be bg will be blue, okay, blue of 500 basically, and it's gonna be text color gonna be white, okay, and it's gonna be rounded as well, okay, and once the user hover that, as we are already doing, the bg color will be blue still, and but it's gonna be 700, okay. Now you can see that create wallpaper. Now if I click on this function button on click handle create wallpaper, handle create wallpaper, okay. So we are calling this function handle create wallpaper. Now let's create this function as well. So basically what we are going to do that, like once user call this function, it's gonna be async function because we are calling this function, and we are gonna making API call to create a wallpaper, right? So I'm gonna have a try catch block. So whenever you use async catch, so the best practice that you should use try catch, okay, and I'm just consoling the error as well. And after that I'm gonna make one API call, const response is equal to await API dot post. I'm gonna making a post request slash API slash wallpapers, and inside the body I'm gonna pass the wallpapers object, okay. And after that once it gets done, I'm gonna show a toast that toast dot success wallpaper created successfully, okay. And if something wrong happens, so I'm gonna show a toast dot error that something went wrong, okay, perfect. Now let's give it one more try. So we are calling this function here, like handle create wallpaper on the button click. Right now I think this image upload should be on the top, because first of all we have to ask the image upload, then we will fill the details. So it's gonna be on the top, so I'm gonna move this on the top before the name. So as you can see that I move this image upload function on the top. Okay, now let's choose upload the image. So I'm gonna again upload this image as well. Okay, so start uploading. It's gonna be like uploading 100%, and we will get the URL in some seconds. And I'm gonna call name is like planet Jupiter. I don't know which planet looks like. Jupiter planet iPhone wallpaper. Okay, and the category gonna be again iPhone wallpapers, and I'm gonna close this, click on create wallpaper. Oh my god, why it's not calling the function? So we are clicking on create wallpaper, but it's not calling. Okay, so what I done, instead of having on, we're gonna do this on click. Now again I make a typo, like I was previously I written that on can play, but it should be on click. So I'm really guys sorry for that. Now let's give one more shot. Okay, so now I'm gonna choose upload the image once more. Okay, and the image get uploaded in seconds. Yeah, and the wallpaper name gonna be again planet iPhone wallpaper, and the category gonna be again iPhone wallpaper. Now let's check it out in the network tab. Let me close all the things, and let's click on create wallpapers. We are making API call, and the wallpaper is created successfully. Awesome. Now let's upload another image, and let's give us try with this image as well. So it's gonna be again I think the second image, and it's gonna be called blue color illusion iPhone image wallpaper, whatever you guys can name, like that's not a big deal. Now let's click on create wallpapers. So it started, and you can see the toast wallpaper created successfully. How it's looking good, man. Okay, so this is how you can add more wallpapers, whatever you want. So I will add that all the wallpapers in some times. Okay, and you can add more categories as you want. Okay, so this is how we can create a wallpaper screen. Now you can also check it out on the database if you want. Let me reload this and check it out that on the wallpapers we are getting two wallpapers, right? Alright, so let's try to understand the whole code whatever we had done at. Okay, so first of all we went to the add. First of all, let's do like that. So we went to the source directory, we went to the app. Inside the app we are having a add wallpaper, and we are calling this function const category is equal to set categories. We are having one state. Okay, and after that we are having a wallpaper state where we are having a name, image, and category. Okay, and once the user once the page is mounting on the UI, we are calling a function called get all categories using this endpoint api.get/api/categories. Once we get the data, we are setting that into the category state using the response.category. And if you're getting any error, so we are just consoling the error as well. And after that we are having a handle get image URL which we are passing as a callback function to the children image upload component. And after that, once user click on handle create wallpaper, we are calling this function handle create wallpaper. We are making API request to the api.post/api/wallpapers. We are passing this wallpaper state in a body. You can see that we are having name, image, and category. And once it's created, we are showing a toast that wallpaper created successfully. And if you are getting any error, so we are showing a toast something went wrong. And on the top we are having a add category button, and after that we are having a image upload where we are passing this callback function handle get image URL as a props. And we are having a one input type text where we are having a set wallpaper. Okay, and set wallpaper will be like inside this what we are doing, we are first getting the previous state, we are spraying the previous state, and we are updating with the name key with the new value. And after that we are having a select drop down, we are having a class name value. The value will be wallpaper.category, whatever user has selected. Okay, and after that we gonna have on change event as well, and event is equal to set wallpaper. So we are spreading the previous data, and we are just updating with the new data. And we are having option is equal to value. select category, and after that we are having categories.map. Okay, and we are just spreading the all the options as well, and after that we are having a button that is called create wallpaper, which is used to create wallpaper. Awesome. Now after that, what screen is left? That is the main screen, that is called home screen, where we're gonna show the list of wallpapers. So let's do that, and here we're gonna show the do the infinite scrolling as well. So what we had done, we had created the add category page, we had created the upload image component with the Firebase storage, we had created the add wallpaper page as well. Now we have to create a homepage screen, and where we're gonna show a list of wallpapers, and we have to implement an infinite scrolling as well. So let's do that as well. To achieve that, what we are gonna do, let me close this again. We have to go inside the source. Inside the source we are having an app. Inside the app we are having a layout.js, and we are having a page.js. The page.js is the root page of our app. So inside this, what we have to do, we have to make a API call to get all the wallpapers, and after getting all the wallpapers, we have to render that images as well. So you can, for the reference, you can check it out, this is image as well, which we had done. This is this type of a screen, like so we have to do that. The first is gonna be a button add wallpaper, and after that we're gonna have a list of images with along with the infinite scrolling. Okay, so I went to the main comp inside the home, and here what I'm gonna do, first of all I'm gonna add a one button. So I'm gonna use link. Okay, inside this, basically what is gonna do, whenever user click on this button, it's gonna be navigate to the add wallpaper. Okay, and I'm gonna add a link link href, and it's gonna be a / add wallpaper. Okay, so if you user click on this button, it's gonna navigate to the / add wallpaper. Okay, now let's add some styling to this as well. So the class name gonna be background of blue, bg of blue is 500. Okay, and let's do that. Okay, now after that, once the user hover that, it's gonna be a background blue again, but it's gonna be 700 background blue, and it's gonna be 700 like this, and the text is also gonna be white, and we're gonna give some font will be bold. Okay, and I'm gonna give some padding of y-axis will be 2, and padding of x-axis will be 4, and I'm gonna make this rounded as well, rounded. Okay, and it is rounded, and margin top will be 4. Okay, and let's check it out, margin top 4, and if I reload this, okay, let me give some margin top will be 10. Okay, why it's not working? So bg of blue of 500, on the hover we are having a bg blue of 700, text white, font bold, and we had given the padding margin top. Okay, now on the main, let's do something else. So class name gonna be, I'm giving the class name, and padding will be 8. Okay, perfect. You can see the add wallpaper. Now if I click on add wallpaper, it's navigating to this screen. Awesome. Now the next thing which we are going to do that is that we have to render the all the images, right? So how we can do that, let's see that. So first of all, we're gonna make an API call that is called to get all the wallpapers, right? I'm going to write a method, a function that is called get wallpapers. So const get all wallpapers. Okay, it's gonna be a async function. Okay, and I'm gonna make async arrow function, and whenever you use async function, we will try to use try catch as well. Okay, and after that I'm gonna write const response is equal to await API dot get request, and we have to define the path. The path will be /API/wallpapers, right? And as you can see that I usually make a typo in const, I don't know why. Okay, now after that we will get the response. Okay, and once we get the response, we have to update that response to the set wallpapers. So I'm gonna write const new wallpapers is equal to response dot data dot wallpapers, otherwise it's gonna be an empty array, and we have to also check this like this. Okay, response dot data dot wallpapers. Okay, and after that we'll check that if new wallpapers dot length is there. Okay, if length is there, like length is greater than 0, so at that point of time set wallpapers is gonna be a new wallpapers. All right. Okay, now after that, like whenever the component get mount on the UI, at that point of time we have to call this function. So how we can call this? So we have to use an use effect hook. Okay, and we have to import the use effect from the React. Okay, and after that I have to write like this and callback function. Inside this we have to call our get all wallpaper function, and we have to pass a empty dependency array like this. All right. Now after that, if you see like what we are like, does wallpaper state is updating or not? And before that, there's one typo I had done, so it's gonna be wallpapers, not something else, as I had done typo. Okay, now let's me open the network tab and let's see or the console what we are getting. So as you can see that on the console we are getting nothing, and if I reload this again, okay, so we are getting response dot data dot wallpapers, and I had done a typo here as well, wallpapers. Okay, now as you can see that inside the response dot data dot wallpapers we are getting the data, and now again if I reload this, okay, so we are getting two data right now because we had added two data. Okay, now after that, once we get the data, we have to render this on the UI, right? So what am I going to do? Basically I'm going to create one div. Inside this, let me create one div, and inside this div we're gonna have a class name. The class name will be like padding of 6, and it's gonna be rounded large. Okay, and I'm gonna also give some shadow of large. Let's see, and we can't see, you can see that this is the shadow is come up with the padding of 6. Inside this div, what I'm gonna do basically, guys, I'm gonna create another div with the grid view. So inside this div we're gonna have basically grid view. Let me show you that. First of all, let's map the wallpaper. So wallpapers dot map, inside this we were getting the wallpaper. Okay, and inside that we have to return some HTML element, right? So I'm gonna I'm gonna have another div. Inside this div I'm gonna render this image. Okay, the image will be like source is equal to wallpaper dot image, right? And the key will be like this. Let me pass a key. So whenever you guys, whenever you use map, make sure to pass key. Okay, otherwise you will get error wallpaper dot underscore id. Okay, now as you can see that the image which is rendering, like it's rendering too much height and width, so let's add a height and width as well. So the class name will gonna be a width of full, like whatever the width is it, and but it's gonna be a rounded. We are giving some border radius as well, and the div, so how many items you want to show in a row, so we have to also define that. So I'm gonna add a class name to the this div, not this div, my bad, the class name which I'm gonna apply to this main div, the class name, and it's gonna be a grid view. So I'm gonna using the grid view, and it's gonna be a grid columns. So the one it's gonna be a 3 column in one grid. Okay, so and we're gonna give some padding of as well, so gapping of 4 for now. Okay, all right. So it's gonna be a 3 grid view item. Okay, now I will add some more items, will show you that. And as you can see that we had added this grid view here, and after that what we are going to do that, guys, we are going to use infinite scroll. All right, so we have to also implement that. Okay, so implement that, what we, there's one package that is called react infinite scroll. Okay, so we have to configure this package. So just click on this npm package, you have to just copy this command. Okay, you can see that there's a example. Okay, let's click that. Okay, and after that let me stop the server and install this package npmi react infinite scroll component. I will add some more data after this, to show you example for this, you guys. And let me start again, npm start. So currently okay, my bad, it should be npm run dev. So currently, once you make API call, we are only getting the 10 datas, right? So we have to also implement that, add a pagination logic here. Okay, so we'll add this that as well. So now after that, let's add one thing that is called infinite. Infinite is called. So infinite is called. So we have to import the infinite is called from the React infinite is called. So as you can see that React is infinite is called component. We had imported that. Okay, and after that, what we have to do, we have to write some props. Okay, so the first props is gonna be data length. Okay, and we're gonna pass the wallpapers dot length. Okay, now after that, if you see on this documentation, they have given a very good example, like we have to pass data length, and once the item get completed, so which method you have to call, does we have a has more data, all the things. Okay, and in message, all the things you can do that, all the things. Okay, and pull down the refresh rate, all the things you can add it. Okay, now let me do all the things here quickly. So first of all, I have to call the infinite is called component. Inside this grid div, we have to wrap this up. Okay, and we are passing data length is equal to wallpapers dot length, and the second props is gonna be that is called next, and we're gonna call fetch. We're gonna make a one function called fetch more data, and let's create a method as well, const fetch more data. All right, and it's gonna be a function where we're gonna have a logic, as logic to when the data is completed, Okay, so we're gonna write the logic in some time. Okay, and after that, we're gonna have another props that is called has more. So it like basically you will check that does we have more data. So let's create one state that will check that does we have more data, const has more. I will explain you guys, just relax for now. Set has more and use state, it's gonna be a false. Initially it's gonna be true. Okay, initially it will be has more data, and after that it will become false if there is no data. So let's pass the has more property as well. Okay, and after that we have to pass a loader as well. So if our component is loader, so we have to pass a loader, right? So let's do that as well. So we're gonna have one hdiv for right now, h1, and loading and fetching more data, fetching fresh datas. Okay, and after that, once the user end message, once the user reached to the end, so we're gonna show a message as well, render a component which gonna be like this. I'm gonna render a p tag, hey, you have seen it all. Okay, now as you can see, there's nothing we are, because we are able to see the all message, but we are not able to see any message in the bottom. Now let's make it false, it has more as a false. Now if I do that, nothing has happened, right? Okay, let's leave it out. Now after that, if you see that we are having infinite is called, we are passing the wallpapers dot length, whatever the state wallpapers length we have. We are calling a method called fetch more data. Okay, we are having a has more function as well. All right, now we have to add a fetch. As you can see that we had created a function called fetch more data, but we had not added the logic for that. Okay, so let's add that logic as well. So we're gonna have a after this we're gonna have a params. Okay, inside the params we're gonna have a page count. So we're gonna make a state called const page. Okay, so let's add a page const page, and we're gonna have a set page. Okay, set page, and it's gonna be use state by default 1. Okay, and whenever whenever we change, whenever we scroll down, we'll update the page as well. So what we are going to do, guys, that let me explain you. We are passing a page, so whenever user view all the page, so we are calling set page is equal to page plus 1, whatever the last page value is that. And after that what we are doing, that we are calling a function. Okay, we are calling the function that is called fetch wallpapers. So we have to pass a dependency item here like this. If page value gets changed, so we are calling this get all wallpapers again. All right, and if we check that, okay, so new wallpapers dot length. After that we are doing one more thing, that is called, we are spreading the previous state wallpapers and we are updating with the new wallpapers like this. If new wallpapers has length, okay, and there is one more thing, if new wallpapers dot length is less than 10, okay, if less than limit, okay, so what we are going to do guys is that we are going to check that. What we are going to do that, let me explain you. I think 20, not 10. Let me check that logic. Please keep patient with me. I will explain you every line of code. Okay, just give me just some seconds. So as you can see that we having a limit. Okay, so if new wallpapers dot length is more, then we're gonna set has more as a false. Okay, to understand this, we gonna add some more data. So before that, let me explain you what we are doing here right now. So as you can see that we are having one function that is called get all wallpapers. We are calling this function whenever the component mount on the UI. Okay, so we are hitting this get all wallpapers function. Here we are making API request API slash wallpapers. We are passing the page value inside the params. All right, we are reading the URL we are storing that on the new wallpaper variable, and we are checking that if new wallpaper dot length is there. So we are updating in the set wallpaper state by spreading the existing values and adding the new array of data. Okay, and after that we are checking that if new wallpaper dot length is less than 10, then we are telling that set has more is false. Basically, what does do now, basically if set has more is a true. Okay, so if set has more is true, then only we will increase the page set page, we will only make API call to the next page, we will tell that, man, we have more data, so you can make more data, you can scroll down and you can bring more data. Okay, so inside this div infinite scroll, we had created imported one component called infinite scroll. We are passing the data length as a wallpaper dot length. Okay, and once the complete, we are in the next, we are calling fetch more data function is will calling that has more. Okay, and we are having a loader, while loading the APIs. Okay, and on end message we are having an end message, and inside this we are rendering a div. Inside this data div we are having a wallpapers, and we are looping over all the images. All right, now if you see that, do we have any other property as well? Okay, so this is how. Now what I'm gonna do guys, for now guys, I'm gonna add some more data here. As you can see that I added more data on our app. So if I reload this app, so what you guys can see, it's calling loading fetching more data, right? And if I scroll down, it will make another more API call and it will bring some more data. So we have implemented the React Native infinite scroller, so you can see the loading fetches more fresh data. All right, so this is the thing which we had implemented right now guys. So if you're facing any issue regarding this, so what you have to do, there is one WhatsApp group we had created. So if you're facing any issue, you can ask your question on this group. So you have to just scan your WhatsApp camera and you can ask our question. Okay, and let's try to understand this. So I'm gonna open the console of this browser and let me reload this page. So you can see that while reloading this page, we are making API call to the page number 1. All right, and if I scroll down, currently we are getting only the 10 data. Okay, if I scroll down, so it will be making another more API call, page number 2, so it's bringing more fresh data, page number 3, page number 4, page number 5. Okay, if I more scroll down, so you can see that it's bringing more data, page number 6, page number 7, and so on. Okay, so this is how we implement the React Infinite scroll component. We will also implement this on our app as well. Okay, so I have added this all the datas. You can also add some more data in your app and you can do all the things whatever you want to do. And yeah, now after that, what we are going to do guys, that we had created the home page where we see list of wallpapers. We had implemented the infinite scrolling components as well, and after that we have to deploy our admin panel as well. So let's do that as well. So deploy this admin panel, what I'm gonna do right now, I'm gonna open the Vercel. So I'm gonna click on my account, MD Alisan Ali. Okay, before that we have to push the whole code on this on the GitHub. So we have to open our terminal and write git add git commit -m, and I'm gonna write a message called project admin panel completed, admin panel completed, and I'm gonna write git push. All right, now once you write git push, it will push the code. Okay, and after that we have to click on add new, click on project. Okay, and once you click on project, it will ask you to select the project. So I'm gonna select my project. Okay, so admin panel wall hub, this is our project. Click on import. Do you have any environment variables? No, I think. Click on deploy, it will start deploying your app, and this is how you guys can deploy. And that's all in this video, guys, I think. So this is how you can deploy and you can use it. All right, so if you're facing any issue regarding this, you can feel free to reach out to us. You can ping on us group as well. So what we had done in this full stack app development course, we had completed the app UI stuff. Till then we had deployed the backend setup as well. We had also completed the admin panel setup as well. Now the last thing which we is going to that API integration on wallpaper app, and after that we will deploy our wallpaper app on Google Play Store. All right, thank you, bye. Hey guys, welcome back to the full stack app development course. In the last video we have worked on the admin panel functionality, and what we had done, we had also deployed the admin panel as well as that on the Vercel. Okay, so if you're facing any issue, so you can check it out our GitHub, and the GitHub URL is like, people usually ask me where is the GitHub URL. So you have to search github/mdalishanali. Inside this repository sections, I had created admin panel wall hub, so you can check it out if you're facing any issue regarding that. So if we talk about like what we had done, so first thing, like the app UI stuff is already done. We had done the backend setup as well. The admin panel is also done in the last video. Now basically what we are going to do in this video, in our app, we have to implement the API, like we have to integrate the API in our app. So we are going to do that, all the stuff. All right, so let's do that. So we are having a wall hub application. Inside that we are going to integrate the API. To integrate the APIs, we are going to use Axios. Okay, so again, like before that, let me watch this app. So as you can see that we are having a home screen. Here we have to add a get all wallpapers API call. Here we have to implement the get all category API, and here we have to implement search API, like get all search API, and we are having a like a screen, so we don't have to do any stuff here. Now on the home screen, let's implement the get all wallpapers. So to make the API call, we are going to use Axios. So let me install the Axios. So we have to write npm I Axios. It will install the Axios in some seconds. Let's wait for some seconds, and it is installed. After that you have to write npm start. Okay, again and again you have to type a to run this device to run on Android. Alright, so let me type a, and after that inside the source directory, I'm going to, inside the utils, I'm going to create another file that is called api.js. okay, and after that I'm going to write const api is equal to Axios. okay, I imported Axios from Axios.create. alright, now inside this we have to pass a base URL. alright, so let me pass a base URL as well. So I'm going to define a base URL on the top, const base URL. alright, and we have to pass the URL base URL as well. So I have already deployed our our backend. So let me get the base URL as we have already. So I'm going to take the base URL from this project. I have already deployed this. So let me copy this base URL, copy and close this, and let me paste it again. Alright, now we had created the API instance, and we are going to use in our app, and we have to export this as well. So export const API. alright, now after that let's go to the screens folder. In the screen we are having a home screen. So here we have to call the API. alright, so I'm gonna create one function called get all wallpapers. It's gonna be async function. So let me create async function, and it's gonna be async arrow function, and we're gonna use try catch block as well. After that, I'm gonna write const response is equal to await. I'm gonna import the api dot get, and the endpoint will be gonna be /api /wallpapers. All right. Now after that, we will get the response. Okay, so I'm gonna write const new wallpapers is equal to response dot data dot wallpapers. All right. After that, I'm going to create one state that is called const wallpapers set wallpapers, and by default I'm gonna use state, and the state gonna be an empty array. Okay, and whenever we make API calls, we're gonna also maintain the is loading state. So let's before that, let's do that. If new wallpaper, so what I'm gonna do, if response dot data dot wallpapers is there, otherwise I'm gonna give an empty array. Okay, and after that I will check that if new wallpapers dot length exists. Okay, if length is greater than 0. Okay, so what I'm gonna do, basically I'm gonna set the set wallpapers is equal to new wallpapers like this. Okay, and after I'm gonna also maintain one state that is called const is loading set is loading, and by default use state gonna be false. Okay, and once we start the making API call, I'm gonna make it set is loading as a true, and otherwise once the API call is succeed, I will make it false. Okay, and inside the error block as well, so I'm gonna make it false. Okay, so I will done with that. After that, I'm gonna import the use effect hook. Okay, so inside the use effect hook, what I'm gonna do, basically I will call this function. Okay, so let's call this function as well. Okay, and we're gonna maintain one state as well for the pagination. So before that, let's see how it's working and how it's looking. Okay, so if we see that we are making API call, and once we make API call, we are rendering that data on we are setting the data on this wallpaper state. Okay, so if I explain you once more, so we are calling function called get all wallpapers. Inside that, we are making API call to the /api/wallpapers endpoint. Okay, we have set our base URL to this XUS endpoint. Okay, now if we check that if new wallpapers has length, then we are setting set wallpaper is equal to new wallpapers, and we are making set is loading as a false, and same for error, we are making it false. Now instead of passing the data, we are gonna make the pass the wallpaper data. Okay, and let me close this. Okay, so as you can see that we are getting 10 data right now, 2 4 6 8 10. All right, and after that, what I'm gonna do, basically guys, here I'm gonna show list footer component. Okay, and inside this I'm gonna show a activity indicator. So let's add a activity indicator. Okay, the size is gonna be a large, so let me pass the size as a large, and the color is going to be white. Going to be white. Okay, now let's see, you can see that this is looking like this. So I'm gonna give some padding vertical as well. So let's style is equal to and padding vertical of 20, not 20. If let's see how it's gonna looking. So yeah, perfect, it's looking well, padding vertical of 20. Okay, now after that, what I'm gonna do, basically guys, so as you can see that initially if we reload this app, so we are getting 10 items. All right, we have to implement the infinite scrolling to here. Okay, so how we can implement the infinite scrolling here? So to implement the infinite scrolling, we have to basically use one thing that is called, okay, before that, here we are showing the activity indicator. So we will only show this activity indicator if is loading state is true, like this. Okay, so if it's loading is true, then only we will show this footer component. Okay, now after that, let me scroll down. So we have to make API call that is called on enriched. Okay, so first of all, we have to define on enriched threshold, like when we want to make API call. on end. So I'm telling that if user reached the half of the content, 0.5 means half of the content, we have to make this API call on end reached. We have to call this function on end reached function. Okay, so let me add get fetch. I'm gonna create one more function that is called fetch more wallpapers. All right, so let me create one function const fetch more wallpapers, and the function is task gonna be so much simpler. Basically what it is gonna do, it will check that if has more is true. Okay, so to implement the pagination, we're gonna have a one more state that is called const has more and set has more. Okay, it will check that do we have more data, then only we will increase the page, otherwise we will don't increase the page. So we are checking that do we have more data. So initially it's gonna be has more data, like more than 10 data, so we will say that true. Otherwise, okay, we went to the get all wallpapers, so we will check that if new wallpapers dot length, if it's less than 10. Okay, if less than 10, so what I'm going to tell that is set has more will become false. All right, and let's see here. So I'm checking that if has more is true. Okay, if has more is true, only if has more is true, then only what you guys have to do, you have to do increase the page. So set page is gonna be okay, let me add a page as well. To const page set page. Okay, set page, and it's gonna be use state, and by default it's gonna be page number 1. All right, now once user scroll down, and if we're having more data, so we're gonna increase the page as well. So page gonna be +1, whatever the value is it. All right, now if user scroll down, let's see the example. So currently we are having a page number 1. So as you can see that currently we are inside we went to the page number 2. If I scroll more down, so it will increase the page as well. All right, so by default, like if I scroll down, okay, so first of all, if the page number is 1, then after that it become 2, and if you scroll more down, so it will call the third page as well. All right, so you can if you want to increase this point like from 0.5 to something else, so feel free to increase this point as well. All right, now what we are going to do, so basically whenever the page gets increased, so we have to, whenever the page state gets changed, we are going to call this get wallpapers function as again, and inside this params we gonna pass the page as well. So let's pass the page. Okay, so let's check it out, and don't forget to add comma. All right, now let me reload this app, and let's see. So currently we are getting some datas. Now if I scroll down more, so as you can see that it's making another API call, and let's see, are we getting more datas? Yeah, we get some datas, and I think now we don't have any more data, which I feel that's why it's not scrolling more datas. Okay, so there's one catch, like you can see that only we are getting some limited datas. So the mistake is that we are just setting the new wallpapers, like whatever we are getting the new wallpapers. So what we are supposed to do, as you can see that we are just getting the new wallpaper state. All right, so the issue is that we are not spreading the older state. So what we have to do, you have to spread the older state, and after that you have to also the new wallpaper state like this. All right, now let me reload this again once more. Now if I scroll down, so as you can see that it's make another API call, and we are able to see more data. All right, so this is how we implement the pagination and all infinite scroll in the React Native. So let me explain you what we had done. So first of all, we had created one state that is called wallpapers, and we are having a set wallpapers, and by default use state gonna be an empty array. After that we had declared is loading, set is loading, and use state is gonna be false, and after that we had declare another variable called const has more, set has more, and use state gonna be true. Okay, so initially like we gonna have a more data, like and after that we are having a const page, set page, so use state gonna be 1. Okay, so whenever user mount on the UI, so we are calling this function get all wallpapers. And also when the page value get changed, we are calling this get all wallpapers function. All right, now so we are calling this function get all wallpapers. Okay, so we are making set is loading as a true. All right, and after that we are checking that we are making API call to this endpoint slash API slash wallpapers, and inside this params we are passing the page as well. Okay, now const new wallpapers is equal to response.data.wallpapers, otherwise an empty array. We will check that we have a new wallpaper length. If length is exist, so what I'm doing here, set wallpapers is equal to, I'm spreading the whole state and spreading the new state as well. Okay, and if I check that if new wallpapers dot length is less than 10, so I'm telling that set has more is false. All right, and we are making set is loading as a false, set is loading as a false. Okay, now if fetch has more wallpapers, so again we are calling this function like fetch more wallpapers. So we are checking that if has more is true, then only we are increasing the page size, and we are again making the get all wallpapers function. If has more is become false, so we are not doing anything more. Okay, so inside the flat list we had inside the data props we are passing the wallpapers, and after that we had added this on end range threshold, like if the user is on the mid of the screen, like if he has scrolled up 50% of the width, so we will call this function on end reached fetch more wallpapers. And inside the list photo component we are rendering a activity indicator if is loading is true. Okay, so if user click on this image, so user can like this image. Okay, and user can download the image as well, as you can see that progress percentage. And if user wants to share the image, so he will be able to share that image as well, because we have worked on this functionality lastly. All right, now what we are going to do after that, we are going to work on this category screen. Okay, so let's go to the collection in screen. Okay, here what we have to do, here we have to make the again API call, and it's gonna render the data. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna make a one function called const categories set categories. All right, and it's gonna be use state and empty array. Okay, and after that we're gonna make another function that is called const get all categories. Okay, it's gonna be async function. Okay, and after that we're gonna call const response is equal to await API dot get request slash API slash categories. Okay, and once we get the categories, so what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna set the categories will be response dot data dot categories. All right, and instead of having a normal this, so we're gonna add a try catch block as well, and inside this try catch we are setting that. Okay, and apart from that we are gonna have a is loading state, set is loading, and by default user state gonna be a false value. Okay, and once we get all the categories, we are making function to get all categories, we gonna make it true. Okay, once we get all the data, we gonna make it false. All right, and if we get some any error, any kind of error, so we are again making set is loading as a false. All right, now we have to call this function get all categories whenever the component get mount on the UI. So let's add use effect. Okay, inside this we gonna call this function get all categories, and inside this function we have to pass the arrow function as well. Okay, so if I console the categories, so you can see that we are getting undefined right now. Okay, so there's one typo which I done, like I typo the cat. So let me click on categories. Now as you can see that we are getting the categories data. All right, so let me remove the console. Okay, so currently we are having a dummy data. Instead of having dummy data, we're gonna pass the categories. All right, and if you see that category doesn't exist, so it's called categories. Okay, so we are passing the categories here. So as you can see that we are having a categories, and you can see that we are running the iPhone wallpapers, architecture wallpapers, and cherry blossom wallpapers, all the wallpapers. Now if user click on iPhone wallpapers, so what is happening, it's opening the iPhone wallpapers, If I click on architecture wallpaper, it should open to architecture wallpaper. Okay, so let's implement that functionality. All right, so if you can see that whenever user clicking on any image or any card, so what we are doing here basically, guys, so if you know that we are navigating the collection details screen along with the item. Now let's go to the collection details screen. So let's go collection details screen. Here, yes, you can see that we are having we are reading the params like route.params.item. Okay, so if you console the item, so let's see what we are getting here. Okay, so I added the console here, after the reading the items from the params. So let's click on category. So we are having getting all the categories like iPhone architecture. So if we click on that any category, so we are getting item underscore id, the category id, and the image of the category and the name. All right, so let me explain you what is happening. So we are in the collection screen. So in the collection screen we are rendering this category. So this is the one separate card that is called category card. Inside the category card we are having the item, this iPhone wallpaper, architecture wallpaper, that is all the item. All right, so whenever user clicking on any card, so we are navigating to the collection details screen. Along with that we are passing an item object. Okay, so item object has this object, iPhone wallpapers, all the data like that object which whenever we click on that object. All right, so let's go to the collection details screen. So we are getting the category id. Okay, item dot underscore id is a collect this, if you see that item dot underscore id is a category id. All right, so what we have to do, we have to bring the image associated with that category. As you can see that this image is static right now. All right, so we have to make it dynamically. All right, so let's do that. So first of all, I'm gonna make one function that is called const get all wallpapers of that category. So for now I'm making this function get all wallpapers. All right, it's gonna be async function because we are going to make an API call. After that I'm going to use try catch block. Okay, and here what I'm going to write const response is equal to await API dot get request, and the endpoint is /API /wallpapers. Okay, and after that once we get the response, I'm going to write new wallpapers as we had done last time. New wallpapers is equal to response dot data dot wallpapers. All right, my bad, it should be wallpapers. After that we will check if response to data dot wallpaper, we are checking, it's a ternary condition, like we are checking like if this key doesn't exist, so it will not throw error like key doesn't found. So that will help us to we are using this question mark that will not throw error some kind of, and we are adding a if doesn't exist, so we are initializing a empty array. So after that we are checking that if new wallpapers dot length if there. All right, at that point of time only we are updating the set wall. Okay, so we have to create one state that is called wallpaper, so which manage the data, which manage the state basically, wallpapers, and set wallpapers. All right, and use state. By default it's gonna be initial value will be an empty array, and we are setting the set wallpapers as a new wallpaper. So let me add a set wallpapers is equal to new wallpapers. All right, okay, and after that we have to call this API as well. Okay, and if we get any error, so we can console that error as well, console dot. Okay, let me log that, not throw that error. Okay, so we'll console that error as well. After that what I'm going to do, basically we have to call this API. Okay, whenever user load this category screen, so what I have to do, I have to use effect hook. Okay, and inside this we have to write like this. Okay, and I will check that. Okay, so we have to call this, run this API if item dot underscore id is there only, basically if the category id exists. All right, so at that point of time only I'm gonna make a get all wallpapers request, otherwise I will not make any request. Okay, and here we have to pass the images as well. So if I show you guys like currently what we are getting inside the wallpapers, if you are not passing any params in the category params. So let's see. So you can see that currently we are passing the static data, so we have made it's dynamic. So I pass the wallpaper state. After that we are having a item, image, card, all the things. Let me reload this. Let me click on category card. So let's click on architecture wallpapers. So as you can see that we are getting just only iPhone wallpapers kind of image. If I click on cherry blossom, so it's still giving the iPhone kind of images. All right, so it's not working. Like, we have to fix it up. So what we are supposed to do basically, guys, we have to pass a params while making API call. So params gonna be look like this, params. All right, and inside this we have to pass a category. The category value will be item dot underscore id, because item is an object and underscore id is a category id. If you see already, as you can see that if I reload this, so if you see that, let me click on this category screen. Now clicking on cherry blossom. So if you see, okay, I removed the console, my bad. Let me add again console here. So if you see the console, we are getting the item dot underscore id, which is the category id. All right, so still you can see that this is not working. I'm clicking on cherry blossom, but it's not returning that kind of data. All right, so we are doing some kind of mistake. The mistake is gonna be we have to figure out what mistake am I doing. So category. All right, so we have to pass the category. Okay, and I'm passing the get all wallpapers. And again, if I reload this app, okay, and if I click on category screen, if I click on cherry blossom, so still it's giving me same iPhone kind of images. So I'm sure like I'm doing some mistake. So the mistake could be in this passing the category. Let's check it out how we have to pass the category. So I'm gonna open my backend. So how we want categories would be, we have to pass. So we go to this inside the server wall hub. Okay, and I think we have to pass category id, not a category id. Okay, and let me see. Okay, all right, it's working. So basically what will happen in the tutorial, I using the category, but it was my backend whole project, like where we have data. So there I mentioned the category id instead of category, and that's why it was not working as expected. So as you can see that now I pass the category id instead of having a category. So if I click on beach wallpaper, so it will return only the beach wallpaper. All right, looks good. Now if I go back and click on any cherry blossom architecture wallpaper, so it will only return the architecture wallpaper like this. All right, now let's go back. So we have to also implement the pagination here. Like currently, as you can see that we are getting only data, but if we scroll down, so we are not getting more data. So we have to implement the pagination and infinite scrolling with the help of pagination. So how we can do it, let me tell you guys. So first of all, we're gonna have a one state that is called const page set page, and by default use state value gonna be a page number 1, and we're gonna have another state that is called const has more. Okay, and set has more, and by default use state gonna be a true. All right, now after that we have to pass a page value here. Okay, so whenever page value gets changed, so we have to make a call get all wallpapers. Okay, and here in the params we have to also pass the page. Okay, so we are passing the page as well. And now we have to add the pagination logic. To add the pagination logic, we have to scroll down. We have to go inside our flat list. Inside the flat list, we have to pass two parameters. The first parameter is called on threshold, on n threshold. Okay, so it will take a integer value. Like if you hover that, so it will take a integer value. Like what? So I'm passing 0.5. It means that on n reach threshold, if it's reached half of the item, like if it's reached on the 5th item of the by scrolling down, so it will call of this next function that is called on n reach. Okay, so here we gonna add one function called fetch more wallpapers. All right, so in this what we are going to do basically, here we gonna create one function called fetch more wallpapers. It's gonna be an arrow function like this. Okay, so if I explain you once more, so on in reach threshold is a parameter where we have to pass in the value. If I passing 0.5, it means that if a screen reach half of the width, so we are calling a function. So if I add a console here, fetching more wallpapers. All right, so if I scroll down here, so let me go on the category details screen. click on architecture. Okay, so you can see that it's calling fetching more wallpapers because on the viewport it is render almost half of the component. All right, so if I make it 0.5 to 0.8, so if it's called 80% of the width, all right, then after that it will call this fetch more wallpapers. Now if I scroll down, scroll down, so if it's reached to the 80% of the item, okay, so at that point of time, okay, my bad, so we have to go inside this category. I was scrolling down on the home page, and that's why we are not getting the console. We have to go inside this category details, category screen. Let's click on architecture wallpapers. So it's calling fetching more wallpapers. Okay, so if you scroll more down, so it will call that on enriched function. All right, so the best practice, the best value which I passed, if user see in the half of the images, so we have to call fetch more wallpapers. All right, and here we have to check that if has more, if there is more item, then at that point of time what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna set page as a page plus 1. Okay, and after that what we have to do here, we have to pass, we are passing a page dependency here. So whenever page value get changed, it will call the get all wallpapers. All right, and here we are checking if new wallpapers dot length is there. Okay, if new wallpapers dot length is there, then what I'm gonna do here, so now currently what is happening, if I explain you guys, so let's go to the category details screen. Now let's click on iPhone wallpaper, and if I scroll down, so currently you can see that we are getting only some 2, 4, 5 image. Okay, and that's weird for me. Okay, now click on architecture wallpapers. So still currently we are getting only 2, 4, 6 wallpaper. Okay, and I'm very surprised with this, why it's getting only 2, 4, 6 images. The reason behind is that we are setting with the new value. Okay, so if what I'm gonna do right now, so the thing which I'm gonna do right now, here I will split the existing images and the new images as well. So we have to do like this. So what I'm gonna do right here, we will split the previous images, so it's called wallpapers, and I'm gonna split the new wallpapers by like this, new wallpapers. All right, now if I currently we are showing 2, 4, 6. Okay, if you scroll down, nothing is happening. And why? Because this is nothing is happening because has more property is true. All right, and we are checking that if new wallpapers dot length, if new wallpapers dot length, if it's less than 10, okay, if it's less than a limit, then what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna tell that man set has more become false, like we don't have any more data. Okay, because let's suppose we had added the limit on the backend, like we want only 10 data in a first go. If it's returning less than 10 data, means there is no more data in the next API call. All right, so let me do once more. Let's click on the category details screen. Let's click on iPhone wallpapers. We are getting 2, 4, 5 images, and the mistake which I'm doing right now, that is too much surprising for me. Let me debug it and let's see what mistake am I doing here. So I'm gonna make a console the page here. Okay, so I'm consoling the page, and currently you can see that the page value which I'm getting initially, it's called, let's click on this, let's click on iPhone wallpapers. So first it's calling the page number 1, then it's calling page number 2. Okay, but it should be like return more than 5 data. I think in this category we are having just 5 images. Okay, and let me debug it, like what mistake am I doing. All right, so as you can see that we are currently having in the cherry blossom category, we are just having a 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. Okay, so this is working. So what is happening now, under nature wallpapers we are having only 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 images. Okay, and if we go back, let me go back, and if you see the beach wallpapers, so how many images we have. So as you can see, we had implemented the pagination, and let's see has more, how many data do we have. So if I click on back screen, and if I click on iPhone wallpapers, so as you can see that we are having just only some limited data, like 5 data on the iPhone wallpapers. On the architecture wallpapers we are having almost 6 data. So has more become false, we don't have any more data. If I click on cherry blossom, so we are having a good amount of data, like 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 data, 12 and many more. all right. So that's why it's returning a lot of data, but some doesn't have a great data. Okay, so this is how we had implemented the pagination here, as we have already implemented in the home screen as well, so that's not a big deal. All right, now after that, what we are going to do, if you click on a category screen, like a screen, so as you can see, let's click on view favorites, and if we see that currently we are passing the wallpapers. All right, collection data skill wallpapers. Okay, and we are having a set has more property we are doing. All right, and we are checking that if item dot underscore id is there, only we are calling get all wallpapers. We are passing the category id as well using the item dot underscore id. All right, awesome. And we are passing the page value as well, so the page gonna be 1 2 3 whatever, and it's making API call. All right, so if you click on like screen, so what is happening, it's working as well. Click on downloads, so it is also working perfectly. Awesome. Now after that, what we are going to do, we have to work on this search screen. All right, so let's do that on the search screen as well. So I'm gonna click on close saved, click on search screen, and here we have to make an API call as well here. So first of all, what I'm gonna do right now here, that initially we are going to render some images. So what I'm gonna do, like, I'm gonna call this API here, the home screen API. So I'm gonna write const wallpapers. Okay, let's click on search screen. Okay, and set wallpapers. Okay, so basically what I'm trying to do now, on the first time we render some images. Okay, and when user search, we will when user search, so we will make API call and render the rest of the data as well. So I'm gonna write use state. Initially it's gonna be an empty array. Okay, and I'm gonna write a function called get all wallpapers. Okay, and it's gonna be async function. Okay, and inside this we have to write like this. Okay, and let's implement the logic. Const response is equal to await API dot get, and we're gonna add endpoint slash API slash wallpapers. Okay, and after that we will get the response, and we're gonna write new wallpapers is gonna be response dot data dot wallpapers. Okay, and after that we will check that if new wallpapers dot length, we have dot length, and we're gonna add a one empty array as well. All right, now we check that if we have a new wallpaper dot length is there, then only we're gonna set wallpapers is equal to new wallpapers. All right, and after that we're gonna pass this inside this wallpaper state. So I'm gonna copy this wallpaper state. Let's go to the search screen. As you can see that currently we are having some static images, so we have to replace with this wallpaper state. All right, now if I replace the wallpaper state, and let's see, let's click on category details screen, and if I reload this, so we are getting nothing right now. So the mistake which I'm doing right now, wallpapers get all wallpaper. Okay, so I'm not calling this function get all wallpapers whenever the component get mount, so we have to call this function as well. So I'm going to writing use effect. Okay, and here we have to call this function whenever the component get mount on the UI. So I'm gonna calling it all wallpapers. Okay, and it's gonna be like this. Awesome. Now as you can see that we are getting some wallpapers like iPhone wallpapers, and we have to here what we are supposed to do, guys, we have to add the pagination here as well. To add the pagination, I'm gonna write const page set page, and use the state gonna be initial value gonna be 1. All right, and we're gonna has a one more property called has more, and set has more. All right, and it's gonna be use state set has more is gonna be true. By default we're gonna have a has more property, like has more datas, and what we're gonna do, set page. So whenever, so here in the flat list we have to do as we are doing. All right, on end threshold on end reach threshold is 0.5. okay, and we have to call on end reached function that is called fetch more wallpapers. All right, now let's copy this fetch more wallpapers function, and let's create this fetch more wallpapers. all right. And here this we have to write set page, we have to increase the page plus 1, but before increasing the page we have to check that do we have more data, has more true, then only we have to increase the page, otherwise we are not going to increase the page value. All right, now we have to implement the has more logic as well. Okay, so here what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna check that if new wallpapers dot length is less than 10. all right, if length is less than 10, then I'm gonna tell that set has more become false, we don't have any more data, because if we getting less, no, we are added the limit of 10. all right, so every time we make API call we get the data of 10. If the data is returning, length, the data which we are getting, if length is less than 10, it means that we don't have more data in the next API call. all right, and if new wallpapers.length is not less than 10, so it becomes set has more as a true. all right, now after that whenever we change the page, we have to call this function page as well, get all wallpapers. Now let's go to the search screen. Okay, so we are getting 2 4 6 8 10 datas, and we are not getting more datas. all right, now let me reload this. Okay, the mistake which I'm doing, guys, the thing which I forget, first of all we have to pass the page as well, so I'm passing the page value. Okay, and whenever we getting a new wallpapers, what we are supposed to do, guys, we have to split the previous state, so it's gonna be wallpapers, and after that we have to split the new wallpapers like this. Okay, so this is how, and let's go to the search screen. Okay, so we are getting 2 4 6 8 10 datas, and we are getting more datas, more, but we are getting same time repeated data. Okay, so we are doing some mistake. The mistake gonna be like this. We are passing the page value, but if we click on search screen, so we are getting 2 4 6 8 10 datas, again same repeated data. all right, so we are doing some mistake in the backend part, in the front end part. Let me debug it, what mistake am I doing right now. So I'm calling page, and let me reload this. Okay, so I'm checking that set page has, if has more is true, then I'm setting the page plus 1. So I went to the search screen, I'm the page number 1, page number 2, page number 3. all right, so maybe there is some mistake on the backend side. Let me check that what mistake am I doing right now. Okay, so guys, I just debugged that, and I find out that we are doing some syntax mistake, that is called, we have to pass the page inside the params, but I'm passing the page inside the body, and that's causing the issue. So let's do pass this inside the params. So we're gonna have a params like this, and inside this I have to pass the page value like this. all right, now if you scroll down, let me reload this app, and let's click on this search icon, and initially we are getting some images 2 4 6 8 10. Now if we scroll more down, we are getting more datas. all right, now in the bottom we have to also implement the activity indicator, some kind of loader. So let's add a loader, const is loading. all right, and set is loading. Okay, and they're gonna use state gonna be false initially. Okay, and let's add a set is loading true. So whenever we make API call, we're gonna make it true, and whenever it's get done, so we're gonna make it false. So let me add in the bottom set has false, set is loading false. all right, so currently we are making API call and making set is loading as a true. After that, once we get the response, I'm making set is loading as a false, set is loading as a false. all right, now inside the list footer component, inside the flat list, we have one props that is called list list footer component. all right, here we have to write view the view, and inside the view we're gonna have a activity indicator. So let me add activity indicator, not activity indicator. all right, and we have to pass the size gonna be a large, and the color which I'm gonna pass, that is called a white. The size is large, and the color which we have to pass, that is called white. all right, now if you scroll down more, so as you can see that we are getting the loader, but we have to add one more thing, that is called padding vertical of 20. okay, Now we have added the padding vertical of 20, and here you can see that it's always render this loader. So what I'm gonna do right now here, I'm gonna render this loader only if its loading is a true. So I'm gonna add a is loading, and if it's true, then only I'm rendering this view. So this is the thing which we have to do, and I'm doing some mistake here. We have to use AND operator, and inside this we have to do like this. Still this is causing some error. Why? Let me check it out. Okay, got it. So mistake which I was doing, is here we have a curly braces, so we can get rid of this, and we gonna have a like this. If its loading is true, then we gonna render this like this. All right, now I'm checking that if its loading is true, then only render this activity indicator. So as you can see that it's rendering only if that is if there is loading is true. All right, now let me reload this. Now the next thing which we have to work on, that is called search functionality. All right, so to work on a search functionality, we are gonna use debouncing. All right, basically what is debouncing? If I explain you what do you mean by debouncing, so let's suppose whenever user type continuously, let's suppose if user a type a b c, so every time we make API call. All right, every time we make API call, and that's not a good practice. All right, if it's not a good practice, so what is good practice? The good practice is gonna be like this. If user write anything, like if user write Mongo iPhone wallpapers, so once the user stop typing, all right, and at that point of time, once the user stop typing, and once the user stops typing, and after 2 milliseconds, then we will make API call. All right, so what is gonna happen? It will decrease the server server pressure, or server basically it will decrease the server, decrease the number of API call which we are doing. So let's do that as well. All right, so for that we have to use one package. Okay, so let's do that. Now to implement debouncing in search, so how we can do that? So for that we are going to use one package. So the package name is called use debounce. So what you guys have to search, you have to search npm I use debounce. Okay, you can read more about the use debounce. People usually ask in the interview, and that's one of the most crucial topic in the interview. So if you can see, I will show you the example. Let's suppose if I write my name is Alishan, so it's not making API call again, so it's calling API call once I stop that writing. So if I write something, it will be stop once I stop something after some certain seconds. All right, so this is the use of use debounce. You can read more about that. So what you have to install this package. So just click on this use debounce. After that you have to stop this, and you have to just paste that use debounce. Okay, so it will install that, and after that we have to restart our emulator again, npm start. Okay, so if you go to this documentation, they have mentioned very clear and descriptive how we can use the use debounce. All right, so if I scroll down, so first of all, use debounce callback, use throttle callback. So debounce is a way to decrease the API call, and that is the best practice whenever you are doing something searching stuff. All right, so we are going to use debounce callback method. So first of all, we're gonna have a search value like this, and whenever user types something, we will call that function on debounce, and after that, after some seconds, and we will update that set value. All right, so first of all, what I'm gonna do inside, let's go on the search screen. Okay, so if I user write something, we have to maintain the state. So I'm gonna write one state that is called search value. Okay, search value, and we're gonna have another state that is called set search value, and by default use state value gonna be an empty string. Okay, and we have to also pass the search value in the param. So whenever user type something or search something, it will call that. Okay, so we are passing the search value in the params. Okay, now we have to manage the state as well. So set search value, we have to copy that, and what you guys have to do, you have to copy this snippet. Const debounce is equal to use debounce callback. So let's do that. So I'm gonna write here const you can copy this. Let's just copy this so we don't get any error. So I just copy this, and we have to write const debounce is equal to use debounce callback. Here we have to import the use debounce callback from the use debounce. All right, here we get the value, and after that, once we get the value, we update the value as well. So we're gonna write the set search value. Okay, before that let me add a console and explain you. And this is the delay, like after what millisecond you gonna make the API call, you gonna set the value. Okay, so we have to copy this debounce function. Let's go to the text input, and here I'm gonna add one thing's called on text change, so we get the value. All right, after that let's console that what we are getting inside the value. So let's click on search screen, let's type something iPhone. All right, so you can see that we are getting iPhone. Okay, so here what I'm gonna do debounce. I'm gonna call the debounce function, and I'm passing the value. Okay, so as like normal people, what we do basically here, people will make a API call on every type, on every key press, and that's not a good practice, guys. Okay, so we're gonna make API call on key press. That's not a good practice. That's why we are using debounce function. So what it's gonna do, I'm explaining you guys once more, but what's gonna do, it will make API call once the user stop typing, and after that it will call the API in after some milliseconds, like after what delay you want to make API call. All right, so we are calling this function debounce, and we are passing this value whatever user will type. Let's go to the debounce function, okay, which we had created. On the use debounce callback, if we console the value what we are getting, let's see. So if I just reload it, okay, and let's go to the search screen. If I write something iPhone, okay, so you can see that we are not getting anything on the console. The reason behind is that it will wait for 1 second, okay, and after that it will make API call, it will console that. All right, so let me decrease this API from 100,000 to 100, and let's do like this. Okay, so as you can see that currently we are getting this value. Okay, so let me do something again, search here. I'm gonna write iPhone. So as you can see that it's making API call after 100 milliseconds. So the best practice will be make API call in a 500 second. Okay, so I'm gonna write something like this. So it will took some time. You can see that it will taking some delay, and after that it is making API call. Let's write something iPhone. Okay, so as you can see I write type, but it took the 500 millisecond, and after that it's consoling the value. Okay, so here what we're gonna do, first of all, whenever user type something, I'm gonna do that set search value will be gonna be new value. All right, and after that once user search that, we're gonna make the get all wallpapers. Okay, so let's reload the app. Okay, if I reload this and type something, let me type something. Okay, let's reload the app. Okay, now let's click on search screen, and I'm gonna search here cherry. All right, so it will call this API in some seconds, but I can't see any value, right? And that's a surprising. Let's check it out why it's not working well. So get all wallpapers, we are calling this function. Okay, and let's see what we are getting the search value here. Okay, and let me reload this. Okay, now if I click on again search screen, so we are getting search value is empty string, and if I write something cherry, something like that, so still we are getting the search value as an empty string, and that's weird. Why we are not getting the search value? So we are setting the set search value. Okay, and after that we are calling the get wallpapers. The reason behind it's not getting any value. Okay, why? The reason behind is it that it's called search value is an async function, so it's gonna took some time. Okay, so what we gonna do basically, guys, we're gonna pass the search value here. Okay, so we can write have a value here. Inside the get wallpapers we're gonna get the search value as well. So if search value is here in the params, so we'll call that here. So let's do. Okay, if I write something called cherry, okay, so now if you see that we are getting the cherry. Okay, and we are calling this method function cherry wallpapers, but we are not getting any datas, and that's also surprising for me. So I just figured out like what mistake I was doing basically, guys. So what is happening now, whenever I type something nature, so what is happening, it has some existing images, right? The first API call, and after that once we search something, so it is taking that, if we have, if the new data come up, so we are setting that set of wallpapers, we are spreading the older state and we are adding the new state. So that time, at that point of time, what is happening, the nature image is coming after this after this rest of the images, and that was causing error. All right, so let's figure it out how we can fix it up. So fix it up, we have to do it here. Okay, so the thing which we have to do, first of all, we are setting the set search value as a with the new value, and now we have to also update the set page. Okay, the page value gonna be 1. So basically whenever we type something, it should be searching on the page number 1. All right, and we are calling the get all wallpapers with this search value, so we can get rid of this search value for now. All right, and as we can see that we have already a search page. Whenever page value get changed, we are calling it all wallpapers function. Okay, and what we gonna do is that if wallpapers dot length is there, okay, all right, and here we gonna check that if page number 1 is there, okay, if page number 1, then what we gonna do, we gonna so if we page number 1, so we just update the set wallpapers state with the new wallpaper state. Okay, if it's not page number 1, if it's more than page number 2, 3, whatever, so we are updating with the previous value and updating with the new value. All right, now let me reload this. Okay, and if you reload this, let's go to the search screen. Currently we are getting some images. Okay, now here what I'm gonna do right now, I'm gonna search here one thing that is called iPhone. Okay, I searched the iPhone, and we can see that do we get the iPhone wallpapers? Nope. Why we are not getting iPhone wallpapers? That's surprising for me. Sorry guys, I just figured it out what mistake I was doing, guys. So the mistake was simpler, like basically what was happening. Let me remove this all the console and explain you guys the mistake which I was doing. So as you can see that, you know, whenever we update the search, whenever we update the value of user set, it's gonna do a asynchronous operation. All right, so here if we so first of all, what is happening, let's explain that from the text input. So we are having a text input, inside that we are calling on change text method, inside that we are having a debounce. All right, okay, inside debounce we are calling this function, and inside the use debounce callback we are getting the new value. Once we get the new value, we are updating the search value with the new value. Okay, and we are setting the page as a 1, and we are calling get all wallpapers with the new search value. Now let's go to the get all wallpapers. Let me explain that we are getting the search value. All right, and we are making API call to the /API/wallpapers. We are passing the page value and we are passing the search value. Okay, so whatever the search value we are getting here, we are passing that as well as whatever we have already typed. Okay, now after that we are checking that if new wallpapers, new wallpapers.length exist. Okay, we are checking that if we are on the page number 1, so what we have to do, you have to just set the with the new state whatever we are getting. All right, and if it's not on the page number 2, so you have to split the previous state and we have to update with the new state. So if I write something cherry blossom cherry, so what is gonna happen, it will bring the cherry data. Okay, but let me reload it once more, and let's click on search and write cherry. Okay, so let's see, are we getting the cherry data? Yes, we are getting the cherry data. Awesome. Now if I write something more, if I write iPhone, and let's see, we are getting iPhone data as well already. Now let me do with this nature. Okay, so I type the nature and we are getting the nature data as well. Awesome. So this is how we implement search functionality in React Native with the use debounce hook, and that's a good practice to use debounce hook. All right guys, so after that we are done with the most of the functionality. So let's push the code. To push the code, we have to write git add git commit -m and write a good great message like API integration completed. Okay, and after that we have to write git push to push the code. Okay, so the code is pushed and we are having a home screen. Okay, and we are having a collection screen, and we are having a search screen, and you are having a like screen. All right, now let's add one more image. So let's click on the architecture wallpaper. So I'm gonna click on this image and it's gonna load it, and let's click on like. So it will, okay, the image is already liked, so it is not liking anymore. So let's go to the home screen and I'm gonna like this any new images. Let's like this image, this person guy. Click on like and let's see. Okay, it is not working. Is it like that? Let's click on download. Download is working. Why? Okay, let me see the show wallpaper screen. So we went to the show wallpaper screen. We are having a like screen. So what we are checking that, instead of the mistake which we are doing here, we are checking that using this find index method. So in the place of item.id, we gonna use the item._id. Okay, because it's a Mongo's ID. We are not using this dummy datas. All right, so let's see, let's click on like. Okay, and it still is telling the ID. Let me reload this our app. Okay, now again let's click on like. Yeah, it's working. View efforts. Oh, that's weird. Okay, let's click on again. Let's click on like, and we are getting some error. So what we are doing here, we are checking that handle like wallpaper async item. So basically what you guys have to do, you have to remove this existing item first of all, then after that you can add more items. So we're gonna do item dot id, image dot id, and item dot like this, and let's click on like once more. Okay, let's add any more other images. So let's click on this image. This is added. View favorites. Okay, so let's go back. Let me click on this. Okay, let's click on liked. Possible handle promise rejection. ID 1 reference property alert does not exist, so let's import the alert. Okay, the mistake which I was doing. Now let's click on like once more. It's already liked, you can see that. And let's scroll down more. I'm gonna add like this image as well. So let's click on this. Let's click on like. The image gets also liked. All right, we can download the image as well. Perfect. We can like this image as well. Awesome. So yeah, this is all about we have completed this app completely. And after that, if you're facing any issue, or if you need this code base of our application, what you guys have to do, you have to scan this a WhatsApp group using your WhatsApp camera, and you have to send this message like, please provide the code base. So we'll send you this access of this repository. All right, and apart from that, we will also we had already covered that how to add app icon in the splash screen in our video, so you can check it that out on this on our channel. After that, if you are, as you can see that I had already created this video. Let me show you guys like how to add app icon in the splash screen. So I'm not going to explain in this video guys, because I had already done that. And after that, we will see that how to deploy your app on Google Play Store, how to create Google Play Store account, and we will deploy that. All right, so see you guys in the next video. Thank you. And our full stack app development course is completed. So how do you like this course? Please let me know. And yeah, thanks. Bye.